and then I will
And then
screen share.
I'll be.
Have you
Should I
seen
make
this yet?
Should I make a? If I'm doing playlists, right? Should I
Mm-hmm.
make one that's like stuff that's just after we've already started? So like when 6 o'clock hits and news stories come
Yeah.
out, should I make one just for those?
Wait, say that again.
Like a 6 o'clock news list. So when we start, I can throw news that airs in that list
Yes.
specifically.
Yes.
You want that
That's
too?
actually a better idea than waiting for the 6 o'clock because I do want to start earlier now.
Okay.
That's why I was
So
pushing to be
I'm
like
just gonna call it
9:30.
6 o'clock.
Mm-hmm. And purge it every day so it doesn't build up. Also, what time do you usually do the serious streams?
Noon.
Noon? Alright.
So 6 hours ago.
Okay. But there's this video um, of this person in their house filming the fire. Like, why are you still there? Like, you're gonna die.
To get clicks, bro.
Hope it was worth it. Oh, their dog is there as well. That's cool of them. I really enjoy when people not only kill themselves by staying in their house during a fire, but keep their pets there too. That's really cool. You know what's really cool is killing your pet because you're selfish. That's pretty cool.
It's a big dog, mate.
Shove that camera up your ass. Stop fucking pointing it in my face.
Beg your pardon, you fuckwit. Go fuck yourself. What do you expect, mate? You're walking
have
a
you seen
fucking
this
llama.
before?
It's one of my favorite
I-
videos that I've seen come out of this country.
I
is
sent it to you. I
amazing.
think. I don't know
Hey,
when
get
though.
some fucking
It's
right.
probably on
Get some fucking
Instagram.
Fucking alpaca to the dumb cunt like you. That's an alpaca, alright?
Yeah, you look like one, you fuckwit.
Fuck off, you dumb fuck.
Look here.
Stage. Oh, this is a classic. Do you know what this is?
It can't
So-
actually
so-
be him, right?
So no, it's not. No. But like
Thank
I
God.
put this in for jump cut jokes in edits. So like I'll talk about Bin Laden's compound and then I'll hard cut to this. You know, in editing. It works
Yes.
every time.
That's so
No,
funny.
this is like some comedian dressed up her friend like him
incredible.
and did this.
That's
But-
very funny.
But like it's like before like virality kind of was a thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like it's had like a post virality.
Yes.
So because people weren't around for when they did this in the like 2000s when video on the internet was just becoming a
brand
thing,
new, yeah.
it's now gone and been labeled as Bin Laden by so many people who have uploaded it.
Yes.
So now I think most of the people who watch this think that it's Bin Laden
That's
instead
great.
of like just some guy.
Well, that's kind of what I was thinking is like I wonder it can't possibly actually be him, right?
Well, because like
And
I was thinking about like
but he's a weeb,
actual
so it
like
could be.
video interrupts, like how the
Yeah.
China show does. Because I don't get that luxury. Because remember, I tested it with the add scene function, where I can interrupt. It's
Sorry, I'm just making sure.
it's clunky, but you know, this was one of the things that I figured would be. You can only communicate this through visual. You know,
Yes.
this is not something that could be into a soundbite.
No, really couldn't be. No, this is really as a visual one. But yeah, I'm just making sure because I think the speaker might be pretty loud. Yeah, that was up pretty high.
We are a superpower, but we do not have super patience.
Because usually when I hit the buttons, I can't actually hear the sound bites because it doesn't come through my head. It's coming through the actual device, which goes to you guys, but not to me. So I have it set up so the speaker plays them, but not too loudly, because I don't want double through the microphone. But I don't think it'll pick up through the microphone. It's honestly, it's a pretty good costume.
It's
Like,
also
it looks,
like
also the
it's
low
also
quality.
old as fuck.
Yeah,
you
the
know?
low quality
So,
definitely
like,
helps.
This is like in 240p. You know, even ISIS in Africa is filming better quality videos.
Now you can read my poker face. Poker face, mama, poker face. Mama, poker face, mama, poker face.
Watch this get claimed. Because the song is in the background.
It probably fucking will.
I'll show him how, I'll show him what I've got.
That's fucking great.
He's got a Wiimote in his hand, too.
It is too, yeah.
Very respected gentleman. And I'm thrilled to announce today that DAMAC will be investing at least $20 billion over a very short period of time into the United States, and they may go double or even somewhat more than double that amount of money. It's a great thing, and I believe he will say that he's doing it because of the fact that he was very inspired by the election. They wouldn't do it without that election, I can tell you. A lot of people wouldn't. You saw last week where we have somebody who's going to go from $100 to $200 billion. And we have many other people, and we'll be bringing some of them out. Some of them like to do it somewhat more quietly, and some don't. And they feel so strongly about the country that they want to let people know about it. But it's an honor to have such a great investor investing in our country. The investment will support massive new data centers across the Midwest, the Sun Belt area, and also to keep America on the cutting edge of technology and artificial intelligence. He's very big into the data centers, and that's going to be a very hot item in the coming years, as you know, with AI. In particular, the first phase of the project will be in Texas, Arizona, Oklahoma, Louisiana, Ohio, Illinois, Michigan, and Indiana, those places. And Hussein, I'd love you to come up and say a few words. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's been amazing news for me and my family when he was elected in November. We've been waiting 4 years to increase our investments in the
I
US
don't know for sure.
to a very large amount of money. We are a company operating in more than 20 countries around the world. We have delivered.
Who the fuck
Did he
is
say where
guy?
this guy was from?
No.
Okay.
Iraq?
more than 45,000 luxury
Pakistan. Interesting.
I'm guessing.
units and another 45,000 in the pipeline. In data center, we are in 10 countries around the world, in Asia, Europe, and Middle East.
Bro.
And we're very, very excited now with his.
That Italian journalist got out of Iran today. They freed her.
Really?
Yeah. So I'll send you a link to that. I typed in African news, and an African news outlet is reporting on it. So I actually found out about it through African news, because American news is just Trump garbage now.
His leadership and his open strategy and policy to encourage businesses to come to U.S. For the last 4 years, we've been waiting for this moment, and we're planning to invest $20 billion, and even more than that if the opportunity in the market allow us. But at the moment, we're planning $20 billion in data center, catering for the AI and cloud business for the hyperscalers.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Mr.
Great
President.
honor. Thank you very much. So nice. And that man
It
knows
looks
what he's
like
doing.
It's
He
not
knows.
like audio reporting, but there's a video there that will have words on screen.
What do you mean?
For the Italian journalists, I don't think anyone's reported on it with audio yet.
Oh, okay.
Maybe this African outlet did, though.
Maybe.
So, Hussein, we're going to work with you and make sure everything goes smoothly. We have powers that haven't really been used in terms of environmental. If you invest over $1 billion in the United States, we're going to give expedited reviews to everybody because everyone's afraid they're going to come in and get caught in the quagmire, which is very prevalent in the United States, unfortunately, the quagmire of environmental and various other regulations and rules. And I made it a point of telling people if you invest $1 billion or more, and we'll do this for people with far less too, but we guarantee it. We're going to move them quickly through the environmental process. Sometimes people held up 12, 13, 14, 15 years. I saw it with plants in Louisiana where I got it approved in literally a week. They were through the review. And
did you know women can be born with a cloaca? 1 in 20,000 live births.
There's
That's
just
fucking
one
crazy.
hole.
One hole. That's wild.
1 week after spending 14 and a half years
I'm glad
trying to get it, and they were going nowhere. It was a terrible thing. So I've been a victim of that myself.
I learned of this horrific information. Now you do too. This is why you come to stream.
Over the years, and I think I know all the games and all the tricks that are played, and much of it is just done to stop progress. So we're going to be helping you and everybody else that comes to the United States and wants to invest their money, that you don't get tied up for the rest of your life and you can't do anything. This commitment further underscores that many of the greatest business leaders on earth are seeing a very bright economic future for America since the election. As you know, a lot of positive things have happened.
I kind of want to do a political run and basically emulate Trump exactly.
Like Ron DeSantis?
To the point. No, not emulate, like emulate not his speech patterns or anything like that, but just the way he delivers information with like confidence, and if somebody questions it, be like, no, you're wrong. And just continue, right? Just this blind populist confidence. And I just kind of want to prove a point that this is all you need to convince people to vote for you. You don't actually have to prove that you'll follow through. It's just a matter of say shit and hope people believe.
We are inheriting a difficult situation from the outgoing administration, and they're trying everything they can to make it more difficult. Inflation is continuing to raise.
Okay, because more information and reporting needs to come out, but shit's going down right now in Chad. Potentially coup or some type of violence at the Capitol type stuff.
I did see a couple things about that. I don't think I put anything on the list. If you find anything
No,
solid,
it's not.
send it.
It's too early to report.
Okay. Well, if you see anything, just chuck it on the 6 o'clock list for like late stories and stuff. And if there's something good there, we'll switch over. Because I think that'll work best. Is like if we do the 6 o'clock playlist. If there's something there, we can just switch over and then switch back.
And interest rates are far too high. And I've been disappointed to see the Biden administration's attempt to block the reforms of the American people and that they voted for. We had a landslide election. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of people. Nobody even knows how many people, millions. And they're still counting in some areas. You know, they're still counting the vote in some areas. Can you believe this? What a place. What a horrible place. One of the things we're going to do is
I love Donald Trump questioning American democracy once again, empowering dictators. That's pretty fucking cool. Thank you, Donald Trump. You're a great leader. You really embody nationalism that you've been weaponizing. You know, really embody it. You know, nothing screams nationalist like somebody wanting to delegate the role of superpower to dictators. because you're too lazy to do it yourself. And then you go on to fucking be like, oh, I want Canada. Canada's an American state. We want Canada and Greenland. Like, you're a sook. You're a baby. You're a literal baby. You're a man-child crying because Greenland isn't yours. Shut the fuck up. Literally, like, this is the problem, right? People like Donald Trump go through life, and because they have money, people don't say no to them. I think, personally, I think that if somebody regularly was able to challenge... Oh, Dax is here. I didn't even realize. What's up, man?
I'm not monitoring anything because I'm doing all the playlist work now. Creating all of them.
Yeah. So but like Donald Trump, I genuinely feel like if somebody was to just constantly tell him to shut the fuck up, or just like constantly undermine his authority, undermine the legitimacy that he projects, he would crumble. But nobody knows how to do it. There's literally
Teflon.
nobody in the Democratic
Teflon Don.
Party
He can't be
that is
stopped. He's like a reaper.
He's like Harbinger. Just kill one, just transfers to the next.
Hey,
This
Egypt's
is
tourism
what I don't
sector is
understand.
doing great.
Firstly, welcome back. Secondly, why would you want America stronger? You should be pro-Trump because he's going to make America weaker. Theoretically, no? Right? If you're from China showing support for him, one, why? Two, shouldn't you want China to be stronger, thus pro-Donald Trump because he's actively making America weaker? I don't know. I feel like that's a better reasoning to be pro-Trump as a foreigner. Well, yeah, that's what it seems like. But the first term had people in his way. There's none of that there right now. I don't think. I'm pretty sure it's basically
We don't know, bro. I'm not speculating. Let's listen to what he has to say.
Yes, this is all speculation.
You gotta wait until it comes in.
Yes, this is a really good point, which is why I've put so much focus on this shit today, is because America and the West has been fighting this exact thing for 2 years, 3 years even, right?
Yeah. Can you imagine?
And now Donald Trump is saying the same shit that Putin
this
is.
shit? It's gonna be the new Julian Assange, where every dictator is gonna say, "What about Julian Assange?"
Yeah.
When they arrest journalists.
Mm-hmm.
This is gonna be the new one.
Yeah.
They take fucking an island and then they say, "What about Greenland?"
Yep.
What about
and
Canada?
just like the last time with what did he do last time? The democracy thing, questioning the election. Every dictator pointed to America and be like, even the beacon on the hill doesn't work, so why bother?
That's why, like, Alan was in here talking about how liberalism is dead.
Okay, so I agree with you. When America is strong, humanity is strong. Donald Trump is not that
won't
strong.
Make it strong.
No, this is the thing, right? Donald Trump is not the person that's going to do that. If you stay the whole stream, I'm sure that we'll finally get to that conclusion after all of this shit. Because the amount of videos that I've lined up, I haven't watched them, but Jesus fucking Christ. Like, surely you being here, right? Being here on our stream listening to us, you are open enough to have this discussion. So just be open to the idea that you're incorrect about Donald Trump. That's all I'm asking. I don't care what you believe. I don't care if you like him or you support him. Just to be open to our arguments. We're happy to talk. We'll get distracted for 2 fucking hours arguing with people, talking to people, right? We're not stuck to a schedule.
You know, this is also one of the things that people have said, that this whole thing with Greenland and Trump, it's probably going to advance Greenland's autonomy and push for independence.
Yes.
So they're not gonna be part of this deal between, like, if Trump's just trying to negotiate their freedom with Denmark and shit, they're not gonna be about it. They're gonna go for their own independence.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Which, honestly, better choice. Independence is always a better choice.
So that's just something that people have said. I don't know enough about Greenland.
Neither do I. But I believe there was speakings last time.
Also, don't question it, but I'm putting Greenland in Euro.
Okay.
Because it is a European country.
Fair enough. Yeah. No, I know, but it's like the Chinese like Trump because Trump is the pomp, the labels, right? It's the consumerism. He's the epitome of American consumerism. He is the culmination. He is the representation of everything wrong with America. He's also a strongman, and it appears the Chinese love strongmen.
Strong.
To fix the election so that we get honest counts and they get done by 10 o'clock in the evening or something thereabouts. They have places where there's...
Turn him down. He's loud.
See, huh?
Turn Trump down. He's loud. He wants to find milk of human kindness.
Completely independent, probably not. Autonomous, for sure. It'll be an autonomous push. It won't be an independence push.
It's already autonomous.
Oh, is it? Interesting.
Yeah. There is an independence movement already. I just know that.
It'll be interesting. Trump is also an idiot, which is why we're watching this now.
Still counting votes. President Biden's actions yesterday on offshore...
Also, nobody knows how many votes 2024 election vote count. How can you certify an election if the vote count isn't done?
Well, you see, Republicans do all this sidelining to keep counts infinitely going and shit.
Well, it would seem that he won by roughly 2 million votes. So, to say that nobody knows is kind of stupid. Also, he didn't win all the swing states. Minnesota went to Harris. Not by much, though. And it's funny because his victory really wasn't that big. It's like half a point in most swing states.
Do you have this story that I'm sending right here? This one looked interesting the other day.
Damn.
I'm not sure if I put it on there. It probably isn't interesting, though. It's probably bait.
The CNN video?
Yeah. Guy hates his dad or something.
Yeah.
Here's Anderson Cooper in a fire.
I don't need more Greenland stories. I've got so fucking many that we're probably going to skip a bunch of them.
Well, that one is an actual politician from the country.
I know, I've already got that one.
We got to get through this Trump video first.
Wait, universal values. What do you mean universal values? What universal value does Donald Trump hold? Might is right.
Money.
I can buy
Land
my
equals
way
power.
through anything. Fucking, I can just grab women by the pussy and pay them off. Like what universal values actually? You know what? That is actually a CCP value. Anytime sexual assault allegations come out against CCP members, they silence them and unperson the people. So, you know what? You're right. That is pretty close to Donald Trump. What do you mean? I literally just said that they lost by 2 million votes. Like, it's very clear that the Democrats lost.
Yeah,
like-
she literally certified the election.
Like, what are
But-
you talking about?
This press conference took place after Jan 6 too, right?
Yes, it did. There you go.
So after the election has been certified.
Drilling,
Got it.
banning offshore drilling
Okay, so
will not stand. I will
I have
reverse
this.
it immediately. It'll be done
this is
immediately.
a
And we
master doc that will have all the playlist collab links. So if one ever isn't there, gets broken, you can just go through and click them there.
Okay.
And now that you've opened it, it will save in your docs.
Yep. Great. Swing states come all lost by 225 in total. Interesting. Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
like
I mean,
it really
that's what-
wasn't that big.
People were saying is that it's gonna, it's actually gonna, like, because there's a whole conspiracy that, like, where did those votes disappear for Kamala?
Yeah.
And it's like, people were saying, well, by the end of it, she'll probably not be that far off from Biden.
And I don't think she was. But this is not a universal value, my dude. Universal value is like healthcare. A universal value is don't kill people. You know, that's a universal value. If you wanted to make the world great, a dude who wants to delegate his imperial power to other dictators and empires is not making the world great. That is called chaos. Like, that is a disaster. That is actively making the world worse.
we will drill, baby, drill. And we're going to be drilling in a lot of other
That is a hot take because you're 100% incorrect. If Biden was in that race, it would have been a 50-state landslide.
locations, and the energy costs are going to come way down. They'll be brought down to a very low level, and that's going to bring everything else down. That's what caused it to go up, along with the ridiculous spending on the Green New scam. All this money, trillions of dollars. It's like throwing it right out the window, what they're doing. And they're trying to spend so much now. They're just taking money and giving it to anybody that wants it for any project at all, if it's certified under the Green New scam.
He's talking
And they don't
about
work,
the
and it's
Bipartisan
too expensive.
Infrastructure Act.
And, you know, they told me that we're going to do everything possible to make this transition to the new administration very smooth. It's not smooth because they're doing that. They're playing with the courts, as you know. They've been playing with the courts for 4 years, probably got me more votes because I got the highest number of votes ever gotten by a Republican, by far, actually, by a lot.
Trump, you got
less And, votes than your
last election.
You know, we had a great election, so I guess it didn't work. But they're, even to this day, they're playing with the courts.
He literally got like 10 million less fucking votes than the last election that he took place in. Are you fucking dumb? Biden got more votes than you. You fucking idiot.
Courts have their friendly judges that like to try and
that might be one
make
of the
everybody
dumbest
happy
things
on the
he's ever said.
Democrat side. It's called lawfare. It's called weaponization of justice, and it's happened at a level nobody's ever seen before. So many. I defeated deranged Jack Smith. He's a deranged individual. I guess he's on his way back to The Hague. And we won those cases. Those were the biggest ones. And the press made such a big deal out of them. But we did nothing wrong. We did nothing wrong on anything. And the people saw that. You know, when they vote when a Republican, it's not easy for a Republican. When the Republican wins the popular vote by millions and wins all 7 of the swing states, people said, well, he could win 4. We won all 7.
You didn't win 7. You won 6.
And we won them by a lot.
You won them by half a point.
Tells
Good
you
for-
we won.
like-
That tells, and they've been.
Bro, who cares? It's
Uh,
time to move on. I don't care how much you won by, bro. Imagine Reagan doing this.
It would be crazy, right?
Look at the map. It's all red. Red for Reagan. Isn't that amazing?
Only Donald Trump
Nobody's
can
ever
do this
seen
kind of
anything
shit.
like it.
Fucking Wikipedia not giving me the vote counts is fucking insane. Like, why the fuck? Here we go. Donald Trump got... Hey, actually, I was wrong. He actually did get more votes than 2020. Biden still got more votes. Let's look at 2016 US election results. I think we've already done this before where we looked up results.
Yeah, I went through it with a net.
But I'm just curious here because he likes to make this claim. Okay. So this was the most of any Republican ever. He is correct on that. It's still 4.5 million under Biden. Biden's vote numbers. Which is pretty funny.
Watching this injustice. I call it the Injustice Department. What they've done is so bad. The whole world has watched that. And it took work, but it got me a lot of votes because when explained, I mean, we have a judge in New York who's a very crooked judge. I'm under a gag order. I can't even talk about aspects of the case that are the most vital aspects. I'm under a gag. Do you know that I'm the president-elect of the United States of America? I'm a former very successful president. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We had borders that were sealed and beautiful. We had everything was good.
Your
We had
borders
no
were
wars.
worse.
We defeated ISIS. We had no wars. Now I'm going into a world that's burning with Russia and Ukraine, with Israel. You took a look at that attack on October 7th, the attack on Israel, with the horrible way they got out. Not the fact that they got out. I would have been out before them, but we would have been out of Afghanistan with dignity and strength as opposed to looking like a bunch of fools with
negotiated
13
with
dead
Taliban.
and many, many badly, horrifically injured. Nobody ever talks about them. No arms, no
negotiating with
legs.
Taliban was
Nobody
bad.
ever talks about them. The way they got out was outrageous, leaving billions of dollars of brand new military equipment that I bought in the hands of the Afghans and
The Taliban crashed all their
specifically the
helicopters.
Taliban. It's the group. And
They
we
still
were
got a few.
doing very well. We would have been out. We would have been respected. I think it's one of the reasons it was so badly handled, that withdrawal where people are jumping onto airplanes, falling off the sides of airplanes when they're 3,000 feet in the air.
What
And
about when the Marines
nobody's
shot
ever seen
people?
anything like that, the worst. And because of that, I think Russia went and attacked Ukraine. When they saw that, they said, these guys are incompetent. They don't know what they're doing. But we know what we're doing now. And that's going to all end. And we have a great military. I defeated ISIS, as you know. We were in no wars. I just finished a couple. And we got also our soldiers guarding Syria and Turkey. We're in the middle. We had 5,000 soldiers. They would have been gobbled up with 2 armies. We had one army, 300,000. We had another one, 500,000 or 600,000, getting ready. We had 5,000 people in the middle. I said to a general, how do 5,000 people do in that case? And the general just looked at me and said, not well, sir, not well. And I took him out. And you know what happened? Nothing. I got criticized. I saved 5,000 lives, actually. And we did a great job, and we're going to do an even better job because now we have a tremendous amount of experience. We have people that I can rely on. But the 625 million
done my
acres,
tweets.
people can't realize that's like the whole ocean. Take an acre. You know, an acre, you have a house on a half an acre
like
or
the
a
whole
quarter of an acre
ocean.
or an acre. If you have an acre, you have a big deal. Now you multiply that by 625 million acres. It's like, feels like the whole ocean. And that's our strength, you know? People can say
It's
we
fucking
manufacture, we
hilarious,
don't
bro.
manufacture. The thing we have oil and gas more than anybody in the world. We're going to have more of it, too. But they took away 625 million acres of offshore drilling. Nobody else does that. And they think they have it, but we'll put it back. I'm going to put it back on day one. I'm going to have it revoked on day one. We'll go immediately if we
Okay.
need to. I don't think we should have to go to the courts, but if we do have to go to the courts, you know, they try to be sneaky. They go in and they sign. Remember, this is a man that said he wants the transition to be smooth. Well, you don't do the kind of things. You don't have a judge working real hard to try and embarrass you, because I did nothing wrong. By the way, I did nothing, absolutely nothing wrong. If I did something wrong, I wouldn't be standing here right now, because I've won all these cases. Nobody's ever won so many cases as I have against the Justice Department. I mean, Jack Smith had cases all over the place. People were being subpoenaed, lives were being ruined. They were spending everything they had, money. We were helping them out. We had to. They were subpoenaing people that had no idea what they were even talking about. That's a sick group of people. And it was all to influence the election. It was all a fight against a political opponent. We've never had that in this country.
really
We have
can't
had
get
that
over it,
in
Kenny.
certain countries. We've had that in third-tier countries. We've had that in banana republics, but we've never had that
Third-tier countries.
in a place like the United States. I don't even know if it's been on a small level. I'm sure it has been on a small level, but this was the largest level ever. They brought this moron out of The Hague. He's a mean guy. He's a mean, nasty guy. His picture was perfect, because you look at his picture, you say, that's a bad guy with his robe, his purple robe. And he executes people. He shouldn't be allowed to execute people, because he'll execute everybody. He's a nut job. But we won all of those cases with him. And, I mean, I don't know the judge in Florida, but we had a brilliant judge in Florida that saw right through it. And we won the case. She was a brilliant judge with great courage. You know, the left, as we call them, the radical left, they have a way, they play the ref, and they play it very hard. They play the ref. They go and say horrible things about judges and prosecutors. And some judges and prosecutors say, look, the only way I'm going to get these people off my back is to give victory to them. They're playing the ref. I think it's illegal what they do. It's almost like talking. It's worse than talking to a judge. But the judge in Florida, Judge Cannon, was brilliant and tough, and she didn't stand for it. And I don't know her. And never met her until the case, and
Sup,
I don't
dude?
believe I said even one word to her. But she was very, very strong and very, very brilliant. And her opinion was so brilliant that they dropped their appeal. They couldn't beat the appeal.
Oh my God, just suck her dick already.
So that's what we're up against. So they say we're going to have a smooth transition. All they do is talk. It's all talk.
All they do is talk.
Everything they do is talk. We're going to have a smooth transition.
Are
And
you
then they take
fucking kidding me?
625 million acres and they
Did he really
essentially
just
landmark
fucking
it so
say
you
that?
can't ever drill there again. Well, we're
All
gonna be
they
drilling
do is
soon.
talk.
We're going to be opening up Anwar. We're going to be doing all.
Cunt, all you do is flap your fucking gums.
Is
Nothing
he
you
sped up?
say comes to fruition. You are the definition of a fucking windbag. You, if allowed, would stand at a podium all fucking day talking. That is probably second time you've now said the dumbest thing I've heard you say. Good fucking lord.
all sorts of things that
I'm so excited for dementia imperialism.
nobody ever thought was even possible. But remember and just to get off the subject, because I couldn't believe it when I heard it yesterday. I couldn't believe the size of it. I mean,
Do
put
you have
down
it
a
sped
map
up?
and put this up. It's just
No.
You probably should. you know, and if once you're back, you can jump ahead at different times, you know, because like he hasn't changed, he hasn't said anything. Well, he
For
hasn't
like
said
10
anything
minutes?
at all.
Yeah.
But you know, when he's sitting here and you can hear him looping back in on himself, you can just do a penalty like Hassan and jump into
Yes,
the head.
actually, that's a good idea.
Massive. And remember that that's worth probably, I mean, I've had estimates, 40 to 50 trillion dollars. That's more than our national debt. Essentially, he's thrown it away. He's thrown it away. He's taken 50 trillion dollars. So if we owe 35
Bro,
trillion,
Has
you
anybody
won.
asked him a question? Or is he just ranting?
He normally does like a rant for a little bit and then he opens up to questions.
he's taken 50 trillion dollars of value and thrown it right out the window. We can't do that. Nobody can do that. One other thing he did yesterday, which
You know what the colloquial left should do is set up a decentralized system where people go
Cloaca?
and heckle him. Heckle him at every time he has a speech. Get a megaphone and just heckle the fuck out of him. I think that would be one of the funniest things. Is just like throw him completely off. He would stumble. He would really struggle, I reckon.
was in many ways worse. It's hard to believe it can be worse.
Think about it. It'd just be like trolling a boomer on Facebook.
No,
You say the one right thing and you'll set him off.
it's like fighting the drunken master. He's always off balance. Right?
If you,
We've
yeah,
seen
sure.
him get questions and he just answers them however he wants anyway.
I'm not talking about questions. I'm saying heckle him. Right? Because reporters can't just heckle. That's not their job, right? Their job isn't to respond and argue, it's to ask the question. So if you have a group of people who are dedicated to every time Donald Trump talks somewhere, pops up and talks somewhere, that they go out with a megaphone and every time he says something specific, just do something. Doesn't matter what it is. It can be a sound, it can be a phrase, it can be a literal heckle where you make fun of him.
And then
It'd
he'll
be like,
cry
"Oh.
because everyone's mean to him.
I see your ears didn't quite meet the tan specifications, right? Something like that. Or, you know, there's heaps to pick on. That would be so fucking funny. And it would throw him off completely. You would get him going on rage tangents. Can you imagine how fun dementia rage tangents would be? Oh my god. And then add on top of that, all recorded. All of it would be recorded. Even at the White House, hecklers at the fence with megaphones, heckling him as he's going to the helicopter
I kind of think
with the reporters outside of the fence, hecklers with megaphones.
I think
Donald
this
Trump's
happened.
fat.
That's
Such a
kind of already happens.
It needs to happen more.
He wants all gas heaters
I think that would be
out
very
of
funny.
your homes and apartments. He wants them to be replaced by essentially electric heaters. I don't know what it is with electric. This guy loves electric. We're going to be ending the electric car mandate quickly, by the way. This guy loves electric. And we don't have enough electricity. And then we have AI where we need more. And he wants everybody to have an electric heater instead of a gas heater. Gas heater is much less expensive. The heat is much better. It's a much better heat.
Nuclear energy.
As the expression goes, you don't itch. Does anybody have a heater where you go and you scratch in? And that's what they want you to have. They don't want you to have gas where you don't have the problems of the electric.
What?
And the source is plentiful. They're much cheaper to operate. They're much better. They
get
work much better.
itchy?
They look
I
much
mean,
better. 60%
so,
of
like-
homes and apartments.
I kind of understand what he's talking about. Like, because I have, like, a electric space heater, right? And, like, when it's close to me and it's heating just one specific part, it kind of gets a little itchy.
That's weird. I don't know what you're talking
But
about.
it's just like that blood flowing to the area from the heat.
Oh, so he
you,
just
like-
doesn't understand how things work.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's not like if it was gas, it wouldn't do
Mhm.
the same thing.
Yeah. Look, man, you're just wrong. You're just wrong.
I
Donald
need
Trump
to
Donald Trump
try and
doesn't act.
refresh.
Sorry. Donald Trump doesn't think. Right? He only acts. And to call it bold is to imply that he thinks about what he does. He doesn't. You're wrong. Also, Elon Musk has provided precisely nothing to the world. He has done nothing. You know, there's a division of SpaceX that specifically keeps him away from all the important shit because he's actually a fucking idiot. Did you know that? I bet you didn't know that. Go look that up. Verifiable. Hold on, I'll look it up now. And I bet that there's a Google sucks. There is skepticism to claim that Musk is an engineer at all, let alone a chief engineer of SpaceX. This guy just wants evidence. It's interesting. But, like, literally, the guy is a fucking idiot. Nothing. Elon Musk has contributed nothing to society at all. He is a hype man. A literal hype man. All he does is advertising. He is a marketer. For you to think that he thinks boldly because he does marketing well, or markets to you specifically well, or whoever, is kind of ridiculous. But yeah, no, nothing, he's contributed nothing. Really. He has done absolutely nothing. Everything that he's been a part of, he's been lucky to even be considered a part of. Or he puts the money up, right? Nobody at Tesla, like Elon Musk, has not designed a car. There's no fucking way he's designed a car at all. All he's done was said, I want this, and paid people to do that work.
Hey.
He has not actually contributed anything to society. I need you to understand this. Donald Trump is not a good leader. If you think that Donald Trump is a good leader, that's your problem. He is the opposite. A good leader shows actual confidence and strength in their positions. Donald Trump backtracks the second you pull him up on something and goes, no, I didn't. 6 months ago, he's like, oh, this person is the greatest person alive. I love this person. 6 months later, no longer friends with Trump. Trump doesn't like them anymore. I never knew that person. What a stunning display of strength and dignity from a big, good leader, right?
I did not
Are you
hit
kidding?
that. I did not.
Like, what are you talking about? Honestly, like, genuinely, explain to me how you are getting to these conclusions.
Can we do this instead of getting explanations?
Except, yes,
Yes.
he wants them all removed quickly. These people are crazy. There's something wrong with them. There's something wrong with them. They also want to go back, and they have already started that, to when you buy a faucet, no water comes out because they want to preserve. Even in areas that have so much water, you don't know what to do. It's called rain. It comes down from heaven, and they want to do no water comes out
Heaven.
of the shower. It goes drip, drip, drip. So what happens? You're in the shower 10 times as long.
Rain comes from heaven.
You know, no water.
That is now the dumbest thing he's ever said. He's done it three times in 16 minutes.
Water comes out of the faucet, you want to wash your hands, they want to go back to even stronger than what they have right now. As you know, I ended that policy. You can have all the water you want. Makes no difference. It comes, especially in certain areas, we have so much water, we don't know what to do with it. But these are all things. They want very, very little water to go into your dishwasher, almost none. And you know what people do? They just keep pressing, keep it going. They end up using more water. Likewise, washing machines. They want in your washing machine to have very little water coming out of the washing machine. So when you wash your clothing, you have to wash it 4 times instead of once. You end up using more water. We're a party of common sense, and things that I'm telling you now is really all about common sense. On January 20th, we'll turn the economy around very quickly, because right now when I think of our economy, I think about inflation. That's what we have. We have inflation, I believe,
it's already going down,
at a level
so
that we
you
never
can
had before.
fuck it up,
There's never
right?
been anything like it. And over the next
What?
It's inflation. It's our turn him down
I already did.
more. He's loud as fuck.
You
you
are
can't-
quiet.
Just turn him down more.
next 4 years, the United States is going to take off like a rocket ship. But really, it's already doing it. If you take a look, just last month, SoftBank announced the $200 billion. I think it'll be 200. He said between 100, and I said, how about making it 200? And he sort of said yes, but let's say it's 100, but it might be 200, right, Brian? Dollars, United States creating more than 100,000 jobs. Hussein just announced a tremendous investment that he's going to make, and that's money that's in the bank. He's going to come and do it, and he'll do a great job, and he'll build the best centers in the country, I guarantee, because I know the way he builds. Since my election, the stock market has set records. The S&P 500 index has broken above 6,000 points for the first time ever, never even close. In a single month, small business optimism soared 41 points. It's not at 41. It went up 41 points, and that's the largest in the 39-year history of the group that does it. According to Gallup, the American people's confidence in the economy has just surged to the highest level in history. That's why I have a news conference like that. I take the greatest business leaders in the world. I say, hey, do you want to say you're going to invest the money? They're not looking for news conferences. They're saying,
God,
what am I doing? They go,
CNN's video player is fucking dog shit. That is unfucking believable.
You on CNN?
go in and they invest money, but it's good
Huh?
to.
You on CNN?
Yeah, I clicked that link. That's funny. If that is why he's obsessed with water pressure, that's very funny.
Know where the smartest business people in the world are investing, and they're investing in the United States. So we've done this all in 2 months of not being there. You know, we haven't been there. And
Wow, you mean to
it's
tell
pretty
me it's,
amazing, and
it's
we think we're
smart
gonna do
to
some really
invest in the United States?
great things, really great things. We're being respected again all over the world. The Panama Canal is
Okay. Hold on. You are misunderstanding. Elon Musk has done nothing to earn his position. He has contributed nothing.
a disgrace what took place at the Panama Canal. Jimmy Carter gave
He
it to
got
them for $1,
lucky
and they were supposed
being
to
a
treat
part
us
of
well. I thought it was a
PayPal.
terrible thing to do.
And
it
I
was
think
the most expensive.
his dad had an emerald mine. So how is just lucking into money leadership? Please explain.
Structure ever built in the history of our country, relatively. It would be the equivalent of substantially over $1 trillion today. We lost 38,000 people. Think of it, 38,000 people, they died from malaria, mosquitoes. They were unable to stop the mosquitoes. They paid people 5 times more to take the job. Many of those people died. We gave it away for $1. But the deal was that, you know, they have to treat us fairly. They don't treat us fairly. They
Hey,
charge
guess
more
who-
for our ships than
guess
they
who the
charge
people
for
who
ships of other
died were?
countries. They charge more
Guess
for
what?
our Navy than
Ethnicity they were, Don.
they charge for navies of other countries. They laugh at us because they think we're stupid, but we're not
You are
stupid
stupid.
anymore. So the Panama Canal is under discussion with them right now. They violated every aspect of the agreement, and they morally violated it also. And they want our help because it's leaking and not in good repair. And they want us to give $3 billion to help fix it. I said, well, why don't you get the money from China? Because China's basically taken it over. China's at both ends of the Panama Canal. China's running the Panama Canal. And they come to see this
No,
Biden,
they're not.
this guy who should never have been allowed even to run for president. Of course, she shouldn't have either, because that never happened. I had to be 2 people, not 1. But they went through.
One more point on this. You know what a good captain does? Loses tens of millions of users for his social media because of his fucking dumbass decisions. How about that for a captain? Do you think if that captain ended up killing millions of people because of his decisions, do you think he'd be a good captain? What do you reckon?
$3 billion
Renegade.
to fix the Panama Canal that's run by China and makes a lot of money, China.
He gets the job
One of the
done.
most profitable structures ever built, because you have ships lined up back to Florida, frankly, and they just keep
One of the most profitable... Is he talking about China?
going through, and the numbers are staggering, $500,000 to $1 million a ship. And they took it away from us, meaning we gave it to them for $1. But not going to happen. What they've done to us, they've overcharged our ships, overcharged our Navy. And then when they need repair money, they come to the United States to put it up. We get nothing. Those days are over. Working with the Republican majorities in Congress, we'll cut taxes, slash
For the rich.
regulations, raise wages, and boost incomes at a pace the world has not seen before.
Doubt.
And certainly not from our country. We had a big chunk of it for the first 3 years of prior to COVID coming in my administration. We had the greatest economy in history. We cut the most regulations in the history of our country. And I did that all in 4 years.
Not a good thing.
By Fort.
Dickhead. That's not a good thing. You fucking idiot. What's good for the corporation is not good for the person. You actual fucking dickhead. Like, are you an actual troglodyte? Do you not leave your house? What the fuck is going on? This guy, his brain is mush. It's mush. There's
Brain.
nothing happening in his head.
Brain.
Times more than any other president cut. We did that in 4 years. And we were just getting started.
Regulations get people killed. That's not, sorry, the removal of regulations gets people killed. Not having regulations gets people killed.
Hey, how do you think all those people died in Panama? You think it was the regulations?
Like, increasing regulations is protecting the worker. What you are doing is implicitly
They don't
anti-worker.
need can-do attitudes.
It's implicitly anti-worker. I really want people to realize that.
We'll impose new tariffs
Especially
so
our
that
Chinese
the products
friend
on
here.
our stores will
I
once
hope
again
you
be
I hope
stamped.
you realize that what he's doing here. Well, maybe that's why Chinese people like it, because it's making America like China. You know, this is pro-slave labor. This is pro-wage theft. That's what this is. These policies, what Donald Trump is talking about, it's pro-slavery.
With those beautiful words,
When
made in the
you
US.
when you
based.
remove regulation, you allow slavery. Regulation
Slavery's
stops
based.
slavery.
Say, and we are not treated well, as you know, by Canada. Canada is subsidized to the tune of about $200 billion a year, plus other things.
$1 billion.
And they don't essentially have a military. They have a very small military.
His nose
They
is
rely on
very
our
shiny.
military. It's all fine, but, you know, they got to pay for that. It's very unfair. I have so many great friends. One of them is the great one.
God, imagine
Wayne Gretzky.
imagine
I
if
said, run for
Donald
prime
Trump
minister, you'll
dies
win
on stage
it'll
during
take
his
2 seconds.
presidency.
But
That's going to be
he said, well, am I going to run for prime minister or
incredible.
governor?
Imagine the
He told me. I
sounds
said-
he's going to make.
I said, I don't know. Let's make it governor. I like it better. But no, something's going to have to
That'll
happen.
be a
Same thing with
soundbite.
Mexico. We have a massive deficit
I'll
with
make that into
Mexico,
a soundbite if that
and
ever
we help
happens.
Mexico a lot. They're essentially run by the cartels. And can't let that happen. Mexico's really in trouble, a lot of trouble.
You going to
Very
invade them,
dangerous
big
place.
boy?
And we're
gonna show them who's
going to
boss?
be announcing at a future date pretty soon. We're going to change because we do most of the work there, and it's ours. We're going to be changing
Mm-hmm.
sort of the opposite of Biden, where he's closing everything up, essentially getting rid of $50 to $60 trillion worth of assets. We're going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, which has a beautiful ring that covers a lot of territory. The Gulf of America, what a beautiful name. And it's appropriate.
So, okay,
It's
so that's
appropriate.
it. People have been focusing on that, and that's all he said. It kind of sounded sarcastic and one-off.
Mm.
Hopefully they ask him about it, and he expands that he is serious.
Are you about to make a pro-Chinese workplace argument here? Please attempt it. Please, good Lord, fucking try.
And Mexico has to stop allowing millions of people to pour into our country. They can stop them. And we're going to put very
They
serious tariffs
are,
on Mexico
you
and Canada,
fucking
because Canada, they come through
troglodyte
Canada too, and the drugs
dipshit.
that are coming through are
They literally are dealing with the problem. Mexico is literally stopping them. What are you talking about? There's policies in place where Mexico is dealing with it. The numbers are lower at the moment and have been for a while, I'm pretty sure. Unless this was, I'm thinking, a couple years ago. But I'm pretty sure it's like crazy low because of these policies, because of Claudia Scheinbaum and her party dealing with the fucking problem. While also saying, don't worry about the cartels, we'll deal with it. But this idiot is like, no, cartels, our problem, Sentinel. Like, you're an idiot. You're an actual idiot. He either isn't told that these policies exist, he is completely ignorant of what's happening and only knows the talking points, or he's intentionally lying because he wants to do this.
At record numbers. So we're going to make up for that by putting tariffs on Mexico and Canada, substantial tariffs. Then we want to get along.
Has Donald Trump ever worked in manufacturing, you dickhead? If this is the qualification, this is the most unqualified cunt in the world. Are you seriously trying to make this argument? You're seriously trying to make pro-sweatshop arguments. Every single garment is touched by a human hand. China has outlets that you can buy garments for cents. Literal cents. So if every garment is touched by a human hand and you're selling it for cents, do you think these people are paid good fucking wages for their time and work? Do you think they have protections from their workplace? Or do you think that these people are profiting, pocketing the money, who are likely CCP members or foreign capitalists, fucking over your countrymen for money? And your government allows it. And you're making a pro-that argument? You're a piece of shit.
With everybody, but you know they have to. It takes two to tango.
That's the only conclusion that I can come to. You are a piece of shit.
That will get the chatters to stay. That will definitely change their mind.
Again, I don't care. Pay your fucking workers. It's really not that complicated. They make you your money. Pay them. You do nothing. You push paper and work on a computer, and you think that you deserve millions of dollars while these people do hours and hours and hours of work, overtime, and get paid nothing.
Yeah,
And you think that's
funny.
fair because I haven't worked in corporate
It's
work.
funny. You haven't done corporate?
You ever run a plantation though? Yeah, that's a good point. You ever run a plantation though? That's hard work. You know, you have to pay the people that whip the slaves. That's a lot of money. Because they're
Yeah.
white, right?
Yeah, you know,
We're a-
Frank from Always Sunny has some opinions on sweatshops.
Does he? I'm sure he does. Been watching more of that show. Season 12 is a banger season. The season with Cricket. I'm not sure if he's in other seasons.
I mean, yeah. You must have missed some blanks. Cricket is a main character.
Yeah, I've seen the first season, half of the second season, and season 12.
Oh. Yeah, Cricket is a main
Approaching the-
character.
Yeah,
you
okay.
Actually, so like you actually need to go back. Let me figure out his first episode.
Okay. Chairman Mao said kill the sparrows as well.
Okay, season 2, episode 7 is the first episode with Cricket.
Season 12.
Season 2.
Two.
Episode 7.
Okay. I've only just missed him then.
So he is like going to be a priest, and I don't remember the scam they want him for, but Dee basically convinces him to leave the priesthood because he like used to have a crush on her, and they need him for a scam, and then they abandon the scam altogether, and then she's like, Cricket, fuck off, I don't actually care about you.
Yeah.
And he like totally destroyed his life to like go back to her. And then from there it's like downhill from there about his life. Like he's like there's at one point where he's being raped by dogs
Okay.
and stuff, and then he gets like horrifically burned, and the dogs pee on him and stuff.
Interesting. Okay. Sorry. I just wanted to make sure that I could properly recite exactly what Chairman Mao advised, right? So it was called the Four Pests campaign, and it targeted rats, flies, mosquitoes, and sparrows. It resulted in severe ecological imbalance and was one of the causes of the Great Chinese Famine. Not a great source. I can solve the problem of sweatshops by not supporting Donald Trump and his pro-sweatshop policies. That's what I can do. That's what you can do too. But you are making an active decision to support pro-sweatshop policies.
Vietnam just to have pansies like you take my freedom away from me. I didn't go to Vietnam just to have pansies like you take my freedom away from me.
You went to Vietnam in 1993 to open up a sweatshop.
And a lot of good men died in that sweatshop.
Oh my God, you're out of your mind.
Look.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Alright. Look, man. You're a fucking idiot. You literally know nothing about me.
I want to learn about manipulation.
Yes,
All right,
yes.
this is it. All right, here. The first rule of manipulation is you gotta show them who is boss. You gotta rant and rave and yell at people. Then they find their place. That's it.
Where the hell have you been?
It's only 9 o'clock in the morning.
Oh my God, I've been here since 5.
What?
D, things have changed around here. They're running this place like a concentration camp. I mean, we shouldn't even be talking right now. I think you better sit down and get to work, D. It's bad. Situation is bad. Oh my God. They're watching us, D. They're always watching us.
What do you think they're saying out there, Frank?
I don't know, but I don't like it. The German war propaganda was a nice idea.
Wait till you hear the steam whistle.
Charlie, where's my dress? Charlie? I worked forever on that dress.
The dress did not fit the prototype.
It didn't fit the prototype, D.
Screw the prototype! What are you talking about? Now I have to start all over.
I'm afraid not, Deidre. We're gonna have to let her go.
You heard the man, D. Get off the floor.
Oh my God.
Off the
You know
floor
what?
now, D. Off the
This-
floor.
We're out of here!
No.
We don't need this. Let's go. Got a whole box of knockwurst up there.
Deandra.
A big pot of it.
Deandra,
Why are they listening
what
to her,
are you
Frank?
doing?
I'm staging a strike. Let's
I'm pulling it
go.
again.
No.
I'm pulling it again. Back to
No.
work.
They don't-
What did you want about Boko Haram, by the way?
Huh? Ah,
What
that
did
was
you
the
want
that was the soundbite.
But what does he say?
He says there are bigger mosquitoes. Mosquitoes are bigger terrorists than Boko Haram. I think I gave you specific time code of the episode too.
Is that the Wolf Cola episode?
Yes, it is. Yes.
That's a good episode.
Work and what do you? Again,
Is it
just
this one?
stop talking.
Dawn of America.
You got to understand that Boko Haram did not do 9/11. That was Al Qaeda. Paris, that was done by ISIS. Boko Haram is just concentrating. They're doing Africa. I mean, there's mosquitoes down there that are bigger terrorists than Boko Haram.
No, it literally is. The solution to sweatshops is literally pointing fingers. What the fuck are you talking about? You know that, like, the Uyghur slave labor has become not as big of an issue because of pointing fingers. What the fuck are you talking about? People were like, hey, Apple, hey, Nike, stop using slave labor. And they stopped. Crazy, right? It's almost like the pointing fingers was the thing that helped.
My
Like
finger point.
it literally is the solution to the problem. It literally is.
Made us number one. We were number 3. I made us number 1 in a very short period of time. And we want to get along with everybody, but you know they have to. It takes 2 to tango. We're approaching the dawn of America's golden age. It's going to be a golden age for America. We have things that nobody else has. We have more natural resources. We have number 1. Nobody knew that until I came along. I made us number 1. We were number 3.
Nobody knew.
I made us number 1 in a very short period of time in drilling. And you know, you can talk about windmills. They litter our country. They're littered all over our country, like dropping paper, like dropping
He fucking
garbage
hates windmills.
in a field. And that's what happens to them because in a period of time they turn to garbage. Most expensive energy ever. They only work if you get subsidy. The only people that want them are the people that are getting rich off windmills, getting massive subsidies from the U.S. government. And it's the most expensive energy there is. It's many times more expensive than
anti-subsidy.
clean natural gas.
There's a lot of people watching on YouTube. If you're on YouTube, you should come to Twitch. Come watch on Twitch. Twitch is more fun. We have fun Osama bin Laden emotes. Hold on. Where are they? Here. This is for the YouTube people. This is what you could have. Oh my god, it
It
didn't
just
work.
shows up as OBL, 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 OBL.
That's very disappointing.
You have to pay for those.
Sure. But still.
But you can then
There's
Osama
the
bin Laden in other people's chats.
Ah, exactly. There's there's the benefit. So if you do that, and then we can have a chat that can be menaces everywhere. Just spamming Osama's in the chat. But this is the potential. This is what you could have. Oh, I could put chat on screen. You're right. Hold on. Boom. Send Osama's.
I mean,
There it
there's
is.
Some there.
Boom. Dunsky, look at that. Osama's. This is what you could have.
He's got a poker face. How much for a Zapata emote?
Ooh,
Well,
that's a good idea.
It's right here.
Do you actually have one? That's funny. See what that comes up as.
So we're going to try and have a
There
policy
you go.
with no windmills.
This is what you could have. But it again, it literally is the solution. Like
The
you,
United
the
States
reason
has
the
used black slaves for a long time, and black slave farmers will not listen to your suggestions at all.
what?
They,
Okay.
They literally killed people. They literally Bleeding Kansas happened because people stood up to slavery.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what?
I don't understand. Like the Supply Chain Act is pointing fingers. That's the
Yeah.
whole point of it. and it's pointing
No, it
fingers
literally
at
allows them to take legal action.
yeah. So it protects Chinese workers by having the American capitalist corporations be responsible for the actions of their supply chain, which means that the corporate heads, the people that you're sitting here giving gobbies to, slobbering all over, right? They have to be conscious of the choices that they make. Actual leadership. You understand? Actual leadership. Understanding who is getting hurt down to the smallest person. That's what leadership should be.
Because, like, Boko Haram didn't do 9/11 is also pretty funny.
Is also that is a good one.
I think we said enough.
Yes, the mosquito I think should be in there. There are mosquitoes bigger than Boko Haram.
Being built, you know, off the coast of New Jersey, they want to build like 200 windmills. The people are going crazy. Nobody wants them, and they're very expensive. They don't work without subsidy. You don't want energy that needs subsidy. Energy is a good business. You don't need subsidy. But when you build these massive towers, and they're 25 stories tall, 40 stories, they have one 70 stories tall. The blades, they take 3 ships to ship them. It's crazy. They're dangerous. You see what's happening up in the Massachusetts area with the whales, where they had 2 whales wash ashore in, I think, a 17-year period. And now they had 14 this season. The windmills are driving the whales crazy, obviously. And they had actually over, I think, 125 or something over.
Look, we've got that might be number 4. Have we got a 4th? Does that top the last dumbest thing he said?
Number of years, and we don't want that to happen. It's a disaster. It's amazing the way a true environmentalist would
I've
say.
noticed he hasn't, 1, taken any questions, and 2, hasn't repeated himself for a hot minute.
Oh, we love wind. It sounds good, but that's about where it ends.
Hey, what are you
after
talking
10
about?
years,
He's
you have to
been
redo
going
them.
on about
And
windmills
what happens
for
is
a
they don't do
while
that.
now.
They let them stand and they rust, and they say, because of the environment, I'm not a believer in this, but they say you can't, because it's a certain fiberglass, that the blades cannot be buried in earth, that's an environment. So what do you do with them? What do you do with them? And I don't know if you've ever gone to Palm Springs, California, or any of these places where you have long-term windmills standing. They're a disaster. They're rusting, rotting, closed, falling down. This is as you enter Palm Springs.
How do you persuade the South not to use black slaves? You kill them.
They literally, there was a war.
Yeah. Like, what do you mean? Like, do you not think the people that had been enslaved for 5 generations were not sick of it?
Also,
do you
like,
think
there were states that founded themselves that were like the first Western places where slavery was illegal. The United States both was the first and last place to outlaw slavery in
what
that
a
world.
country? Oh, slavery is still technically legal.
Mm-hmm. Well,
because it literally, like, the 13th Amendment.
That's the triangle trade, though. Because, like, even Mauritania, like, was the last country to outlaw it, and they still have slavery, too.
Yeah. But, like, even the 13th Amendment doesn't technically outlaw slavery. It says slavery, like, private slavery is abolished.
But
even though there's private prisons.
The point is that it's a completely different type of slavery.
Yeah. But this is the other thing, right?
That's why we call it modern slavery.
Yeah,
so
but
if
private slavery,
people can't get triggered because they think we're talking about a specific period.
Sure.
That's why we use the word modern.
But what, like, and now I lost it.
Well, we need to get through this, so.
And they put new ones next to them because nobody wants to take them down, because why should they take them down? It's very expensive to take them down, and you can't do anything with them because the blades, you can't bury them because of the environmental protection. We'll look at that.
This is a completely irrelevant point.
So we are at the beginning.
We're talking about sweatshops in China being
business.
connected to American capitalism, and pointing fingers at American capitalism is literally how you stop it. Because China clearly allows it. The CCP loves to wage thieve. So they benefit from the low wages because they thieve the wages. So the only people that you can really make to stop this is the American corporation powering the modern slavery in China. Everybody is complicit.
And I think we're also at a golden age of common sense, because everything I'm saying to you, from a simple water faucet that doesn't allow water to come out appropriately, to
I did put that as the title, didn't I? That's funny.
What? What'd you put as the title?
God Emperor Trump demands that you kneel.
all of the other
We'll get there.
elements of what we do, and what we're going to do, to take 50 to 60 trillion dollars off our country's balance sheet, because some man that has no idea what he's doing, he has no idea. You know it, I know it, the Democrats know it. What they did is a crime by allowing that to happen. And I'll bet you, if you asked him today, how much acreage did you submit? Essentially, did you destroy? You destroyed the economic viability of drilling in the ocean. And with AI coming along and all, you know, a lot of people don't realize that AI is going to be a big
they
thing.
should
But
be there now.
No, southern plantations and Chinese
They're not the
sweatshops are
same
not
thing.
the same thing.
They're
You're
not
just
the-
wrong.
That's why specifically I just said we define it as modern slavery.
Like, it's literally not the same thing.
The southern plantations were far worse.
Yes, much worse. And
The triangle
That's-
trade is one of the worst things that humanity has ever done.
yeah.
you'll need double the electricity at least that we have right now. So right now we produce electricity for many, many different things. AI is a very big deal in terms of the future. China is already building electric facilities, big, bold electric facilities. And you know how they're being fired up? With coal. They're being fired up with coal. And we're going to build bigger and better ones.
Well,
People like
that's why I said the triangle
Hussein,
trade. It
that
includes the Caribbean too. Like the whole era. It's so bad. And that even includes the fucking the Dutch Indies and stuff
Yeah.
in the
Yeah.
other side of the world.
are doing the same thing as he is. I'll bet they don't do it as well, because I know.
Like, colonialism, that period of colonialism is objectively one of the worst things humanity
You want to
has
hear
ever done.
a great story about Thomas Jefferson?
Sure. Why not?
You know, because like he was you know, known for like fucking baby slaves and stuff.
Yes.
So he would take the slave that he was raping to France. Slaves were not legal in France. So he had to free her whenever he took her to France.
Wow.
And so he told her that all the children, which were basically white because she was like already only a quarter black. Right? So her children were literally white babies.
Yeah.
So he told her that if she agreed to be re-enslaved every time they came home, that he would free her children.
And did he?
He sold them.
Wow. Wow.
Great people, huh?
Very cool. That is a very, very cool story. What a great dude.
That's why I, even though John Adams gave us one of the worst policies in American history, he can still shit all over Thomas Jefferson.
Okay.
Boko Haram did not do 9/11. That was Al Qaeda.
That one's really fucking good.
I mean, there's mosquitoes down there that are bigger terrorists than Boko Haram.
I don't know. How's the volume?
The Al Qaeda one is really good. It's really solid.
The critique of capitalism is consistent here. Like, I don't know what kind of point you're making here. We've literally been arguing against capitalism exploiting the Chinese workers the entire time. You literally are arguing in favor of Donald Trump's pro-sweatshop policies. That's what we're arguing about. I know you got distracted there on your side tangent, but that's what we're arguing about here. You are pro-slavery. He's dead. I don't know what you want me to do. No, I can't talk to a dead man.
Know how he does it, but they're doing a lot of things. The problem is they can't get their permits because I say build the plant with the building. So with the structure, build the plant, because if you're going to grids are old. So they said, that's a great idea. In other words, build your electric facility alongside of your plant. And you could have extra output if you want, because once you build it, you can make it larger pretty inexpensively. You could have extra output, which you'll sell to the public, but build it with the plant, and people are loving that idea. So we're going to have a lot of fun making America great again, and it's going to happen, I think, very, very quickly. It's already happened. So I would say this, and this has been pretty openly reported by the news. There's never been anything like what's happened in the list since we won the election, a couple of months since we won the election.
I don't know. I'm not sure, because he was saying that he's pro-Trump, which is strange. But yeah, whatever. Hey, look, I'm pro. If China wants to invade Taiwan, and America wants to drop a nuke on their carrier groups, I'm fine with that. To be completely honest. Like, China will probably do it to America's carrier groups as well. Just don't hit civilian targets. It's like the only real use for nuclear weapons. Probably don't, though. It's probably a bad idea to set that precedent.
The whole perception of the whole world is different. People from other countries...
Wasn't it Ryan Macbeth that said the only, like, viable uses of nuclear weapons?
Oh,
it was like five certain scenarios.
I was up when we looked at this. This is who you're saying is dead?
Yes.
Wow. Famously, you know, wow. Famously, me, plenty of things to say about how Washington was great. I almost, never talk about how awful and overrated of a person he is.
Mm-hmm. Never.
And, like, it's like this whole, like, idea that he fucking gave up power out of modesty. Get the fuck out of my face. He gave it up to go fucking make money off of slavery.
Yeah.
Because it was more profitable. Because he didn't make any money as president.
Called me, they said, thank you. Thank you. The perception of the whole world is different. We're gonna
What's that solution? Continue it? Because that's what they're doing.
to settle some big problems that are going on right now. We're going to have to settle up with Russia, Ukraine. That's a disaster. I look at numbers every week, the number of people being killed in that war. People don't know, mostly soldiers now. But the towns have been obliterated. This was a Biden fiasco that he got. That should have never happened. If we had a real president, if we had a president that knew what he was doing, Russia would have never, ever gone in. But they did go in, and we have a mess. The cities are all blown up. The people have largely left.
Bro, I am one random guy with 13 people watching a stream in Australia. What the fuck do you want me to do? Honestly. Touch some fucking grass. We are arguing, we are talking about the fact that you are pro-slavery. And you are here making pro-slavery arguments, avoiding admitting that you are pro-slavery because you realize that it's a bad position to take and we know more than you.
And the soldiers are killing each other at levels that haven't been seen since the Second World War. So we'll have to get that one straightened out, too.
Which guy terrifies you?
Much tougher than it would have been before it started, I can tell you that. A deal could have been made just by an average deal maker. Deal could have been made on that. So thank you all for coming. We'll take a couple of questions. Yeah.
Hey, finally.
Go ahead, please.
President, thank you.
What was that about the Gulf of America?
That you mentioned, but let's start, if we could, with your references to Greenland and the Panama Canal, so forth. Can you assure the world that as you try to get control of these areas, you are not going to use military or economic coercion?
No.
And can you tell us a little bit about what your plan
Wait.
is? I wanted to touch on as you try to get control of these areas, you are not going to use military or economic coercion?
No.
And can you tell us a little bit about what your plan is?
The question was, can you assure the world that you won't, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he said no.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing.
Are you going to negotiate a new treaty?
I'm no new wars. Instantly starts at 3.
Are you going to ask the Canadians to hold a vote? What is the strategy?
Yeah, I can't assure you, you're talking about Panama and Greenland. No, I can't assure you on either of those two. But I can say this, we need them for economic security. The Panama Canal was built for our military. I'm not going to commit to that now. It might be that you'll have to do something. Look, the Panama Canal is vital to our country. It's being operated by China.
No, it's
China.
not.
And we gave the Panama Canal to Panama. We didn't give it to China. And they've abused it. They've abused that gift. It should have never been made, by the way. Giving the Panama Canal is why Jimmy Carter lost the election, in my opinion, more so maybe than the hostages. The hostages were a big deal. But if you remember, and nobody wants to talk about the Panama Canal now because it's inappropriate, I guess, but because it's a bad part.
The Panama Canal is managed and operated by Panamanian government-owned Panama Canal Authority. The original locks are 33.5 meters wide, allowing the passage of Panamax ships. A third wider lane of locks was constructed in September 2007 and May 2016. Trump, you are once again incorrect. You fucking liar.
Part of the...
Why are you using lies to justify imperialist posturing? You piece of shit.
Carter legacy, but he was a good man. Look, he was a good man. I knew him a little bit, and he was a very fine person, but that was a big mistake. Giving the Panama Canal to Panama was a...
We've heard him call people fine before, haven't we? They were very fine people.
Very big mistake. We lost 38,000 people. It cost us the equivalent of $1 trillion, maybe more than that. Probably the most expensive, they say it was the most expensive structure, if we call it a structure.
You know that Donald Trump doesn't read books, right? You know he's illiterate? And the guy that you support? And you're complaining that I
You can look this
don't
up.
study science and technology? Brother. Shut the fuck up.
Which I guess you can, ever built. And giving that away was a horrible thing. And I believe that's why Jimmy Carter lost the election.
Required to study
What?
science and technology. Things like war and
Election.
policy.
I have no idea.
Even more so than the hostages. Those two things.
Follow up on Ukraine and Iran, the two negotiations you'll be heading into. On
That's
Ukraine, you
crazy
said
because,
just before
like,
it's a lot more complicated now.
Much more complicated.
I didn't study any of those things, but yet people inside the U.S. government and other governments call me as an advisor when it comes to fucking Syria and Iraq. Still. To this day. Call me. They you know, they'll call me about fucking Kurdish politics, too. People who are working on the hostage deal with Hamas and Israel call me as an advisor. I didn't study any of those things.
Illegitimate, obviously.
You believe...
Because it would have never started.
Right, but it has started. You've
Well,
got,
not only started, the cities are largely knocked down.
So
they're
you've
they're
got
like...
what you've got. At this point, would you, to hold on to leverage in dealing with President Putin, would you make a commitment to the Ukrainians that you will keep supporting them during the negotiations?
Well, I wouldn't tell you
And
if
would
that were the
would you
case.
make a
Oh my
commitment to
God.
provide a security guarantee if they do enter into an armistice or a ceasefire
Yeah.
along the lines of
Personal
the
attacks are
French and the
meaninless.
Germans?
So, you know, a
Where-
big part of the problem was
Where
Russia
was
for
it a
many, many
personal
years, long
attack
before
when I
Putin
said I didn't study
you-
those things and I'm literally like called as a foreign policy advisor? I don't understand where the personal attack was when I talk about my own experience.
Also, you support Donald Trump, my dude. His entire
Yeah.
argument structure
pretty much.
is personal
Pretty much.
attacks. What are you talking about?
pretty much.
You know that you're a living hypocrite, right? You're displaying that you are walking hypocrisy. Almost worse than Donald Trump at this point. I don't like. Are you struggling with cognitive dissonance? What the fuck is going on?
Commie.
You could never have NATO involved with Ukraine. Now, they've said that that's been like written in stone. And somewhere along the line, Biden said, no, they should be able to join NATO. Well, then Russia has somebody right on their doorstep, and I could understand their feeling about that.
Give me a second.
Zelensky's interview was all about this. Honestly, I can't see Trump talking about Ukraine the same after hearing Zelensky talk about it.
Really?
Yeah, that Lex Friedman interview was eye-opening on how Zelensky views Trump.
This is a map of NATO members.
You're just pointing out that there's literally something on their border.
Yes. So this is Russia right here. We have so funny story.
I wasn't even thinking about that. I was just like, wow, dumb Russian talking point, and it already left my brain.
So this is Ukraine right here, right? Since Russia invaded Ukraine, Finland joined. Before Ukraine, there was only these two countries here on Russia's border with NATO. Now they have all of their nuclear weapons right on NATO's doorstep. Do you think that invading Ukraine was a smart decision for Russia? Who do you think has negotiation power now? What do you think? Maybe someone should mention this to Trump. That, no, there actually wasn't members on his... There was already members on their doorstep. One, because this is also Russia.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, let me see if that's Spain and France. Hold on. Where are we? Here. This is also Russia. So, really, Poland... And when did Poland join? Poland was the first one.
After... in Gorbachev. Reagan. Not 1 inch.
99. So Poland joined in 99, which means NATO has been on Russian borders since 1999. So can we just like drop this Russian talking point about NATO being on Russian borders? This is not the reason he invaded. He invaded because he's an imperialist fascist with dreams of the power of the Soviet Union. Or dreams of power of the Russian Empire. Whatever the fuck his bullshit narrative is. That's why. He invaded because he's a fucking fascist. There's no other reason. And Donald Trump is threatening invasion. Why?
Funny.
Isn't that funny? Isn't it funny how you can find ties between actions made by Donald Trump and actions made by Vladimir Putin?
It's funny.
Funny how that works. Crazy. Also, I'm pretty sure Sweden is a part of NATO as well now. So, yeah.
Hilarious.
Shit argument, Big Don.
But there were a lot of mistakes made in that negotiation. And when I heard...
I've never brought the map up before, but I've always made that point. That, like, NATO's always been on their doorstep. Like, why is this a point that we're taking seriously? Like, this expansion is, as far as I'm aware, possibly to protect the Ural Mountains, I think. And having that flat land covered, because it's hard to defend flat land. So if they can position themselves at land, which would be most of Ukraine's farmland and flat grasslands and wheat fields and shit.
Grass.
That's why. Yes, grass.
Grass.
The way that Biden was negotiating, I said, you're going to end up in a war. And it turned out to be a very bad war. And it could escalate. That war could escalate to be much worse than it is right now.
They can never join NATO.
Well, my view is that it was always understood. In fact, I believe that they had a deal, and then Biden broke it. They had a deal, which would have been a satisfactory deal to Ukraine and everybody else, but that Biden said, no, you have to be able to join NATO. And that's always been, and nobody knows more about
Was
NATO
that
than I.
butcher?
Years
Was that butcher denialism?
No, not really.
No.
It's just stupidity.
ago when I first started
Because the
this,
deal
I
was
didn't know too much
broken
about
when
NATO, but I got it right anyway. I said
Putin
they're taking
invaded.
advantage. I'm the one that got, and
Yeah, okay.
Putin broke the deal.
the
He's
Secretary
just a
General
fucking idiot,
was
bro.
here, as you know, 2 weeks ago, saying that if it weren't for me, NATO wouldn't even exist right now, because I raised from countries that weren't paying their bills. At that time, 28 countries, 20 of them were not paying their bills, 21 to be exact. They weren't paying, or they were paying a very small portion. And I raised over $680 billion, that was the number he gave, by saying, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you. And as soon as I said that, the money came pouring in. But Obama could have said it. Other people could have said it. Bush could have said it. Nobody said it but me. I took a lot of heat. They said, oh, that's a threatening statement. Well, they weren't paying their bills. I said, we're not going to protect you if you're not paying the bills. So,
You know, these are all just fallacies, right? Being like, oh, they did it before, they did it before. It's all just a fallacy to justify doing it again. Like, just because somebody did a bad thing doesn't make doing it now a good reason. Like, we have forethought and hindsight for a reason. Right? Use the fucking brain that we have. Right? Why are we sitting here allowing a fucking idiot like this to do things like this? Especially Americans. Why would Americans allow someone like this to do things like this when it's so easy to just be like, nah, we won't do that actually. Fuck you. Go fuck yourself. But everybody's too scared to stand up because they're all cowards. They would rather have their paycheck.
in a true sense, I saved NATO, but NATO's taken advantage of us. And one of the problems that I have, and I've said it
See you later.
openly, I said it to President
See you
Zelensky,
next time.
Europe is in for a tiny fraction of the money that we're in. Now, whether you like that situation or not, Europe is much more affected than the United States. We have a thing called the ocean in between us, right? Why are we in for billions and billions of dollars more money than Europe? And, you know, they're a similar size, a little smaller, but they're a similar size economy as the United States when you add them up. And yet Europe is in for a small fraction of the number the United States is in. Now, Biden could have called them up during the term. That's what I did. I said, you have to pay your bills.
The United
And they all-
States is a single country. Europe is 28 countries or some shit. 30 countries, 32 countries. I don't know. I don't care. I don't care about Europe. But like they're separate countries. You fucking ignoramus. That's why. They don't work as a collective fucking purse. What the fuck are you? He really is just that dumb, isn't he?
One stood up. I won't say who. You'll probably have it because the papers, the media hated to report on it. But a prime minister stood up from a country, you know, a famous meeting of 28.
Uh-huh. Why?
Nations with no press, no anybody in the room. He stood up. He says, does that mean if we don't pay our bill, and at that point it was 2%, it should be 5%. It should be 5%, not 2%.
Oh, here we go.
But at that point it was 2%, but many people didn't pay. Some
You're
people didn't pay
truly-
anything. But
you're
many
getting
people were waiting, including Germany. Germany was at less than 1%.
He loves this story.
Well, I think NATO should have 5%, yeah. Well, you can't do it at 2. I mean, at 2%, every country, if you're going to have a country in a regular military, you're at 4%. I think they should be, you know, they're in dangerous territory. I think it should be, they can all afford it, but they should be at 5%, not 2%. I'm the one that got them to pay 2%. But a gentleman stood up, a prime minister stood up, and he said to me, sir, could I ask you a question? You're saying we have to pay our bills. If we don't pay our bills, will the United States protect us from Russia? I said, if you don't pay, you mean you're delinquent? He said, yes. He said, if you're delinquent, we will not protect you. I took a lot of heat. Although it was somewhat closed door, I took a lot of heat from the media. And you know what happened? The money started pouring in. That's why NATO has money. And the Secretary General said it was the most incredible thing he had ever seen in a negotiation. Now, if I would have said, yes, we will, nobody would have paid. If I would have loved to say, yes, we'll protect you even if you don't pay. But that's not the way life works.
Two questions related to each other. First, you said on your first day of office you were going to pardon January 6th defendants. Are you planning to pardon those who were charged with violent offenses?
Well, we're looking at it, and we have other people in there. And as you see, I guess 24 or 28 people came now from the FBI.
Yeah,
that came out very quietly.
We've
Nobody
established that he's dumb, so he wouldn't even be able to comprehend the specifics of military spending and paying America. No, it literally is a protection racket.
Defensive cartel.
Reported it, but they had
Yeah.
people in some form related to the FBI. They had 4 or 5 people that were strongly related to the FBI. We have to find out about that. We have to find out about Hezbollah. We have to find out about who exactly was in that whole thing, because people that did some bad things were not prosecuted. You know, I see it all the time, and you see it too. People that were doing some bad things weren't prosecuted, and people that didn't even walk into the
Oh, my
building are in
God.
jail right now. So we'll be looking at the whole thing, but I'll be making major pardons. Yes, please.
What did he say? What does Hezbollah have to do with January 6th? Is there a fucking Hezbollah Jan 6 connection that I don't know about?
They had people in some form related to
didn't
the
need you to go
FBI. They
back.
had
I
4 or 5
heard
people
him.
that were strongly
I'm
related
just
to the FBI. We
confused.
have to find out about that. We have to find out about Hezbollah. We have to find out about who exactly was in that whole thing, because people that did some bad things were not prosecuted. You know, I see it all the Please.
Yeah, he is old. He's as old as Biden was when he got into office.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. It's good to see you again. 2 questions about Syria and the ongoing war in Gaza. About Syria, the Pentagon disclosed last month the U.S. has some 2,000 troops in Syria. That's almost double the number initially.
Yeah, it's about fucking time. It should have been Europe doing Ukraine, like
By the way,
aiding
speaking of
Ukraine
6
the whole
o'clock
time.
News, they just announced the last package Biden's sending.
Oh yeah.
It's a PBS thing that's in the 6 o'clock thing.
Mm-hmm.
We were told of 900. Will you keep that troop capacity the same upon taking
Well, I
over?
won't tell you that because that's part of a military strategy. But I
Yeah,
will say it was
I expect Trump's health to decline very rapidly in the next couple of years. There's no way that his Big Mac diet is not going to bite him in the ass.
Turkey. Turkey's been after that country in different names and different forms and shapes for 2,000 years. Those people that went in are from Turkey. And President Erdogan is a friend of mine. He's a guy I like, respect. I think he respects me also. He's the one that didn't go after certain people after I requested that he not. You know who I'm talking about? The Kurds. I don't know how long that's going to, because they're natural enemies.
Oh my God.
They hate each
Natural
other.
enemies.
But
Why?
he didn't do that yet. And he didn't do it in the
They're
past
literally
also.
not natural
He started and I
enemies.
said,
It's not fucking
please
cats
don't do
and
that, and he
dogs,
didn't do
bro.
it. So,
Jesus
but if you look
Christ.
at what happened with Syria, Russia was weakened, Iran was weakened, and he's a very smart guy. And he sent his people in there through different forms and different names, and they went in and they took over, and that's the way it is.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. Do you have concerns about HTS taking control of
By the way, I
Syria?
have the envoy here. Is that in the back? It is. Standing with my son, Eric, is Steve Witkoff, who's just got back from the Middle East, and he's done a fantastic job. He's a great deal maker. I said, what we need there is a deal maker, because nobody makes a deal. We have people that understand where the rivers are and where the meets and bounds are, but they can't talk. They can't make deals. Steve's done a great job. I just want to thank you, Steve. You've been working endlessly for months, and he's working specifically on the hostages, trying to get them back.
Well, that was my second question is, Hamas
Steve, come up for a second. Maybe you might want to say a couple of words.
Sir,
I didn't-
Hamas released another hostage.
I didn't know Steve was going to be here, actually.
Neither did I.
He's done a fantastic job, and it's a dangerous job, too, and we appreciate it. He didn't know about this kind of danger and the other deal-making he does. Now he sees a lot of big danger. Come on up, Steve.
Mr. President, can I ask you the second part of that? Hamas
Yeah,
released
just one
another
second.
hostage video.
I'm going to give you a little report on the hostages, if I can. Steve? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Is
Wow.
this about Israel?
Yeah, the question was
Okay.
about HTS,
Don't
by
care.
the way.
President.
Huh?
No.
The question was about HTS, by the way.
And they're talking about Israeli hostages.
Yes.
Cool, don't care.
Shot. She was shot for no reason whatsoever.
Ashley Babbitt?
In fact, they say that she was trying to hold back the crowd, and the crowd was made up of a lot of different people, so
doing
we'll see.
Ashley
But I will
Babbitt
tell you this.
apologia?
Well, you know, the only one that was killed was a
Yeah.
beautiful young lady named Ashley Babbitt, but just found. And why didn't they find the bomber, the pipe bomber? You know, they know who the pipe bomber is. The FBI knows who it is. The status of the FBI has
up,
gone down
Fudge?
so far, and the status of
Wait.
the DOJ, or as I call it, the Department of Justice, it's the Department of Injustice, being laughed at all over the world. And hopefully with Pam Bondi and with Kash Patel and with other people that we're putting in, that will all come back. If you do a poll in the FBI, I guarantee I'm at like 90%. with the agents of the FBI, but they have hurt that incredible place. Law enforcement, I mean, you think of the FBI, they raided this house. By the way, they could have told me, could I see this? I would have given them, I actually told them.
Yeah, no, he literally did get her killed. You're right. She died, and it's on him. It's on Donald Trump, and now he's using her for political gain. It's very funny. Because, like, you know that he was, like, sitting in the White House being told to go out there and tell them to stop, and didn't. Right? Like, he made an active decision to not go out there and tell them to stop, because he knew what he did.
Come in anytime you want. You can see anything. They raided the house, and the case was dismissed. And now I'm in litigation. I'm suing them for doing that. And I feel so badly doing it. I'm the President of the United States, and I'm suing the United States. But I'm suing them for other things, too. The FBI has gone so... its reputation has been so horribly hurt. Between Comey, who is the worst, and all of the others... What's happened to the FBI is, and we're going to make it great again. We're going to make the FBI great again. We're going to make the Department of Justice fair and strong, but fair again. Because all they did was attack me because I'm their political opponent. And that includes with local judges like Marchand. You ought to find out. Ask him, why do I have a gag order where I'm not allowed to speak? Think of it. I'm the President of the United States, and I'm not allowed to speak.
Magnum Dom.
Because if I did speak, people would understand the scam. It's a scam. And we have very dishonest judges, and New York judges are very bad. We had one that valued this house at $18 million because it was good for their case. He actually valued that chandelier is worth more than $18 million. He valued this house as $18 million. And we have another one who was so nasty, so horrible, such a brute, most vicious, vile person. These are New York judges. But we've won most of the cases, so we're very happy about that. Please.
Their position is clear, but have you directed your staff to take specific action to draw plans? And can you elaborate again? You didn't rule out military coercion.
Well, we need Greenland for national security purposes. I've been told that for a long time, long before I even ran. I mean, people have been talking about it for a long time. You have approximately 45,000 people there. People really don't even know if Denmark has any legal right to it. But if they do, they should give it up because we need it for national security. That's for the free world. I'm talking about protecting the free world. You look at, you don't even need binoculars. You look outside, you have China ships all over the place. You have Russian ships all over the place. We're not letting that happen. We're not letting it happen. And if Denmark wants to get to a conclusion, but nobody knows if they even have any right, title, or interest. The people are going to probably vote for independence or to come into the United States. But if they did do that, then I would tariff Denmark at a very high level.
Have you asked your staff to draw plans for acquisition? I mean, are you active?
No, we're not at that stage, but we have people. I haven't even entered office yet.
Secondly, sir, Elon Musk has drawn some criticism and a lot of attention for some of his actions and provocative statements about foreign affairs, including in Europe. Your reaction to that, is that appropriate?
You mean where he likes people that tended to be conservative? I don't know the people. I can say Elon's doing a good job, very smart guy. I don't know the people you're talking about. He was, I know he said some negative things about a couple of people that are running for office, but that's not so unusual. Yes, please.
Did you see my post on the Instagram page?
No.
I was on the Discover page on Instagram on the 5th Gen account, and it recommended me a Victorian police post. So I screen recorded me reporting it for organized crime.
Oh, yeah, I did see that.
And I'm like, do the right thing. Report the police for organized crime and terrorism. Fucking funny as. I had a good giggle. 160 people be seeing that shit. I wonder if anybody unfollowed us. Maybe some.
Ukraine and Putin. How soon do you anticipate going to meet with Putin to discuss the Ukraine situation?
Well, I can't tell you that, but I know that Putin would like to meet. I don't think it's appropriate that I meet until after the 20th, which I hate, because every day people are being, many young people are being killed, soldiers. The land is very flat.
It's going to be the Gulf of America. Is such Shah of Iran energy.
And hundreds of thousands of soldiers from each, many hundreds of thousands from each
literally
side.
at the moment where they say it to him.
Amazing.
are dead, and they're laying in fields all over the place. Nobody to even collect. There's landmines all over. It's a disaster. But it's very flat. It's great. It's farmland, and it's very, very flat. And the only thing that stops a bullet is the
school days.
Persian Gulf.
All right.
But they do call it Arabian Gulf.
Well, they can do many things.
And they find an irony in the oil situation. In this, they say.
So look at how mad he is because the guy said they call it the Arabian Gulf, talking about Saudi Arabia. Like, he legit gets mad at this guy.
Yes.
Next year, just as Iran's profits will go
yes,
up by 400%.
but this is our wealth, our natural wealth. For them, it's only a question of manipulation.
As you know, I have been across the Gulf that you call Persian and they call Arabian.
Why do you call it Gulf? You have been to school, haven't you?
Yes.
What was the name that you have read during your school days?
Persian Gulf.
All right.
But they do call it Arabian Gulf.
Well, they can do many things.
And they
to be fair and kind of on his side, I've only ever known it as the Persian Gulf.
I know, but it's just funny.
It is funny, but in his defense, I have only ever known it as the Persian Gulf, and that'll continue to be the Gulf of Mexico.
No, but here's the thing. This is going to have a freedom fries effect. The
Yes.
dumbest people are going to call it the Gulf of America.
Yes, that's pretty funny actually. It'll be another sign that we can be like, oh, you're a fucking idiot.
Ah! Thank God I wasn't still screen sharing.
I hope to have.
I immediately clicked
6
something
months.
and it was just dick on
No,
screen.
I would think. I
That's
hope
funny.
before 6 months. Look, Russia's losing a lot of young people, and so is Ukraine. And it should have never been started. That's a war that should have never happened. I guarantee.
Well, I think after all my research on the South China Sea, I think Taiwan would probably still call it the South China Sea.
You, if I were president,
Why do
that
you
war
call
would
it
have never
golf?
Who would you like to nominate to replace Michael Barr as vice chair of the military?
I'll be announcing somebody.
If you were to work under the assumption that you're serious about making Canada the 51st state of the United States, the leader of the Conservative Party in Canada said, under no circumstance will it ever be the 51st state.
Maybe he won't win, but maybe he will. I don't care.
You had suggested.
Listen, I don't care what he says.
But Sir Lopez, you said you were considering military force to acquire Panama.
No way.
Are you also considering military force to annex and
I
acquire?
have some Chad reporting.
Economic force, because Canada
You'll
and the
never
United
guess who did
States,
it.
that would.
You're right, I never will. Yeah, like this has been known about for a couple years though. Is these trade routes and stuff like this was obviously coming. It's just you don't need to you don't need to.
This is just cherry syrup. It's not blood. Jihadists from Boko Haram attacked the presidential palace tonight.
Boko Haram did not do 9/11. That was Al Qaeda.
Repelled security forces. This footage shows another militants killed by security forces during the attack. So there you go. Also, Boko Haram
there's
is Al
mosquitoes
Qaeda.
down there that are bigger terrorists than Boko Haram.
I mean, especially now because they're dead.
But yeah, like we've known about this for a while. Like this isn't Trump's acting like it's some kind of unique thought that he's had. It's not.
Well, I gotta say, all his thoughts are pretty unique.
I would contest.
You know, like the way Siamese twin is unique.
Yeah.
Really be something. You get rid of that artificially drawn line, and you take a look at what that looks like, and it would also be much better for national security. Don't forget, we basically protect Canada. But here's the problem with Canada. So many friends up there. I love the Canadian people. They're great. But we're spending hundreds of billions a year to protect it. We're spending hundreds of billions a year to take care of Canada. We lose in trade deficits. We're losing massive. We don't need their cars. You know, they make 20% of our cars. We don't need that. I'd rather make them in Detroit. We don't need the cars. We don't need their lumber. We have massive fields of
we
lumber.
get it
We
from
don't need their
Russia.
lumber. We have to unrestrict them because stupid people put, restrictions on, but I can do that with an executive order. We don't need anything they have. We don't need their dairy products. We have more than they have. We don't need anything. So why are we losing $200 billion a year and more to protect Canada? And I said that to, as I called him, Governor Trudeau. I said, listen, what would happen if we didn't subsidize you, if we didn't, because we give them a lot of money. We help them. As an example, we're buying icebreakers, and Canada wants to join us in the buying of icebreakers. I said, you know, we don't really want to have a partner in the buying of icebreakers. We don't need a partner. But no right. Nope, no right. Here's what we have. We have a right not to help them with their financial difficulties because we owe $36 trillion too. We're going to start knocking it out pretty fast, but we're going to be able to do it because of energy and other things. But no right. No right. But why are we supporting a country, 200 billion plus a year? Our military is at their disposal. All of these other things, they should be a state. That's why I told Trudeau when he came down. I said, what would happen if we didn't do it? He said Canada would dissolve. Canada wouldn't be able to function if we didn't take their 20% of our car market. You know, they send us hundreds of thousands of cars. They make a lot of money with that.
Guys,
they send us
if
a lot
you
of other.
have a Blue Sky, go and retweet the post. Twitter is literally on my account on Twitter. All my interactions are bots. It's wild. It's actually fucking crazy.
To retweet stuff.
The things that we don't need. We don't need their cars, and we don't need the other products. We don't need their milk.
I know, right?
We get a lot of milk.
Most anti-war president ever. Oh, fucking Kamala Harris is gonna start all these wars. All right.
Well,
we got a lot of everything, and we don't need any of it.
As
So I said to him,
Zelensky
well,
says,
why are we doing it? He said, I don't really know. He was unable
Trump
to answer
is
the
a very
question.
peace through strength type of guy. And he was talking about how he hopes Trump's approach is more effective because Trump, and he said that I hope with Trump that he gives us the weapons before the negotiations because with Biden this hasn't been working out, where we wait 3 months to see if Russia breaks the ceasefire before we get arms packages when we know exactly what Russia's going to do. Give us the leverage ahead of time so they get consequences immediately for breaking these ceasefires. And I was like, damn, Zelensky is probably going to be able to work Trump over. Like, hearing him talk on Lex Friedman, I was like, he's definitely going to be able to get what he wants from Trump. Trump, might actually be better for Ukraine.
Wouldn't that be funny if that's the way it turned out?
But Zelensky's also saying it knowing that he can't talk shit about Trump. So that's why I'm not too sure about it.
Okay.
But
it's not a bad way to go about it to just go about manipulating him.
Zelensky talk about Trump changed my opinion a lot on a lot of things. That Lex Friedman interview is eye-opening.
I still haven't watched it.
I'm glad
I'll watch it today.
That the Joe Rogan sphere audience is getting exposed to things like that.
Yes, and this is what I think Jake Bro, someone like that, Ukrainian guy, pretty reliable from what I've seen so far. I've seen him post about it, and he said the same thing. Is that it's not a bad thing at this point. It might actually turn out all right, and we shouldn't be shitting on people like Lex for taking the interview, right? You know how Joe Rogan refused the interview?
Yeah, what an idiot.
Right? Dumbass.
Probably because he would have to go to Ukraine to do it.
Maybe. But, at the same time, he should be roasted for not doing it because his audience, and Joe specifically, is so indoctrinated into this Russian
I'm
unreality.
not even following 5th Gen on Blue Sky.
Who?
I'm not even following 5th Gen on Blue Sky.
But it's like they live in this Russian crafted unreality, and it's an issue. They need to be broken out of it, which is why Lex doing this is fantastic. And then he's going to go and interview Putin, and it's going to reverse everything. That's the problem. Because he's not going to ask the contrary questions to Putin. right? It was a contrarian interview because Lex is so Russia-pilled. That's why. So I don't know. I think it's overall it's a good thing having interviews like this.
But I can answer it. We're doing it because of habit, and we're doing it because we like our neighbors, and we've been good neighbors.
Yeah,
But we
like
can't do it.
that is true, but also I think Ukraine has a closer relationship with America, and they'll get in the ear first. And Trump's one of those people that if you can get in his ear first, then he'll be more susceptible. He's the type of person that propaganda targets. Fox News, i.e.
It forever, and it's a tremendous amount of money.
Tremendous.
And why should we have a $200 billion deficit and add on to that many, many other things that we give them in terms of subsidy? And I said, that's okay to have if you're a state. But if you're another country, we don't want to have it. We're not going to have it with European Union either. European Union, we have a trade deficit of $350 billion. They don't take our cars. They don't take our farm product. They don't take anything. And so,
did you see my banner profile? My banner picture on Blue Sky? Yours is pretty good as well, actually. the asteroid with the economy, where mine is this one.
I just sent you a very interesting news story on Instagram. You can pull it up on your phone.
we're not going to have it with them either. Brian, go ahead.
Yes. Happy New Year, by the way.
Thank you.
We have some breaking news. You may not be aware of this, but it looks like Canon has blocked the DOJ from releasing the Smiths report until further court proceedings. Get your thoughts on
Wow,
that.
that's a big story.
Yeah.
So, if I get it right, the fake witch hunt started by the DOJ, having to do with books and records, and Biden had many more, and he wasn't protected by the Presidential Records Act, I was. But all of that fake stuff that took the lives of people, I mean, literally destroyed people. People are destroyed because of what they did. Destroyed. But we got to be president. But Biden did it for 40 years. He did it when he was a senator. That was illegal. And they ruled it was illegal. How about that? They said, it's illegal, but he's unfit to stand trial. So he can stand and be president of the United States, but the prosecutor found that he's unfit for trial. I was going to use that as a major talking point, but I never got to use it because all of a sudden I had a new candidate who was also sort of unfit to stand trial, right? But so what you're saying is that the judge just blocked the, so Cannon was thrown off the case. They dropped their appeal because he had no case. They dropped all of that, the lawsuits against us. They lost the lawsuit. So this is Deranged Jack Smith. So he dropped the lawsuits. He was told to by the DOJ because they had no lawsuit. They lost in court in front of a very strong and a very brilliant judge. They lost in court, and that pertained to other cases in other courts. So he wanted to do a report just before I take office, probably. So he'll do like a 500-page report, and it'll be a fake report just like the investigation was a fake investigation. And I said, well, wait a minute. This guy was thrown off in disgrace. In disgrace. He's going back to The Hague or wherever they're going to send him. In disgrace. Because he failed so badly. Because it was a fake case against a political opponent. They thought they were going to use this to beat me. So what you're saying is, I'm just hearing that they're not allowed to issue the report. So if they're not allowed to issue the report, that's the way it should be. Because he was thrown off the case in disgrace. Why should he be allowed to write a fake report? It'll only be a fake report.
Way.
That's great news. Good.
And if I can just follow.
So what, bro just like, was he having a mental breakdown? What the fuck? Are you alive?
Who?
You.
Who's having a mental breakdown? What?
The thing you sent me. You literally
Oh,
sent me the thing.
Oh, you're talking about the... Yeah, I don't know. He's just... insane. Missed his flight.
Like, it's not that big of a deal, bro. And he just, like, crawls into an engine? I want to see the aftermath. Surely there's a picture.
You've never seen the aftermath of someone dying in a plane engine?
Nope.
Oh, there's pictures. You can... There's a few. Oh, it's... People have killed themselves a few times by
Does it just
jumping
look
into
like
plane
a
engines.
pile of goop?
It looks well. What's interesting is the damage to the engine.
Okay, interesting.
But you know, like people have also survived it. I don't know how.
Interesting.
Just like how, like, you know, the one guy got pulled into a scramjet and lived. Do you ever see that?
Seriously?
Yeah, hang on, I'll show you.
That's fucking crazy. All right, do we want to move on? It's been 2 hours.
Go ahead.
Everyone's happy to move on? Was there anything specifically that we haven't hit that's in the last 10 minutes that people want to see?
I don't think so.
I wouldn't think so, but we'll move on. So I was gonna just highlight the invasion parts. So I'm probably just gonna like hit the more legitimate sources that we use just to get good information as opposed to looking at the bad information, because we've seen the bad information. That is Donald Trump.
Trump administration be planning to retake control of the Panama Canal. On the 21st of December 2024, President-elect Donald Trump stunned international observers by posting a message on his social media network threatening Panama over the way it's running the strategically vital waterway. This, in turn, sparked a tough response from the Panamanian president. But as the war of words escalates, questions are now growing about whether Trump may even be ready to launch a military invasion. So, what exactly lies behind the issue, and why has it suddenly come to such international prominence? Hello and welcome. If you're new to the channel, my name is James Kerr-Lindsay, and here I take an informed look at international relations, conflict, security, and statehood. Strategic waterways play a vital role in international relations. Connecting major oceans or seas, these narrow bodies of water can significantly shorten shipping routes, reducing time and costs for global trade and providing crucial routes for military forces. As a result, they're often the focus of geopolitical tensions as countries compete for influence over them. One of the best examples is the Panama Canal. Located in the Republic of Panama, this 82-kilometre or 51-mile waterway links the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, dramatically shortening the 13,000-kilometre or 8,000-mile route around South America. However, while the canal is essential for international trade, it holds a unique value for the United States. As the largest user, accounting for roughly 60% of the canal's traffic, it's crucial for transporting agricultural products, industrial goods, and energy supplies. It also provides a vital passage for the military, allowing the US Navy to move between the east and west coasts. All this makes it economically and militarily essential for the United States. While indigenous peoples had long inhabited Panama, our story starts in the early 16th century when Spanish explorers first charted the country's coastline and looked out across the Pacific. Over the following centuries, Panama became a critical part of the Spanish Empire, emerging as an essential trade route for transporting gold and silver. But all this changed in the early 19th century. As Latin America rebelled against Spanish rule, Panama broke free in 1821, becoming a part of the newly established state of Gran Colombia, a union of several former Spanish colonial territories. But while this collapsed a decade later, when Venezuela and Ecuador became separate independent countries, Panama remained under Colombian rule. Although the strategic value of a waterway across the Isthmus of Panama had long been recognised, it wasn't until the construction of the Suez Canal linking the Mediterranean to the Red Sea that serious efforts began to build a similar canal in Panama. In 1881, construction started under the guidance of Ferdinand de Lesseps, the French engineer who had built the Suez Canal. However, the project was beset by problems from the very start. In addition to significant engineering challenges, it was also affected by widespread disease and mismanagement. As a result, work was abandoned in 1889. Despite the difficulties, the United States was nevertheless keen to keep the project going. However, Colombia rejected a proposed treaty allowing the US to continue construction. In response, Washington supported Panamanian rebels pushing for independence from Colombia. This came to a head on the 3rd of November 1903. As a revolt erupted, the US prevented Colombian forces from intervening and Panama declared independence. Just under 2 weeks later, on the 18th of November, the US government signed a treaty with the new Panamanian administration.
Anti-colonial action?
Oh, you're here. So, I went to pull up that video of the guy getting sucked in the jet and surviving. Age-gated me. But here, I found a History Channel re-upload, not age-gated. Would you believe how many times they show the footage because they need to have the commercial breaks to tease you along?
A couple?
Right?
4?
A few times here.
On that particular night, you know, watching over.
Moves in to check the trainees' work.
Oh my
that?
god.
Isn't that crazy?
That's insane.
To check the trainees' work. The odds of surviving such an horrific accident are astronomical.
Jesus Christ.
But JD miraculously manages to crawl out alive. And believe it or not, a bandaged JD Bridges holds a news conference the very next day.
And I went under too far, out too far into the intake, and it sucked me in, as far as I can remember. I stuck my arm up above my head after it pulled me in, and I hit my arm on something. I guess that held me from going any farther. And then all the air was rushing through the intake, and it was sucking my air. I couldn't get any air. And then I heard him shut down the engine, and I looked back, and I just started pulling myself out, and that's the last thing I remember.
That's fucking crazy.
Almost 17 years later, JD still looks at the tape like everyone else, in total
This is on
disbelief.
Eisenhower.
Only thing
Dude,
I
that's
can
fucking
see that
crazy.
saved my life was maybe God had a hold of my feet and wouldn't let me go yet.
Oh, shut the fuck up. It was your arm, you
JD's helmet
dickhead.
was sucked completely off his head. Amazingly, investigators believe that is what saved his life.
No
Jet intake,
shit.
It sucked off my helmet, my gloves, my goggles, and it chewed my float coat and shirt up from my waist down all the way around.
His helmet came off when he first went into the intake.
How interesting. I would have imagined that him getting stuck, his arm getting stuck, if he
Yeah.
hadn't put his arm in
If he
first,
didn't-
he'd be
if he-
dead.
If he hit those blades,
He'd be
fucked.
dead. Yeah. But like I seriously think that because he put his arm up first, he survived.
Anyway,
Incredible. Crazy.
Anyway, if you look on Google Images, what happens after you get sucked into a plane engine?
Hold on.
You like salsa?
Oh, that's what I assumed it would look like.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I don't know if that's a real picture, but that's pretty neat. I'll send you this link. Tell me if that's a real picture or not. There's an animated video here. Do we want to watch that?
Oh, what?
An animated video, human body versus human body versus airplane.
Oh yeah, I saw that being recommended. But it's just a physics. It's just a physics animation.
Yeah.
You know, where it's just like the sub.
Yeah, they're
See, the thing is that the
particles.
The engines really get damaged. Like it turns out people aren't supposed to go where only air should be.
Yeah. I imagine it compresses them pretty good.
Grinds them up.
These might be real photos, actually.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of photos. I've seen pleny of it.
Oh, I can't find any. Okay, it's the same picture, it seems. I don't know if it's a
Yeah,
real
there's
one.
one that's notorious.
I'll figure it out.
Yeah,
later.
if you type in jet engine death aftermath, that's the one.
Yeah, that's the one I sent you.
Yeah, there's one that's also, there's a bird.
Mm. Damn. It's pretty crazy.
And for guaranteeing the country's independence, the United States was granted complete control in perpetuity over a 10-mile or 15-kilometre wide zone surrounding the canal. Paving the way for work to resume, the canal was completed 10 years later, in 1914. While the completion of the canal marked a turning point for global trade, resentment amongst ordinary Panamanians steadily grew. Apart from the significant US influence over the country's internal affairs, the zone, which operated under US law, enjoyed special privileges and became significantly wealthier than the rest of the country. All this came to a head in 1964 when protests erupted. While these were eventually suppressed, widespread opposition to US domination continued. Recognizing the damage that this was doing to US interests as it became a potent symbol of American imperialism during the Cold War, President Jimmy Carter opened negotiations on the future of the canal. On the 7th of September 1977, the United States and Panama signed an agreement. This was composed of two main elements. First, following a period of joint administration, Panama would gain complete control of the canal on the 31st of December 1999. Secondly, the canal would remain neutral territory. Ships from all countries, including military vessels, could use the canal freely. Crucially, this was also underpinned by a clause allowing the US to intervene militarily to protect the canal's neutrality, if so needed. From the start, many...
What?
Just a message that I got on Twitter. He said that he enjoyed our the Taliban episode. So it was very interesting. And then he enjoyed the Anarch interview. And then he tells me a story. All I see is the last message, because that's the last one you see as the message on Twitter, and it says I've been able to spit in his food a couple times, and I was reading the message, and the first thing is Israeli consul in this city. The owner is the Israeli consul in the city. I'm like, oh my god.
What?
He was telling me something. So he was like, I'll tell you in a bit because it's actually relevant, but he just wanted to say that he enjoyed the videos. He was just telling me something, because I'd spoken to him a couple times, and I'm not going to say everything because he might tell me something that might tell people who this might be. But basically he said he's been able to spit in the owners of this restaurant's food a couple times. And is the Israeli consul of that city. What the
That's
fuck?
who it is, right there. That's who's responsible.
Is that a tongue or teeth?
No, it's just his, it's like his, gum. Like his
Oh,
inner
he's
mouth.
like, he's
It's like, that's
shoved
his
up.
lip.
Doing one of these.
Yeah, his mouth is just slightly open.
Yeah.
especially from conservative Republican circles, opposed the agreement, arguing that the transfer amounted to a dangerous surrender of US interests over a vital asset that the US had built and paid for. Moreover, there were fears that Panama, as a small and unstable country, would be unable to oversee the canal's security and maintain its neutrality. This was seemingly confirmed following the death of Panama's military leader, General Omar Torrijos, in 1981. In his place, a new strongman emerged, General Manuel Noriega. Under his control, Panama rapidly became a corrupt and violent criminal state and a hub for international drug trafficking. As a result, the US invaded the country in December 1989, overthrowing and arresting the general, who was later sentenced to 40 years in a US prison. With Panama now under democratic control, preparations for the handover of the canal continued, and the transition was completed as planned on New Year's Eve 1999. I hope you're finding this useful. If so, please consider giving the video a like and perhaps subscribing to the channel if you haven't already. It all really helps. Thanks so much. And now, back to the video. The successful handover of the canal marked a critical turning point for Panama. Since the transition, its position as a global trade hub has steadily grown. This was further enhanced in 2016 when an expansion project significantly increased the canal's capacity. However, while relations with the United States were initially good, tensions have emerged over the past decade.
Oh,
For
I'm
example,
glad I didn't
the
read
US
this
has frequently expressed
on stream
concerns
because
about
this is actually. I will send this to you. This is actually this is okay. This is interesting. I will talk about this after stream.
corruption and the lack of transparency in Panama's financial dealings. This came to global attention with the publication of the so-called Panama Papers, a scandal that revealed how Panamanian entities had been used to facilitate worldwide tax evasion. On top of this, there have also been differences over the canal. Specifically, these have been fed by two distinct factors. First, there have been concerns about increasing transit fees. Citing rising maintenance costs, the expense of the canal expansion project, and issues relating to climate change, such as reduced rainfall affecting water levels, the Panamanian government has raised tolls for vessels using the waterway. All this has disproportionately affected US shipping, which in turn has led to complaints from US businesses. Secondly, there's a geopolitical element. For many years, Panama recognized the Republic of China, usually known as Taiwan, instead of the People's Republic of China. However, in 2017, it joined the growing band of countries that have switched their allegiance. Since then, China has invested significantly in Panama, funding and building ports and other infrastructure projects related to the canal. In addition to feeding a general sense of US concern about the rise of China, it's also led to specific worries that Beijing may exert too much control over Panama and the strategically vital waterway. All this has in turn led to renewed complaints in some circles that the United States should never have given up control of the canal. It was against this backdrop that President-elect Donald Trump posted a lengthy message on his Truth Central social media platform on the 21st of December 2024, emphasizing the canal's vital importance to the United States and the economic and human costs of building it. He insisted that Panama should administer the canal solely by itself and not rely on others like China. He also condemned the fees.
They said he was suffering a manic episode before he was at the airport, and police were at his door the night before because he was in the middle of a manic episode.
Very interesting.
Faced by US shipping and called for what he called the rip-off to stop immediately. In response, Panama's president, Jose Raul Molino, quickly responded. Setting Trump straight, he insisted that every square meter of the Panama Canal and its adjacent zone belongs to Panama and will remain so. As he put it, the sovereignty and independence of our country are not negotiable. Unwilling to let the matter rest, Trump soon shot back with another post saying, "We'll see about that," followed by another with an image of a US flag flying over water with the caption, "Welcome to the United States Canal." So, what does all this mean? Of course, given the aggressive tone of the most recent posts, the immediate worry is that Trump may be considering military action. For now, this seems unlikely. As observers have pointed out, Trump has tended to shy away from military engagements. More to the point, his campaign was centered on not embroiling the United States in overseas conflicts. Then again, as an issue fundamentally affecting US economic and commercial interests, an area Trump focuses on particularly closely, this may well be an issue he sees as being directly relevant to the US in ways that other issues aren't. Of course, any aggressive moves to reclaim control of the canal would likely face significant international opposition. It would also certainly violate international law. As observers have noted, the 1977 treaty governing the return of the canal doesn't allow for unilateral military action to reclaim control of the canal zone. Instead, observers argue that the incoming administration has many other avenues to address its concerns. First, it could pursue diplomatic negotiations to discuss the fees and limit external influence over the canal. The problem, of course, is that relations have already been soured, making such negotiations much more difficult to pursue. Another route could be to consider some form of a judicial solution, such as arbitration or mediation by a third party. Indeed, Article 14 of the 1977 treaty explicitly allows for such options. The question, of course, is whether the Trump administration would want to go down such a route. Thirdly, there are economic measures. The new Trump administration could introduce sanctions or even offer Panama economic incentives to try to force it to bend to its will. The question is whether any of these would work or whether Trump has in fact set his sights on taking this further. In the meantime, this odd and somewhat surprising spat over a matter that many thought had long been solved has become another significant question about the effects of a second Trump term on global politics. I hope you found that useful. If so, here are some more videos that you might find interesting.
Catherine, Trump wrote on his social media platform that U.S. ownership and control of Greenland is an absolute necessity.
Sorry. Went from quiet to loud.
Just that's how they uploaded it.
Ah.
You know, just no cut, no fade, jump scare.
I changed my mind.
This news is funded by viewers
do
like
Democracy Now! Because I said good people.
You have Gitmo in there too from her?
Yes, I do.
Cool.
Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. On Monday, President-elect Donald Trump held his second news conference since winning the 2024 election, addressing a wide range of topics over more than an hour. Speaking at Mar-a-Lago to reporters, Trump renewed his threat to respond with violence if Hamas does not release hostages held in Gaza by inauguration.
If they're not back by the time I get into office, all hell will break out in the Middle East. And it will not be good for Hamas, and it will not be good, frankly, for anyone.
Trump also aired grievances about the many legal cases against him and threatened to use the military to expand U.S. territory.
What do you have to threaten Hamas with at this point? What do you have to threaten them with?
It's a fair point.
Exchange. Trump refused to rule out military action to take control of Greenland and the Panama Canal.
You're talking about Panama and Greenland. No, I can't assure you on either of those two. But I can say this. We need them for economic security. The Panama Canal was built for our military. I'm not going to commit to that now. It might be that you'll have to do something. Look, the Panama Canal is vital to our country. It's being operated by China. China. And we gave the Panama Canal to Panama. We didn't give it to China. And they've abused it. They've abused that gift. It should have never been made, by the way. Giving the Panama Canal is why Jimmy Carter lost the election, in my opinion, more so maybe than the hostages. The hostages were a big deal. But if you remember, and nobody wants to talk about the Panama Canal now because, you know, it's inappropriate, I guess, but because it's a bad part of the Carter legacy. But he was a good man. Look, he was a good man. I knew him a little bit, and he was a very fine person, but that was a big mistake. Giving the Panama Canal to Panama was a very big mistake.
Trump threatened to use economic force to absorb Canada into the United States. He continued his push later in the day on social media, posting maps showing Canada part of the United States. In response, Canada's outgoing Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, responded, "There's not a snowball's chance in hell the two countries will merge." Trump also proposed changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America as he continued his attacks on immigrants.
Fucking absurd.
And he also hinted at pardons over the January 6th insurrection, repeating the lie that none of the rioters carried guns into the Capitol, arguing instead that Hezbollah played a role in January 6th.
Is that what
we have
he
to
was
find
saying?
out about Hezbollah.
Is that what he
we have
said?
to find out about who exactly.
I've just dismissed it as like rambling.
Exactly was in that whole thing because people that did some bad things were not prosecuted. You know, I see it all the time, and you see it too. People that were doing some bad things weren't prosecuted, and people that didn't even walk into the building are in jail right now.
To discuss Trump's Tuesday press conference and much more, we're joined by Democratic Congress member Jim McGovern in the Cannon Rotunda in-house office building, not far from the Capitol Rotunda, where President Carter is lying in state. We welcome you to Democracy Now!, Congressmember McGovern. If you can start off by responding to this
I love that our Iroquois Confederacy video has 18 views. It's like, that one should have the most.
Mm-hmm.
The alien one popped off 120 views. It's got like 2,500 views on Anarch's channel as well, which is good.
You gotta watch Bone Tomahawk.
Yes.
Go pirate that shit.
It's such a funny thumbnail.
What?
This one. Hold on. This one. Every time we do something on SATA, it's always Ethan. Someone will realize eventually. And it'll be very funny.
I'm not the first one to point it out.
What?
So.
Ah, yeah. It is very funny how similar they look. Where is the LTEC one? Sorry.
meandering press conference yesterday, where lie after lie was uttered by the president-elect.
Well, look, Donald Trump says dumb things every day of his life. He lies hourly, and that's just who he is. But I think he does it to try to distract us, to try to divert our attention away from focusing in on the things that he promised to do, like lowering the price of groceries, lowering the cost of gasoline, straightening out the entire world before he takes office. But he has us going in a million different directions, and I think it's intentional. And again, I thought what he said yesterday was dumb, but it's nothing new. It's what we hear from him every single day.
Well, the question is it just dumb and it can be ignored? He's just maybe trying to take away attention from the dead former president, which was, getting so much attention as his body was brought to the Capitol Rotunda, and this bipartisan group of senators and Congress members, supporters, the whole family of Carter was getting so much attention over these 4 days. And also, he might be very aggravated that President Biden has called for all flags at half staff for 30 days, which will go through the inauguration. He's commented on that. Or should we take this very seriously? He's talking about possible military action to take Greenland. His son, Donald Trump Jr., was in Greenland yesterday, and to take back the Panama Canal, which Carter gave back to Panama.
Yeah. Well, there's no question he craves attention constantly. But the fact of the matter is, again, I mean, the outrageous things that he said yesterday, are nothing new. I mean, this is what he has done, time and time again, all throughout the campaign. But the bottom line is, what I'm worried about is my constituency, the people of this country. I head up the Hunger Caucus here in the United States House of Representatives. We have 40 million Americans who live in this country, the richest country in the history of the world, who are hungry, who are food insecure. I want to do something about that. And quite frankly, what I'm worried about is what he and the Republicans want to do in terms of cutting programs that actually can help feed people in this country. So, he talks about, invading Greenland and making Canada part of our country, and he goes on and on and on. It's all outrageous and it is all ridiculous. But meanwhile, there are people in this country right now who are struggling. People who are in poverty, people who are in the middle class, people who are hoping that maybe government can actually do something to make their lives better. And he's talking about all this other stuff. So yeah, we can spend hours and hours and hours and hours talking about all the stuff that he talked about yesterday. Again, it's outrageous. I mean, I can't believe that this person is going to enter the Oval Office again. But the fact of the matter is, we can't lose our focus on the American people.
In your response to Meta, this news just coming out yesterday, you have President Trump threatening to put Zuckerberg in jail, the CEO of Meta. Then Zuckerberg goes to Mar-a-Lago. When Trump was asked yesterday at the news conference if he's forcing the changes at Meta, I mean, Zuckerberg astonishingly said they're not going to have fact checkers anymore. Trump said, yes, it's my pressure that has changed Zuckerberg and has put Dana White, his wrestling buddy, onto the board of Meta.
Well, shame on Zuckerberg. Shame on all these billionaires who are, going to see Trump on bended knee. I mean, all they're interested in is making more money. But the bottom line is, what Mark Zuckerberg is doing is basically paving the way to undermine our democracy. I mean, to be able to, I heard your opening about the ability to be able to refer to women in derogatory terms, to be able to bash the LGBTQ plus community, to say things that are just wrong, to promote conspiracy theories, and there's no checks or balances. that's not free speech. In fact, that's an abuse of free speech. That's about undermining our democracy, and that's something we do have to worry about. Look, I've said over and over and over again, that Donald Trump is leading a movement to promote authoritarianism. People who studied history, wondered how did fascism rise in Europe before World War II? We now know. We see what's happening in this country, and quite frankly, it's outrageous, and we all should be concerned about that.
Let me ask you about Gaza. In the final days of the Biden administration, the president has reportedly notified Congress of a new $8 billion arms sale to Israel. The deal includes artillery shells, small-diameter bombs, warheads, munitions for fighter jets, helicopter gunships. And approving the sale, Biden once again rejected calls to suspend U.S. support for Israel's military over war crimes Israel's committed in Gaza. Now, you were part of a group of Congress members, including Congressmember Pocan, Lee, Castro, McCollum.
Man, Chris Hedges is a weird-looking cunt. Very strange person.
If it's the guy I'm thinking of.
This guy.
Yeah. Fuck him.
Yeah. Because there was a comment on Anarch's video. It says Chris Hedges is not someone to avoid, so I'm just double checking
He is.
our work here.
He definitely is.
100% is. Like,
He definitely is.
Like, if there's some, like, looking here, right, he's got Aaron Marte's dad, which we established
We
as
literally
fine.
have covered him before, and he was fucking platforming Code Pink.
Yes. But they're, like, Francesca what's her name? Francesca Albanese. She's great. He had her on.
Look right there. Look.
Where?
You see who it is? Mershimer.
Oh, yeah, Mershimer. Yeah, I saw that. There's also a couple down here that I saw as well, which were kind of like...
No, he's fucking...
Jimmy Dore was the one that I saw.
Yeah, he's not as bad as Jimmy Dore, though.
Yeah, like, he's not the worst, but he's definitely not someone to get your majority information from.
As far as this whole side of things goes, I think he's one of the more watchable ones.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously Abby is still number one.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, look at who he's got there. Richie, of all people to platform.
Richie where?
Medhurst.
Oh, he is there. Yes, I missed that one. Interesting.
That's not a good one to.
No.
That's not a good person to platform.
No, it is not. There's Code Pink.
Yep.
Yep. Noam Chomsky. Jimmy Dore was there as well. We established that Aaron Marte's dad is a normal person, right?
He's fine. He's not. He's a psychologist type thing. Like he studies like the effect on they bring him on to talk about how children have trauma from war and stuff. That's one of the things he talks about is like abuse trauma and stuff. That's what he focuses on is child stuff. He's not a partisan person, and because of that, he's allowed to have his own political opinions because he's not an analyst. You know?
Yeah.
It's not a grift if he thinks the U.S. and Israel are bad and Russia is better. It's just not his area.
Yeah.
He's not informed, you know? But, I don't think he cares what his son does. It's a job.
Wait, Aaron Marte's dad denies chemical weapons in Syria as well? Wait, we're talking about his father. We're not talking about Aaron Marte.
That's the thing, is because he's attached to his kid, he probably has, gave endorsements of pretty much anything his kid said.
Yeah, okay.
But they don't bring him on for that type of stuff, is what I'm saying. They bring him on for, actual, scientific study that he does.
Yeah.
You know? So it's his political opinions matter less to me than the grifters.
Yeah.
Noam Chomsky has a role as well. That doesn't mean he's not a grifter. You know, just because he's not, a reporter.
Yeah.
But, you know, he's just not the... You know. It's I mean, that's the thing with, Abby Martin. I want to know if she's said anything about chemical attack denials. Because, Jeremy Corbyn didn't necessarily say they didn't happen.
Yeah.
He just, called suspicion to them, I think.
I don't have a mood for clowning right now.
Who are urging the Biden administration to abide by the Leahy Law, named for the retired Senator Patrick Leahy of Vermont, about respecting human rights or not continuing the arms flow. Your response to this latest move, there are now tens of billions of dollars the U.S. has given to Israel since October 23rd. 2023.
It's terribly disappointing. And it's not just the Leahy Law. We have another law, by the way, that says that if a country frustrates the delivery of humanitarian aid to people who are in need, then all military assistance to that country gets suspended. So we have urged the president to follow the U.S. laws. They're on the books, and he's not following them. You mentioned at the top of your show that Donald Trump said if all the hostages aren't released by Inauguration Day, all hell will break loose. Well, I want all the hostages released. I've been calling for that over and over and over again. But, I mean, all hell has already broke loose. I mean, if what's happening in Gaza is not hell right now, I don't know what is. And it's not just Gaza, it's what's happening on the West Bank. So, I wish the president weren't doing this. I wish he were, standing firm and defending U.S. law and sending a message to Netanyahu that, yeah, we support the people of Israel, but we do not support what he is doing to the Palestinian people. It is outrageous. It is unconscionable. And again, I'm very disappointed with that announcement.
He said, "You a bitch."
Greenland.
Doug Ford, the Premier of Ontario, Canada, joins me now. All right, Premier. By the way, I loved your brother. We did an interview. Great guy. What's your problem with the United States absorbing Canada?
Well, first of all,
what a dumb
Jesse,
question.
I love the U.S. I love Americans.
That's probably one of the dumbest questions I've ever had somebody on the news ask.
My favorite people were like, Trump's concept of a healthcare plan is annexing Canada and stealing theirs.
That's funny.
Because that's another thing is people have, and it's these fucking people who have like long sought this like United North America thing. These like weird like global libs, right? And they're like, and I'm like, amazing to think that Canadians will just be okay with losing healthcare, and they would just adopt a state healthcare thing or something. I'm like, are you people actually retarded? Like, I have state healthcare. It's awful. It's really bad. Like basic. Like it would probably be better for me to get healthcare in China and just pay out of pocket there. Like it's dog shit.
Yeah.
Nobody wants it.
And I get it. President-elect Trump is a real estate tycoon. He's made billions. But that property's not for sale.
Canada,
as simple as that. But I have a better idea, Jesse. Why don't we create a
bunch of places to see if they'll take your insurance? That's and so you can only go like to the like shittiest, most rundown place to get like fucking any kind of treatment. That doesn't happen in Canada. There's nothing like that where they say actually your insurance doesn't cover here. There might be places that don't take insurance, which also exist, especially in the dental industry. The best dentists don't take insurance.
Why would they?
Yeah, the people who can afford those dentists pay out of pocket.
Fortress Amcan and make sure it's the richest, wealthiest, most prosperous jurisdiction in the two countries anywhere in the world. We have the critical minerals, we have the energy, we have the electricity that America needs. And there's only one place I'd want to sell it to, and that's the U.S.
Well, you could sell it to us, or we could all own it together, and that's a choice we can all make together. You say this isn't for sale, but everything has a price. The $1 Million Man says that. Can you think of this more as a merger instead of an acquisition? Don't think about being taken over. Think about this as a coming together.
Bro,
yeah, we can come together on a great trade deal. We're two greatest countries in the world. Do you know what the problem is? I've lived 20 years in the U.S. Matter of fact, I spent a lot of time in Philly, where you did, for 7 years, and in Chicago. There's not one American that I speak to out there, Jesse, that has a problem with Canada. Do you know what the problem is? China's the problem. China's shipping in cheap parts into Mexico, and then Mexico slapping a Made in Mexico sticker on, shipping it up through the U.S. and Canada, costing American and Canadian jobs. Like, Mexico has to make a choice, Jesse.
I get it.
They're either with Beijing or Washington.
No, I get it. I get it. You say that Americans don't have a problem with Canadians, and we don't. But it seems like you have a problem with us.
Great.
I don't know
because if I were
how their
a citizen of another
works.
country,
I don't think he's. But he's the head of the party, I believe. Or maybe he's just the head of one province for the party. I don't know how Canada works. I've tried to get Moon in today, but she work and stuff.
Okay.
But hopefully Moon will come on and talk about this, and that will be fun.
I was a neighbor of the United States, I would consider it a privilege to be taken over by the United States of America. That's what everybody else in the world wants, American citizenship. For some reason, that's repellent to you Canadians. And I find that personally offensive, Premier.
Well, you know something, Jesse? We're proud Canadians, just like there's proud Americans. And if we join together and take on the world with a great trade deal between us, I think that'd be fabulous. No one could stop us.
Well, that's the point, because Trump says we're paying to protect Canada a lot. But Canada's ripping America off on trade. So why don't we just redraw the map to make it fair?
So we're the largest trading partner in the world, 1.3 trillion. So the only area that we have a little upper hand is
Mexico has you beat, but you're a close second. Go ahead.
So we ship down 4.3 million barrels a day down to the U.S. Ontario is the third largest trading partner in the world with $500 billion of two-way trade split down the middle. Jesse, 9 million Americans wake up every single morning to produce products for Ontario alone. I love the Americans, and I look forward to working with the new administration.
All right, so this might just have to be a hostile takeover. Let's move on. I see we are going to agree to disagree. Want to go halvesies on Greenland?
No, we're good. You know, I hope Don Jr. is wearing those winter woolies, keeping warm over there.
All right, very much appreciated you joining Jesse Waters Prime Time. We'll do this again soon. Maybe next time we'll be brethren. We'll see how it.
Fucking shut the
Oh
fuck
my
up.
God. I want him to be beaten with an oar.
Welcome to the NewsHour. Homelessness in America reached record high numbers earlier this year. A government report out today reveals that last January, the number of people experiencing homelessness shot up by 18% to roughly 770,000 as counted on a single night. The annual survey published by the Department of Housing and Urban Development pointed to a list of intensifying economic problems, rising housing costs, and the migrant influx in some cities among them. To understand more about what's behind this rise, I'm joined by Sean Donovan, CEO and President of Enterprise Community Partners and former Secretary of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Sean, this is an eye-popping report in many ways. It's about where things stood earlier this year, and I want to start with one particular dynamic, the role of the migrant crisis. How and where did that affect homelessness in this country?
Well, Lisa, first of all, thank you for having me on. And it is tragic news, the largest increase we've ever seen in homelessness since we started recording these numbers. And specifically to your question, there's certainly no question that the rise in the number of migrant families in the U.S. did contribute to this, particularly in some of the places where we saw the biggest increases, places like New York City or Massachusetts, Chicago, Denver. But I think what's really stunning about these numbers is how broad the challenge is. We saw 18 states reach record levels, including places like Kansas, Alaska, Utah, places, Idaho is another one, places where there isn't a significant influx of migrants. And so there's a much bigger story here about record levels of housing costs, both for owning and renting, higher than somebody like me who's been doing this for a long time, for 30 years. I've never seen the affordable housing crisis this bad.
One thing that also stands out in this report is a particularly vulnerable population, kids. And when we look at some of the statistics that they found, first of all, they found for families and children, one of the largest increases in homelessness. Families, a 39% spike in 2024 from 2023. And on that January night that they surveyed, they found 150,000 children experiencing homelessness. And in shelters, the number of unaccompanied children has reached record numbers. Why is it that you think right now our nation's children are being disproportionately affected and seeing this rise in vulnerability to homelessness?
Well, Lisa, as you can imagine, as a parent myself, families will
Queer
do
kids
everything
homelessness is
possible
insane.
to try to avoid ending up on the streets or in shelter. They'll move in with relatives. They'll do anything they can. And I think this 39% increase in families with children experiencing homelessness is the single most tragic part of the report. And I think it's really a reflection that increasingly in this country, you can hold down a full-time job or even in a couple 2 full-time jobs and still not be able to afford housing. Estimates are that about half of all people experiencing homelessness are working. And so we have to recognize that this is a housing crisis that is affecting everyone in our society, but most acutely, those of our neighbors who end up sleeping on the streets or in shelter.
There are some real sirens in this report, as you're saying, but these were numbers from January. Can you talk about what may have happened since then that kind of puts these numbers in a different perspective?
Well, Lisa, the first thing I would say is it isn't just this year. This was an 18% increase, but it comes on the heels of a 12% increase last year in these numbers. So roughly a third increase over 2 years. Both of those were record increases in homelessness that we've seen. So what I think has begun to change in this country really is two things. One is that we had a Supreme Court decision this past summer in a case that for the first time really allowed communities to criminalize homelessness. And I'm deeply concerned about this. We know that
just make it
ticketing
illegal,
someone, putting them in jail because they don't have anywhere to go, not only is counterproductive in the short term, in the long term, it actually increases homelessness because, as you can imagine,
illegal.
if you have
solved.
a criminal conviction, much harder to find housing, harder to find a job. And we know from the evidence that this is counterproductive, but I'm concerned the frustration levels are rising. More and more communities are seeing increases in homelessness. The other thing I would say, though, on a more hopeful note, is our housing crisis has reached such a scale of proportion that we're seeing more and more bipartisanship around the need to solve our housing crisis, to build more affordable housing, to build more different kinds of housing from home ownership to rental and everything in between. And so that, I think, is really a hopeful sign. We do know how to solve homelessness. We have made progress in this country. And in particular, even among these bleak numbers this year, we saw a 7.5% decrease in the number of veterans who are sleeping on our streets or in shelter. And so we can take that example of what works and we can scale it and really begin to reverse the tide of these tragic numbers.
And I know from those who put the report out that they think that the migrant surge has in fact quelled since the Biden administration's policies have changed over the summer. So we will see what next year's report looks like. Sean Donovan, thank you so much for talking with us.
Thank you, Lisa. Happy holidays.
On Sunday evening, Canadian news outlet The Globe and Mail reported that Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada, was planning to step down from his post. The news broke as Trudeau was coming under pressure from both the opposition and his own Liberal Party, and his resignation will probably have been formally announced by the time we release this video. Trudeau has been the leader of Canada for 9 years now, and his stepping aside looked likely to kick off what will be a dynamic year in Canadian politics. So in this video, we'll take a look at why Trudeau is resigning, who's likely to replace him, and if that'll change anything for the Canadian Liberals come election time. Never miss an episode and always feel in the loop by subscribing and ringing the bell. First, why is Trudeau resigning? Well, the proximate cause seems to have been the resignation of Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland last month, the fifth minister to resign from Trudeau's government in a year. Freeland had reportedly been arguing with Trudeau over his recent 2-month tax holiday, which Trudeau announced despite a rising budget deficit. And in her resignation letter, she implied that she didn't think Trudeau would be able to deal with the newly elected President Trump. Trump, who's threatened Canada with substantial tariffs when he comes into office, has recently been mocking Trudeau as the, quote, governor of Canada, and suggested that Canada could join the US as the 51st state, despite a visit by Trudeau to Mar-a-Lago last month
funny,
in an attempt to smooth relations over. Anyway, after Freeland resigned,
it is genuinely pretty fucking funny. And it's creating an actual diplomatic issue. That's even funnier.
Liberal MPs came out to call for Trudeau's resignation, and the NDP, who had previously propped up Trudeau's minority government by refusing to vote against it during no-confidence votes, announced a few days later that their party would oust Trudeau when the House of Commons resumes in January, which would have triggered a spring election. However, while Freeland's resignation might have been the trigger for Trudeau's resignation, the overarching reason that Trudeau has been forced out is that he's just remarkably unpopular. We did a full video on this last month, so go watch that if you want to know more. But the latest poll released by the Angus Reid Institute, a Canadian polling organisation, put Trudeau at an approval rating of just 22%, the lowest the Prime Minister has gotten in 30 years, and one of the lowest in history. Perhaps most worryingly for Trudeau, even a majority of Liberals said they didn't approve of the job he was doing, and polling suggested the Liberals were on track for a wipeout at the next election, which is due in October. Anyway, what's next for the Liberals? Well, according to the Liberal Party constitution, Trudeau's resignation will automatically kick off a new leadership race, which would usually take 4 to 6 months. However, the difficulty for Trudeau and the Liberals is that they can expect to be ousted via a no-confidence vote once the House of Commons resumes sitting, which could happen as early as January the 30th, 3 days after Parliament resumes sitting. This would give the Liberals just a month to agree a new leader, which means that unless they decide to rush their election, or unless the NDP U-turn and decide to support the Liberals while they do their leadership election, Trudeau will have to prorogue Parliament. For context, in Canadian politics and in other Westminster-style systems, the Prime Minister can call for a prorogation of the Parliament to suspend legislative business without formally dissolving it, which is what Boris Johnson did in the UK back in 2019 to prevent the UK Parliament from passing legislation that would preclude a no-deal Brexit. However, there are at least two problems with this plan. First, a federal budget is due for renewal in late March 2025, and the Parliament needs to be in session for its approval, which at least makes it harder for Trudeau to prorogue Parliament beyond this point. But second, any prorogation will likely be challenged in the courts, as Boris Johnson's was in 2019. Although, like Johnson, Trudeau might be able to get away with it if the legal challenge takes too long. Another bit of evidence suggesting that Trudeau could get away with it is what happened in 2008, when then Prime Minister Stephen Harper successfully prorogued Parliament to avoid a no-confidence motion planned by the opposition parties. Anyway, if the Liberals can find a way to do a leadership race, the odds-on favourite to be the new Liberal Party leader is Chrystia Freeland.
Leader of Canada?
Numerous Liberal MPs expressed support for Freeland during her resignation, and in a caucus meeting before the holidays, she was given a standing ovation by her party colleagues. Former Bank of Canada Governor Mark Carney is also expected to make a run, with reports stating he's reaching out to dozens of Liberal MPs to gauge interest. Other candidates include Foreign Affairs Minister Mélanie Joly, Minister of Innovation François-Philippe Champagne, and new Finance Minister Dominic LeBlanc. That being said, there is an unofficial convention in the Liberal Party going back to 1887 that Anglophones and Francophones alternate leadership of the party.
French.
With Trudeau being a Francophone, it seems that Freeland or Carney will be the choices for Liberal Party members, although both candidates come with issues. Freeland could plausibly lose her seat in University Rosedale, with 338 Canada giving her odds at around 60.
Here's a better idea. How about you give it to somebody who's Indigenous? Not whitey.
Well, Carney isn't even a sitting MP.
Happens.
As a final thing, will Trudeau's resignation save the Liberals?
Nah.
Well, probably not. The last-minute resignation of an unpopular incumbent is a classic move in Canadian politics, but it rarely, if ever, works in modern times. This happened to Trudeau's father, Pierre Elliott Trudeau, when he was forced out by the Liberal Party in 1984 and replaced by John Turner. Turner failed to turn the tide against Grits and got blown out by Brian Mulroney and the Progressive Conservatives. Then, 9 years later, Mulroney became intensely unpopular.
Did you know that Fidel Castro got kicked out of Canadian government? That's crazy.
Losing 154 seats in the 1993 election. Losing so badly, the party could not recover and eventually dissolved. Currently, the Liberals are polling at 16%, the lowest since 2011, and according to 338 Canada, aren't even projected to become the official opposition, as they're currently behind the Bloc Québécois. All in all, while it's hard to see any candidate, Freeland or Carney included, who could lead the Liberals to victory at the next election, getting rid of Trudeau might be enough to help the Liberals to second place, which would mean they get to be the official opposition. This leaves Canadian politics in a precarious position, especially with new leaders all over the world and also at their southern border vying for power and influence. The question is then, who'll come out on top? Who is the world's most influential person? That's what we're trying to find out with our most influential person list, which we need your help with. If you head to the link...
We do this yearly with a global leader tier list. Mr. Beast is not on that because we actually take it seriously.
Transitions of powers, you know?
Yeah, next year's is going to be crazy.
When was the last time we did it?
23.
No, I mean, what was the date?
Not sure.
I'll look it up.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. After nearly a decade in power, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau announced Monday he's stepping down as leader of Canada's Liberal Party. His resignation comes amidst rising discontent over his leadership and growing dissent within his government.
I intend to resign as party leader,
Bye-bye!
after the party selects its next leader through a robust,
maybe this time Canada will have a man for president.
Justin Trudeau has been Canada's prime minister since 2015.
Get it? Because he looks like a bitch.
Support as well as opposition with his own party. His finance minister, Chrystia Freeland, resigned last month amidst a public dispute over how to respond to Trump's vow to impose a 25% tariff on Canadian goods. Freeland is considered one of the possible successors to Trudeau, as is the close ally Dominic LeBlanc, who was appointed to replace Freeland in December. Canada is scheduled to hold federal elections this year, and polls indicate Canada's Conservatives would win elections if they were held today. The Conservative leader, Pierre Poilievre, who's been compared to Donald Trump, has pushed anti-labor, anti-regulation measures and called for expanding oil and gas development. At his news conference Tuesday, President-elect Trump, who's repeatedly mocked Canada as America's 51st state, threatened to use economic force to absorb Canada into the United States.
Are you also considering military force to annex and acquire?
No. Economic force. because Canada and the United States, that would really be something. You get rid of that artificially drawn line, and you take a look at what that looks like, and it would also be much better for national security. Don't forget, we basically protect Canada. But here's the problem with Canada. So many friends up there.
Trump continued his push Tuesday evening, posting maps on social media showing Canada as part of the United States, while Trudeau responded saying there isn't a snowball's chance in hell that the two countries will join. For more on Prime Minister Trudeau, Canadian politics, the future of U.S.-Canada relations, we're joined by Avi Lewis.
Another French part of America? Blech. Gross. Annex just the non-French parts.
Canadian documentary filmmaker, activist, also candidate in Canada's upcoming federal election, running for the New Democratic Party in Vancouver Centre. Thanks so much for joining us, Avi. Can you talk about the significance of what's happening, the resignation of Prime Minister Trudeau, and President Trump threatening to absorb Canada?
Amy, it's great to be back with you. It's been too long. We've had an eventful series of weeks here in Canada. I think as of last weekend, I was the last person in Canada who still thought that Justin Trudeau would run in the next election. He clearly still believes he's the only person who can lead his party, but he's been down 10 or 20% in the polls for a year and a half. He's faced, as you said, an uprising in his own party. And just like Joe Biden, he waited way too long. And I think his ego got in the way. And now he's finally admitted that he can't do it.
Good point.
And there'll be a chaotic scramble and a leadership race, and I think we'll definitely face an election in the spring. So Canada is in turmoil right at a time when we have a very consequential showdown with your president-elect and our Pierre Poilievre, our polite Canadian Trump in a T-shirt, is way ahead in the polls. And so we're going to have a very intense and very important debate in Canada about integration with the United States. I mean, the irony here, Amy, as you know and have covered for decades, is that the whole point of Canadian American so-called free trade, the Canada-U.S.
Look, imagine how shitty the libs who ran to Canada because Trump won are going to be when Canada elects their conservative and then the Canadian gives Canada to America. Imagine how pissed they're going to be. Where are they going to go? Mexico?
Free trade deal first in 1988 and then NAFTA and following deals have been to integrate our economies, to give the United States unfettered access, particularly to our oil. And we're by the free trade, so-called free trade treaties, we're not allowed to reduce oil exports to the United States by any significant way. Obviously a problem in a time of climate emergency, but there's already immense integration between our economies. And obviously these tariffs that Trump has been threatening would be absolutely brutal for working families on both sides of the border, and would reignite the inflation crisis and the cost of living crisis. So that's the political debate we're having now. As far as Trump, threatening the usual.
Honestly, I think that doing Putin-like actions should be an impeachable offense. This all needs to be approved by Congress, and it should be a 75% minimum pass rate for something like this. An annexation of another country's territory should require vast majority support, not just one fuckwit at the head. I don't know. Maybe that's a controversial opinion. Maybe it would.
Stuff. It's a little bit of a balancing act. We have to take it seriously, but we can't overreact. That's what a bully wants, to send people running in fear. We don't take the bait here, and I'm proud that the New Democratic Party leader, Jagmeet Singh, is the only Canadian political leader who's talking about retaliatory tariffs in response to this latest cartoon threat, which is how it will have to play out. But we should look at how this fits into a pattern with Trump. He's a grabber. He wants to grab Panama. He wants to grab Greenland. He grabs women.
You know what they should do? You know what they should do?
He's going to say it. He's going to end with he wants to grab pussies.
Cancel oil shipments to America and just be like, see you later.
For him, the whole point of power is to use using force as an expression of his tariffs in response to this latest cartoon threat, which is how it will have to play out. But we should look at how this fits into a pattern with Trump. He's a grabber. He wants to grab Panama. He wants to grab Greenland. He grabs women. For him, the whole point of power is to use it. Using force as an expression of his own power is the way he's conducted his personal life, is the way he's conducted his business life. And now he doesn't understand why he can't use the U.S. military and the U.S. economy the same way. So it is a real threat, and Canadians should get mobilized to fight it, especially to protect our water. Because he talked in the fall about turning on this huge faucet and having access to Canada's water. Okay. And to get back to the free trade agenda that conservatives and liberals have implemented to the immense harm of working people in Canada over the last decades, it was always about...
Here's the thing. We have a dictator tier list. Is that our president tier list?
Sure.
Okay, it was 6 months ago. And then we also have this one. It's ranking every political leader, and that's 1 year ago.
That might be the one I'm thinking of.
This one's super old. It's one of the first videos we did. Hey, Ace is here. It's me and Ace doing it. You're not even in it.
I think I'm in it later, or I drop out early, something like that. But we should redo that, and because I'm actually familiar with people now, I can actually give some input.
Water, and both conservatives and liberals in Canada were prepared to put water on the table, and only the New Democratic Party and social movements, incredible civil society organizations.
Look, if an American president starts war with a neighbor, honestly, Americans should utilize their Second Amendment. Interpret that however you want.
Have risen again and again to stop the sale of our water.
Would you say if there were an election held today that the Conservatives would win, but because of what Trump is saying right now, talking about absorbing Canada and not relenting on this, that could put the Conservatives at a disadvantage?
I mean, I certainly hope so. They're way up in the polls, but it's an incredibly volatile time in Canada. And, honestly, I mean, that's why I'm stepping up and running for office right now, which is not, it's not an easy thing to do. It's filled with contradictions. But, I think my grandpa said it best. My grandfather, David Lewis, was leader of the federal NDP in the early 70s. And the early 70s were a time much like this, an inflation-driven cost of living crisis. Just like today, the right was blaming immigrants and poor folks, people without work or housing who were living on the street, saying it was the welfare bums to blame for our problems. And my grandpa David Lewis said, you know who's to blame? The corporate welfare bums. He said, big business and government are holding hands in your pocket. And we're very much in the same place today. Every sector of the economy is dominated by a handful of huge corporations led by billionaire CEOs, and they are shoveling the people's wealth into their own pockets as fast as their soft lily-white hands can move.
Well,
in Canada, we got 5 big banks making extraterrestrial profits, whether the interest rates are up or down. We got 5 big oil companies who have captured government. They were gifted a $34 billion pipeline that the people paid for. Well,
he's got a lot of words. Alliteration.
Elaborate? What do you mean? Pardon which part?
Big oil has used its influence and capture of government to block any meaningful climate action. We got 3 big telecom corporations, which is why we have the most expensive and crappiest cell phone service and data service in the world. We got 3 big supermarket chains, plus Walmart and Costco, who are price fixing, colluding to keep charging $10 for butter, even though inflation is down. In the States, you've just had Potato Gate, where the 2 big potato companies are the subject of a class action lawsuit for fixing the price of tater tots. Like Amy is nothing sacred in this time of corporate welfare bums. And then there are more and more people who are working for big tech platforms in the gig economy that have turned us, our lives, our intimate lives, and the value we create into a commodity that their algorithms mine for profits, like the big real estate companies use algorithms to jack up the rent, which in a city like Vancouver is just too damn high. So you got an Uber driver working 12 or 14 hours in their own car at their own expense, just working for the app on their phone and the big tech bro behind it to steal more than half the value they create. So the right wing is right.
This is true. This is why I've been wanting to unionize the Uber drivers in this fucking state. I reckon that'd be funny, because Uber is a scummy fucking company.
They would shut down.
Their
so
support
fast.
is awful.
They would literally leave. That's what they do. They did this already in Austin. They the cabs unionized or something, and they stopped offering the service in the city.
I'm not sure whether Australia would allow that. That might breach consumer protections. They might not let them. Because you gotta realize Australia has these consumer protections. I might actually look into that. Might have to look into that, because if that is a thing and I can force them, that might be an idea. That's interesting.
Right. There is a small elite that's responsible for the fact that you work and work and work and still can't afford a decent home, nice food, and a vacation once in a while. But it's them. In Canada, the Conservative Party is the party of billionaires, the ultra-rich, the corporate welfare bums. But it doesn't have to be this way. And that's the beautiful thing about elections. And as we head into this next chaotic period in Canada, it's important to remember elections are a time when the people have the power to decide.
Oh
when
my
we
God,
get
shut
to
the
throw
fuck
the
up.
corporate welfare bums
No,
out.
they don't.
But what we vote for?
No,
Yeah, go ahead, Amy.
no, they don't. The people don't have any control at all, ever. Like, you literally explained why. Nobody has control. It's all controlled. Like, no, you're wrong. Stop being a liberal. Fucking hell. Like, what you were saying is great, and then you're like, voting is great. Shut the fuck up.
You're literally echoing because you're yelling. It's like I'm getting a. Maybe I
Weird.
have one of these tabs open where there's still
Maybe.
some sound coming through, and it's just louder. That's why I hear it. Because you're yelling.
Am I too loud? No, I'm at 100.
No. Just
Am
right
I-
then you were yelling.
Ah.
So
Am
that
I
might be-
peaking? Like, is it too loud
No,
at peak?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
I just could hear an echo.
Ah, strange.
So I might have something that's not muted
Before
somewhere.
we end, I wanted to ask you about Jimmy Carter. His state funeral is taking place in National Cathedral in Washington Thursday, which President Biden has declared National Day of Mourning.
I don't care.
I found something. I
Today,
put it in
Canada's
there,
Justin
but
Trudeau-
It was like something about jihad and Jimmy Carter. And I was like, I wonder if this is about how Brzezinski is responsible for 9/11.
Alright.
Like they want to talk about Kissinger being bad, but all this stuff. Was in Carter.
Announced that he intends to resign as prime minister and leader of the Liberal Party under tremendous pressure from his own caucus and from among his closest allies. Here's part of his remarks making that announcement earlier today.
I have always been driven by my love for Canada, by my desire to serve Canadians, and by what is in the best interest of Canadians. And Canadians deserve a real choice in the next election. And it has become obvious to me with the internal battles that I cannot be the one to carry the Liberal standard into the next election.
Trudeau will remain prime minister until the new Liberal leader is selected by the end of March, as his party prepares for a formidable challenge in the next election later this year. I'm joined now by Professor Roland Paris. He's director of the Graduate School of Public and International Affairs at the University of Ottawa and a former senior advisor on foreign policy to the Prime Minister of Canada. Professor Paris, welcome. So we should say there have been signs this was coming for months, but help us understand why this is happening now, and was his resignation, in your view, inevitable?
I think it was heading in this direction for some time. This is a story of a government and a prime minister who's been in power for nearly 10 years. Canadians are very clearly tired of him. Polls turned decisively against him about 18 months ago. He tried and his team tried everything they could to try and reverse that trend. But with the prospect of an election in 2025 and what looked like an almost inevitable crushing defeat in that election, as you mentioned in your intro, members of his own caucus and his own party called for him to resign and to be replaced by someone else, and that's what he did today.
It's worth reminding everyone he was a real rising star in global progressive politics when he first became prime minister back in 2015. He had very high approval ratings soon after in the mid-60s. By the end of last year, those were down in the low 20s. So what was behind that? What was fueling such a spectacular fall from grace?
Well, like a lot of incumbents, he suffered from having been empowered during the pandemic, and with all of the disruption that was caused by the pandemic landing on his doorstep. Also, of course, inflation, cost of living, housing, but mostly it was time. Governments don't tend to last more than about 10 years in Canada, and he was into his 9th year. Governments and leaders are always popular when they're elected, and they're usually unpopular when they're defeated, and I think that's the basic story here.
Tell us about the opposition leader here of the Conservative Party, Pierre Poilievre. What role did he play in Trudeau's downfall here?
Well, of course, he was doing everything he could to weaken the Liberal Party. He's in an interesting position right now because the opposition Conservative Party is 24 points ahead in the polls, and if there were an election today, that would likely result in a really crushing majority victory for the opposition Conservatives. So it seems like it's his job for the taking. At the same time, his net approval ratings are -17, so a lot of Canadians haven't really warmed up to him yet. So, we'll see what he does over the next few weeks and into what is almost certain to be an election, maybe in May, and whether he can win over Canadians. I suspect that if there were an election right now, he would win anyway, but he does have a personal approval challenge.
Professor Paris, what about the role of the U.S. president-elect here, Donald Trump? He has mocked Mr. Trudeau. He has dismissed him as a governor rather than a prime minister. He threatened tariffs that prodded Trudeau to quickly fly down to Mar-a-Lago to discuss with him in person. And today, Mr. Trump posted this. He wrote, quote, "Many people in Canada love being the 51st state. The United States can no longer suffer the massive trade deficits and subsidies that Canada needs to stay afloat. Justin Trudeau knew this and resigned." He goes on then to suggest that Canada should merge with the United States. But do you think that Mr. Trump and his attitude towards Trudeau played a role in his weakening in any way?
Well, I would say that the statement that Mr. Trump made today and previous similar ones are just nonsense and viewed as nonsense here. And the dynamic that led to Mr. Trudeau resigning today was underway long before Mr. Trump was elected in November. But that said, Trump's threat of imposing 25% tariffs on Canada and other countries once he takes office, that is taken very seriously here. It would have devastating effects. I should say, with regard to Mr. Trump's comments about Canada's trade surplus, that's really the result of Canada selling to the United States resources that the United States wants, including oil and electricity. 50%, more than 50% of the crude oil imports in the United States come from Canada. Lots of the critical minerals that fuel America's technological industries come from Canada. I don't think Mr. Trump wants to cut off those things.
In the minute or so.
Not PBS using Skype. I mean, whatever.
So we have left, you have Mr. Trump coming back into office in just a matter of weeks. There could be a change of government in Canada ahead. What do you see as the relationship between these two countries moving forward in the near term?
I expect that the fundamental relationship remains solid because it's so much more than the relationship between the president and whoever the
Muted. Muted. Can't hear you. You're muted.
I am, in fact, muted. I just wanted to address this. What they were saying is that the pay is not accounting for wear and tear on the vehicle, and that a vehicle is an expensive investment, and thus you should be compensated for the wear and tear on your vehicle, maintenance, so on and so forth. The pay does not, it's really not equivalent to how much you would have to drive every year in comparison. That's all.
Prime Minister is. It's a very deep intermeshed relationship, one of the closest relationships in the world, and both economically and in many other respects as well. But that said, I think that we might be in for a bumpy time. For Canada, we'll have a lame duck prime minister because Mr. Trudeau will serve until there's a new Liberal leader. Then there'll be a Liberal leader through an election campaign, and finally the results of that election will have another prime minister or maybe that same Liberal leader. So there's a period of uncertainty on the Canadian side, and I certainly hope that that the good work that has been done to build relationships right across the U.S. political system will continue to carry forward this very important bilateral relationship in the months and years to come.
That is Professor Roland Paris from the University of Ottawa. Professor Paris, thank you for your time. Good to speak with you.
Thank you.
My old friend Tim Pool put me on the right path by realizing that I shouldn't be emotional in conversations about things like Tim Pool insisting.
I mean, there's mosquitoes down there that are bigger terrorists than Boko Haram.
So fucking funny.
That rape victims must carry the child of a rapist if the rape victim is unable to turn in the rapist and determine to, within the context of some official that they have been raped. And here's Tim Pool, and this is sort of fascinating because to show the tweet on this, the tweets that were out there that this guy, Luke Beasley, who I will concede I am not familiar with, but I take it he is a liberal commentator.
We played a couple of his clips on here before.
And there were tweets saying that Tim Pool destroys this guy. Yeah, here we go. I don't know who this Bobby Friedman, but this was pretty. He's
a Federalist.
And should we play the clip, and then we'll play the clip that is being passed around by Tim Pool's acolytes about January 6th, and then we'll actually play the full thing.
No, stop. You don't know anything about these January 6 cases. You don't know why these people are in jail. You don't know that a man is in Brooklyn right now for 3 years without charge or trial. And when Donald Trump says these people have been held for too long, you say, no, Trump is wrong. Keep them locked up. That's fucking fascist. Dude.
Do we know who he's talking about?
Yes.
Does he say the name?
Oh, this is all part of the video.
Beautiful.
You've been sitting here with no knowledge of the specifics of some of these cases. There is a man in Brooklyn right now, I'm gonna say it again, no charges whatsoever brought. He's been in jail for 3 fucking years. For you to sit there and say it is good that he remains locked up is fascism. That is saying the hierarchical system of the courts and the government is just, and the process is all that matters. And I am saying perhaps 3 years
for 1 second. I just want to point out here.
Isn't that what he's been arguing for the last 4 years? Hasn't he been saying that it's unjust and that it's like, is it like? Isn't it? Wait, did I misunderstand?
The idea that Tim Pool has ever been for carceral reform is absurd.
Yeah. Okay, I was correct. Yes.
What?
That he's criticizing the criticism of the. He's. Hold on. I'm confused. I think I confused myself.
So some of these cases. There is a man in Brooklyn right now, I'm gonna say it again, no charges whatsoever brought. He's been in jail for 3 fucking years. For you to sit there and say it is good that he remains locked up is fascism. That is saying the hierarchical system of the courts and the government is just, and the process is all that matters. And I am saying...
Yeah, isn't that what Tim has been arguing? That's exactly what I was saying. That Tim has always argued that the court system are just. So why now are you complaining about the court system? Why now are you realizing that the court system and the justice system is so flawed? Why now? And this is where people like this, and where if you don't see a history of criticism of the police or the prison systems, you can always be like, why are you complaining now? What's that little nugget that made you care this time? Why are you calling it fascism? It really makes you think.
Perhaps 3
Pause it for 1 second. I just want to
enough.
point out here, the idea that Tim Pool has ever been for carceral reform is absurd.
This is like the Rikers pretrial detention issue that they all say that we are insane for supporting.
Loving crime.
Loving crime. But remember, he starts all this by saying, you know nothing about what you're talking about. Now, Tim is sensitive to this because I mean, I think there was people who were literally petitioning him to change his name to Tim Fool because he was espousing on Social Security after having read 2 paragraphs of one article on Forbes or CNBC to say that the whole program was a disaster. Incidentally,
you're being nice. I think it was 1.5 paragraphs, and then if he were to have read the second, it would have contradicted his entire point, which you were making, and he was trying to say you were wrong about. But he just had to read 1 more paragraph, and he would have gotten it.
This is a reclamation project where Tim can argue I actually do read things. You don't read anything. Keep going. Let's listen to Tim. He's getting very mad about this.
He's trying your pose on for this.
And the process is all that matters. And I am saying perhaps 3 years is enough because I actually have moral logic and an understanding of these cases. Hence, my position on January 6th has always been that people who have attacked police must go to prison. But 3 years is a fucking long time for assault on an officer. We have seen people on the far left, notably when they were firebombing shit all across Minnesota, 33 people murdered. And how many criminal charges did we get for this? When they firebombed a police station and forced the police to evacuate on May 29th.
Those are Boogaloo Boys. But
Oh, you poor police! Oh, you poor police! And they're gonna have to cover the price of the police station. Oh, you poor police! Oh, they don't. What did they? They had to run away from the fire. Oh, you poor police! Shut the fuck up.
But I will say that if
they literally get a new station.
Yeah, they're probably like, fuck yeah.
Why wouldn't they let it burn?
Exactly. It's like they don't have to pay a single cent. It's a benefit to them.
Polling showed that most Americans did say that police station in charge of dispatching citizens to death in the streets had it coming. But
Tim, you're having an emotional breakdown.
Yeah, he's getting really emotional.
2020, when thousands of far leftists firebombed the White House grounds and set fire to St. John's Church and injured 100 police officers, how many fucking people went to prison for 3 years? How many of them who never showed up on that day are in prison for 20 years? Enrique Tarrio wasn't even in D.C. on January 6th. And
Who? Who is that? The leader of the Proud Boys, Enrique Tarrio.
Is that fucking
is
great?
that is that really? Who it? Oh my god!
Isn't that great?
Incredible.
Isn't that funny?
That is fucking awesome.
Isn't that funny?
All right, let's. Now that, okay.
So now at 11, former Proud Boys leader and South Florida resident Enrique Tarrio sentenced
Wow,
to
you pulled that up
22
fast.
years in a
Seems
federal
like
prison.
you knew who he was talking about ahead of time there.
No, I literally just typed it into YouTube.
Washington, D.C. tonight, word that he'll receive the longest sentence ever in connection with the January 6th Capitol attack.
22 years behind bars. That is the stiffest penalty any defendant has received in a case like this. Here in the courtroom this afternoon,
Why?
Enrique
Tell us why.
Tarrio pleaded for mercy.
Beyond family, 39-year-old Enrique Tarrio had supporters in the courtroom like Suzanne Mung, who stood up when the Miami man entered.
I stand for the Proud Boys, and I stand for these January.
Oh my god. Amazing.
What?
6 defendants.
Tarrio received 22 years behind
What the
bars.
lady looked like?
Yeah.
And 3 more years of supervised release.
Well.
The longest sentence for anyone.
Yeah, why?
convicted
Tell
of
us
the
why.
Capitol attack.
Do I have to bring up the fucking pyramid? Jesus Christ.
Prosecutors
Give me the fucking important information.
painted him as a ringleader who directed a plot to overturn the 2020 election by force, even
Okay.
though he was not present the day of the attack.
Okay, so what you're telling me is he was a conspirator and planner, thus the head of the plan, and that's why. This makes sense. They probably got him on RICO charges, I imagine. Something like that. That would be... Maybe not. Maybe not. Hold on. Is
I'm
RICO
pretty
just
sure.
racketeering?
No, it's anything like organized, like criminal shit. You can
Okay.
do it for terrorism.
Racketeer influenced and corrupt organizations. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they did get him on RICO.
They probably did. It's what RICO was designed for.
What is a minimum RICO charge? Minimum sentencing. Maximum
look
20
up-
years.
Look up what he was charged with.
Yeah.
It'll say RICO. Or just look up his name and the word RICO. Come on, you apes. You want to live forever? Am I right?
Hold on.
You get it? Because of Johnny Rico.
Nothing about RICO. Well, his sentencing comes as the Justice Department prepares to put Trump on trial at the same courthouse in Washington. Blah, blah, blah. Arresting inspector, national embarrassment. Okay. What is he fucking charged with? Tarrio and 3 lieutenants were convicted in May of seditious conspiracy and other crimes after a month-long trial that served as a vivid reminder of the... Shut the fuck up.
The violence we received.
Oh my god, just like shut the fuck up. It wasn't that serious. Like, oh, they planned to and they stormed the building. One, you're not going to change the fucking election by holding a building in 2020, wasn't it? 2019.
I would argue his role is serious.
Sure,
but
yeah,
the overall
planning of
event
it, sure.
is not.
Yeah, like the actual event and how it went down. Oh, someone shit on Nancy Pelosi's desk and they
but,
stole
like,
a podium. Big fucking
the
deal.
Inter-organized things. Like if Hezbollah was there, that's a big deal.
That is a big deal. You're right. But they weren't. Okay, so 3 other members of the Proud Boys were convicted of a plot to attack the Capitol in a desperate bid to keep Donald Trump in power after the 2020 election. A jury in D.C., found Tarrio and 3 lieutenants guilty, so it wasn't a judge, it was a jury of his peers, of seditious conspiracy. Explainer, here we go. The former Proud Boys national chairman is standing trial on most serious charges that have been lodged after the Capitol attack. Seditious conspiracy, its 3rd such trial. Prosecutors in the case against former Proud Boy leader Enrique Tarrio and 4 lieutenants, so 1 got off. Interesting. Will try to prove that the extremist group plotted for weeks to use force to keep Donald Trump in power. Tarrio wasn't in Washington on Jan 6. He was arrested in a separate case 2 days later. Or earlier, sorry, 2 days earlier. But authorities say he helped put into motion the violence and cheered on the riot from afar. Defense attorneys, blah, blah. What is conspiracy? Seditious conspiracy law was enacted after the Civil War to arrest Southerners who might keep fighting the U.S. government. Sedition cases... Huh?
They got him on sedition.
I
didn't realize that's what you're.
Wicked.
I didn't realize that's what it was.
Sedition
because they were saying seditious conspiracy. Sedition is like really hard to fucking get people on.
Interesting.
Like really fucking hard.
Sedition cases have been rare in recent history. The charge can be difficult to prove, especially in cases when an alleged plot is unsuccessful. In order to win a seditious conspiracy case, prosecutors have to prove that 2 or more people conspired to overthrow, put down, or destroy by force the U.S. government or bring war against it, or that they plotted to use force to oppose the authority of the government or to block the execution of a law. Interesting. That seems unjust.
Yeah, I want to say they tried to do sedition charges for Trump, and that was one of the first things that was thrown out.
Yeah, okay. Because it would have been just him? Well, they couldn't have proved multiple people?
I mean, there was definitely multiple people involved in his organization. Trump definitely committed sedition.
Yeah, but they just couldn't prove it.
As a president, you are the system. So, good luck getting the legal precedent on that, you know?
Yeah.
Like, fucking, like, wasn't, like, the vice president under Lincoln kind of, like, pro-Southern or something? There was people in Lincoln's cabinet that he brought in that did empathize with the cause of slavery. Like, that's one of the big deals with Lincoln's cabinet, is that it was, like, extremely diverse, and he put in people who were his, like, political opposition. Because, like, his election alone had a secession crisis, right? Like, they were saying, like, before he got elected, if he got elected, they were gonna bounce.
Yeah.
Right? So, like, he put in, like, people who were totally, like, you know, wouldn't mind if the South won in this war.
Okay, so it's not enough to merely show the defendants advocated for use of force. Prosecutors must show that they conspired to use force. Conviction calls for up to 20 years in prison.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've answered Tim Pool's questions of why it's 20 years and why he's in jail. Great.
Yeah,
let's
that's
go back.
crazier than Rico, though, getting sedition.
It is. That is
like,
fucking
that doesn't
crazy.
happen.
Yeah, notice how Rico was the first one I assumed, because that's the one that they always use.
Yeah, that's what I would assume, too. That's the thing, is like, I would never guess sedition.
No.
I would hit him with terrorism first, you know?
Yeah. That would be a way easier one to prove,
But
right?
I think because the Proud Boys isn't technically a terrorist organization, it's only on a like threat list.
Yeah.
Then
okay.
it would imply that they were terrorists, and like it would like just because the Proud Boys isn't a terrorist one, like it would have to be a lone wolf event.
Disconnected from the actual Proud Boys, maybe.
But they're a militia, you know, which is like a legal thing.
True. Interesting.
And they're supposed to
who only
protect
his only
the
crime
security of the free state.
Yeah.
So they violated the Second Amendment by being a bad militia. Naughty,
quote,
naughty.
"Don't leave." That's his only crime. You think he should be in prison for 20 years because you're a fascist. You don't care what the facts are. You don't care if this is unjust. You only care that the machine state has decreed you are not to be locked up. And this is the problem I have with the left. They don't know the facts. They don't care about the facts.
Okay, they don't know the facts. They don't care about the facts. Set up. Now, this all happens. He goes on for another minute or two. But then there's apparently more to this interview that was not, what does Tim call it? Prop clipped?
Prop clipping.
Prop clipped or prompt clipped, or I don't know. Tim has a special word for it. So all of this stuff is up there, and I don't know if Tim actually, retweeted this stuff, because maybe he did. That way, people just go away. Because I certainly, saw this peripherally. I didn't.
The correction is always seen a fraction of the time that the original misstatement is.
But the funny part is the correction happens literally moments later when they actually decide to. Should we just fact check this? Here we go.
Be in prison, and you're saying yes to them. Tell me what.
No, I understand that laws on the books have been there for a long time, that I agree with, that if it's proven that you had a plan and you wanted to act on it, and then days after. The proof?
Say the proof.
What about
prosecutors? Say it.
Communications between.
What communications? What did he say? What did he do?
Is this serious?
Are you going to tell me why you think Enrique Tarrio should be in prison for 20 years, or are you going to say the government decreed it?
I just explained to you.
So the government said so. Is that it?
It's usually law enforcement, which I guess is part of the government.
Government said so?
Yep. Law
So you can't
enforcement
say
that uncovers evidence of communications, a memo that he crafted and sent to his organization that detailed each institution of government that they were going to try to overthrow. Then just days later, his organization is at the Capitol.
Oh, I can hear typing. Somebody's definitely going to look this up.
Enrique Tarrio.
I'm not quite sure that there's any evidence of
is that idiot old rock star?
Sort.
Yeah. Oh. You know what? I'll say this. The idea that Enrique Tarrio crafted a memo outlining for they 3 months featured witness evidence issued to Tarrio and co-defense included videos, thousands of messages, and encrypted chat groups, as well as a public message on Parler. On January 6th, Tarrio convened a Ministry of Self-Defense to coordinate Proud Boys leadership on January 6th. Chad Tarrio, stationed in Baltimore, encouraged the Proud Boys as they attacked the Capitol. Let's figure out what that encouragement was.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hey, look, this is the article I found.
Members of groups were convicted Thursday and applied to attack the Capitol. A jury in Washington, D.C. found Tarrio and 3 lieutenants guilty of seditious conspiracy, appearing dozens of witnesses.
Pause it for 1 second. So this is not just the government charging me. There's a whole jury system. The whole jury system.
Look. Boom. And then I also had this one. Boom.
Yeah, bro, like...
How hard was that? I literally did what Tim does in like 20 minutes.
Hang on. I got a meme.
I didn't see only news.
Show me your bag of secrets.
My monster condom.
That's a funny sound.
And I just want to be clear.
Whoa.
Sorry.
Whoa. You got to hand it to Tim for clicking through on the footnote to find out if this jury knew what the heck they were talking about. So let's just listen to
anxiety avoidance.
This is unbelievable.
Here's what happened, you know? Well, this is what would happen if they actually got away with it. But the kid is Ontario right here.
The Robert Rules say we gotta have minutes for a meeting, right? These the minutes.
Nigga, is you taking notes on a criminal fucking conspiracy? What the fuck is you thinking, man?
Do not write it down. Do not put your crimes on paper. Ever. That's what got Al Capone busted.
That is true. What was that? What was that
With
from?
The Wire.
No. What was that from?
The Wire.
That clip.
That clip was from The Wire, yes.
Why have I seen it?
The show.
Why have I seen it? I haven't seen that show.
Well, because it's a meme. The taking notes on a criminal conspiracy is just like the surprise motherfucker. Like I think that's from Dexter.
Yes,
something.
it is. Yes, it is.
Defendant Dominic Pizzola is in charge, and a civilian mouse in the Justice Department, which is now secured a conspiracy, blah, blah, blah.
Blah, blah, blah.
Stop. Okay, that's interesting. Wikipedia asserts that they did this, but there's actually nothing in the news article that actually states that is true.
Wait a second, stop it! This is a conspiracy by the jury, by the Wikipedia, by the government, all the government forces.
Witnesses.
No idea, and the witnesses, and all the transcripts and whatnot. Oh my God, he's cracked the case.
Yeah.
Wikipedia is behind all of this. He's clicked through the footnote, and he didn't check anything. Keep going.
Well, now we got a problem. Let's try this again. Let's try a secondary source. Let's see. There it is. They introduced evidence that Tarrio discussed with associates a plan to have a large crowd in Washington storm government buildings in a scheme they called 1776 Returns, in which the Winter Palace was used as an apparent code for the U.S. Capitol. In a message, he said, make no mistake, we did this. Do what must be done. And directed the Proud Boys to do it again. So the question then becomes...
Okay, pause it for a second. Wait. Now, before we get to the new question, because all of the old questions that Tim Pool had come up with were completely answered as if they were...
Honestly, this is why you got 20 years, bro. Like, that was really dumb. I don't want to say, like, hey, you deserve it. You know? It's more
But
of
if
like,
anybody does,
you got what's coming to you, you know?
Yeah.
Like, that's a real fucked around and found out situation, you know? What do you fucking expect? You LARPy motherfuckers, because you want your fucking, you need your cummies from feeling so cool for being like, you know, a fucking cereal organization that cares a lot about breakfast cereals.
Yeah, like if
what
people
a fucking moron.
Let me see if I can.
Like, I don't think we should jail people just for being stupid, and I think that's what his lawyer should do when they get the fucking like referral process that comes up. What do they call it? Parole. When the parole comes up, that's what what they should argue, is that he's stupid and you shouldn't jail people just for being stupid. I think it's a good strategy. What do you?
Hold on. Yeah.
I started this gang called the Proud Boys. And
the Proud Boys?
The Proud Boys.
What's Proud Boys about?
We have chapters all over the world. We meet. we
just
meet
started
once
it. You already
a
have
month.
chapters?
We get drunk and it's like the Elks Lodge.
Okay.
Like Masons or whatever.
Celebrating.
Okay, I want to be clear here. This is what it started as. It's not what it is today. I don't believe he's involved at all anymore. I believe it's completely evolved outside of his control.
Who cares?
Yes, I agree, but like that just like
no
people are aware. We're not trying to like soften the Proud Boys.
This dude is like such
a weird person.
The embodiment of divorced dad. You know?
How your woman goes on to meetings. And we have different degrees, like the Knights of Columbus. First degree, you declare yourself a Proud Boy. Second degree, we beat the shit out of you until you can name 5 breakfast cereals, and you have to give up masturbating. And then third degree...
That's what John was talking about.
You still have to give up masturbating, but you have to get a tattoo.
They still
and then
do
fourth
it.
degree, you get arrested or in a serious violent
I bet they
fight
do.
for the
Really?
cause. Yes.
You get arrested in a serious violent fight, so you're promoting
Or it's
violence?
some sort of major altercation.
You should erase that part.
Well, we don't encourage it. But
Wow, I wonder why it got so violent.
We don't encourage it, he says. That's... You just did, though. Sir?
So,
You did just encourage it, though. You just said... You just described how you encourage it, and then said, we don't encourage it, though.
Say... not just you're wrong, but Tim, you're wrong. That's the answer. Tim, you're wrong. But notice
Tim,
when
you're
Tim
wrong.
discovered that this Wikipedia thing, when you click on the footnote, isn't there. But what Tim didn't do was click on the other footnote. Let's click on the other footnote. He clicked on like 87, not 78, right?
Gotta go to the Wikipedia.
Let's go to.
Let's take a trip over to this Wikipedia.
We're going to check and see
everything,
when there's
bro?
two footnotes,
This is
folks.
great.
Make sure you click on both, or you're going to get totally humiliated.
He said he was going to go to a secondary source, and then he just went to the Wikipedia instead of also clicking on the sourcing here, which would have been this.
Where it begins to tell you all of that information.
That is fucking hysterical.
There we go. So there's a lot of details and quotes that I'm just seeing. Dang.
A week before January 6th, Tarrio received an email from a girlfriend with a document titled 1776 Returns, which contained an outline of a plan to assemble a large crowd in Washington storm government buildings.
Amazing.
Prosecutors
Sent
had
it
no
through
evidence that
email.
Tarrio shared the proposal with anyone, but they noted he appeared to reference it in multiple conversations with associates using the phrase the Winter Palace, which the document used as a euphemism for the Capitol, as well as an allusion to the Russian Revolution. Prosecutors sent much of their case.
Epic.
I mean,
Epic.
you can keep going on.
So
Their
he
case
didn't
reconstructing
share it, but he constantly referenced the document, and there's proof that he got sent the document and had seen it. So there's a digital paper trail of that fucking email. If that email wasn't sent to him, they would have a much harder case.
Yep.
Proud Boys march from the Capitol to Washington.
If this email wasn't found,
yeah,
his defense could have said that this phrase, the Winter Palace, existed long beforehand and had been in the organization.
Yeah, you can make that argument.
And he had like no knowledge that this plan was in place. He hadn't seen the document, and he thought they were talking about something completely different. It would probably still go down with him getting charged with sedition, but boy,
they might not be able to prove it though. That's the thing.
do not reference code words in a criminal conspiracy that you have been sent electronically or even given in paper. Do not do that. Do not
Bad
say.
idea.
Also, do not say, the plan. The plan. While you're like plotting a crime.
Wink, wink.
Don't do that.
Definitely.
Free legal advice. Stop.
Monument. Tarrio was not with them that day because he had been arrested on January 4th when he arrived for burning a Black Lives Matter flag during the December 12th pro-Trump event. The point is, and I am completely, frankly, agnostic about whether the jury decided this case correctly because I don't follow legal cases. I never do.
It's not just
once it goes
because I
to
don't
a jury
actually care.
and whatnot, like it is the jury's to determine. And there are times, occasionally, I guess I could criticize certain laws or level of punishments, but Tim's whole argument is that this kid knew nothing about what he was talking about, and there was no evidence against Tarrio. And one trip to Wikipedia makes Tim basically eat his shoe.
Yeah.
It is fascinating the level of assuredness and confidence that Tim Pool could have about something he knows nothing about. And so much so that he would embarrass himself on his own show. Is there more of this garbage?
Yeah, but just really quick, I want to say to the Brooklyn defendant he was talking about earlier, who has been supposedly locked up in solitary without any sort of recourse. He obviously has been charged with crimes relative to January 6th, and at one point he delayed his own
solitary.
trial because he was trying to appeal something else regarding to his charges.
And supposedly he's raising a bunch of money. From the
right,
whole
and it's
thing.
like, and he's appeared on podcasts from prison, and so there's that part. There's another footnote in here, footnote 86, which is a Washington Post extensive article going through all of the text messages and parlors that he is acting as if didn't happen or that Luke Beasley is making up. So he went to one footnote when clearly there were 3 other footnotes in this section that he just.
All the research Tim must have been doing about this. He literally read one article on Breitbart 7 months ago, and that's been his Bible, I guess.
But he learned a lesson from you. You've got to read about the subject that you're about to rant on. But I think he should learn another lesson, that maybe read a second article.
So let's hear him respond to Luke after this.
Proud Boys to do it again. So the question then becomes, in the bigger picture,
let's
at all acknowledge that you just blew up over something that I was absolutely citing fairly. I think people should be prosecuted
incredible.
for engaging in plans to overthrow our government. That's kind of
That's a very loose definition of plans to overthrow the government.
Okay, attorney, guy wearing hat.
Mentioning
Okay, sir, with your legal degree.
The Winter Palace, like metaphor, gives it entirely away if you know what that was, which is Lenin and the Bolsheviks saying, "Actually, we're done with all the shit you're doing in there. This is us now." Like it's just obvious.
I just watched Tim face himself by reading Wikipedia and half of one article cited. So I think that's a pretty loose definition of the crimes that a jury convicted him of.
Yeah, go tune Tim's guitar.
Oh my God. I don't know, like any of these people like ever watch back on this tape and go like, memo to self, don't make myself look like a total idiot.
I don't think so.
People make mistakes all the time, but the level and the relentlessness. I mean, you can see how Tim looks like, honestly, like a little puppy dog who's been slapped on the head with a newspaper.
Yeah.
And Beasley, I have to say, to his credit, is so much more generous and charitable to Tim Pool than he should be.
I love that he's
Beasley
like, should we just acknowledge that you blew up over nothing?
As he said it so calmly as well.
Yeah, I love it. He's fucking great.
Like,
it's very funny.
I'm done talking to you unless you acknowledge what just happened. You total idiot.
Because what Tim does is kind of undermine any sort of ability to actually talk about ideas. When he says, "Nah, I don't think you did characterize it wrong," like you put.
No, yeah. Now he's just running away like in a weaselly fashion.
In order to have a enlightened discourse, you need to be able to agree on terms. And Tim, once you realize you can't actually win your argument by agreeing on terms,
let's broaden out the question of generally, do we think that the criminal justice system is fair? Okay,
Right.
Instead of like talking about this narrow thing, why are you so obsessed with this?
bigger picture. So are you going to at all acknowledge that you just blew up over something that I was absolutely citing fairly? I don't think you cited it fairly. I think people should be prosecuted for engaging in plans to overthrow our government. That's kind of
that's a very loose definition of plans to overthrow the government.
Yeah. Y'all don't seem to be that informed.
Wait, with respect, I cover a lot of protested rights. A lot of people try to protest and riot and occupy government buildings. Do you think that qualifies as trying to, overthrow your government?
No.
What is it?
Okay, good. So I mean,
but if they had a plan to take control of the government, which was this one.
If this was an actual plan, this was the most
over the government
ridiculous plan ever. They went after people for having Lego sets.
Positive. I mean, this is fascinating. There's 4 guys there, and Beasley just looked.
I feel like that's a gross mischaracterization. Lego sets? What's the bet it was Lego sets put in the shape of Washington, D.C. so that they could plan? What's the bet it's that? Let's see if I can buy a Lego White House.
It's, you know, you think they had the polar thing that they do when you see Napoleon pushing his units around?
Mm-hmm. Wow. Go away. Oh my god. Look at that. Did you know that you could get a Lego White House? Imagine the scale DC that you could build with a Lego White House. Look at that. That's actually pretty fucking cool. I wonder how fucking much it is. Too much. It's probably not for sale anymore. Retired product, see? Oh, look. What happens if I buy the Statue of Liberty? Well, look at this. It's a great idea. Pyramid. Anyway, they've established that you can buy Lego architecture stuff, so I'm going to guess that they were using it as a plan, as like a blueprint thing. Actually, yeah, the Lego Capitol building.
Why don't you look it up? Proud Boys arrested over Legos.
Look, you can get a U.S. Capitol building as well.
Just type in Proud Boys arrested over Legos.
Oh.
What was it?
It might have been this. Maybe. Leader of the far right, Capitol. Posted fake Capitol invasion Lego set. Posted the set of the toy Trump supporters occupying the Capitol of social media. Doctored image was set. Okay, he was widely photographed. Okay, little spokesperson for this. Okay. I fucking hate the corporate press. Alleged leader of 6 January riot had Lego model of Capitol and book on hometown militias. So that looks like he had this.
Mm-hmm.
And a book. One of the alleged leaders of the Capitol riot planned for the attack by constructing a Lego model of the Capitol at his home. According to court documents, investigators recovered a fully constructed U.S. Capitol Lego set from Robert Moores, 27, who is accused of leading other insurrectionists in some of the most violent clashes of the incident. The Smoking Gun reported that the investigators also found a notebook filled with instructions on how to form a militia. Every fucking time.
To-do lists that include ambush and battle drills. Do not do this.
Yeah,
do not make to-do lists of your criminal conspiracy.
Incredible.
To-do
This is
list.
fucking amazing.
Sell drugs.
Incredible.
Murder wife.
Was an Army Ranger. Interesting.
Oh my god. Was an Army Ranger. Had notes. That
Amazing.
Literally had notes that the enemy could have captured. Like, come on,
Dumb.
bro.
Dumb.
You gotta fucking use a fucking codex or something.
Okay, at least we've established what that is, and did you notice how my first instinct was correct? Because I'm just like, oh, Lego set, Lego. What could they have had? Oh, probably the Capitol
and
building
remember,
or like
none
a White
of these
House.
people have come up with this narrative themselves. This is just something they saw on Facebook that somebody was arrested over Legos.
Yep. And then they're just extrapolating incorrectly. It's very funny.
Well, they only had partial information to begin with, and they come up with these grand conspiracies and conclusions through this web of partial info. Where it's just a guy was arrested for Legos. Can you believe how ridiculous the libs are? you have to show that all these people are innocent. And that, like Trump, they're being persecuted for their political beliefs.
That's exactly what it is, yes. But yeah, isn't it funny how I was just able to, like, logically get to the correct conclusion? That I'm like, oh, January 6th, Lego, going after Lego. And it was from them. That it was them saying it, bringing it up as a counterpoint. Hey, what about them getting arrested for Lego? Like, literally, on the spot, I'm like, oh, well, I know that you can get things that look like stuff with Lego. You can buy rockets. I imagine you can buy building sets because that's literally what Lego is. A fucking building set. So why would you not be able to buy Lego models of buildings? And also, why would you buy...
Especially if the Lego sets can be sold in those gift shops.
Yes, which is probably where most of them go.
The government has things like, what's one of the best things about, like, say if you're a history nerd or something, you know, like you're Mr. Beat, the history teacher.
Yeah.
The cheapest vacation and most sustenance he can get is
DC.
Just DC, because you can do 2 museums a day.
Yep.
And they're all free, so you only pay for your food and hotel.
It's true.
Like, they already have these things
do?
in place to fund these creative outlets and stuff like that.
But you know what you should actually do is spend an entire day at the Air and Space Museum just really appreciating
I have a great
aircraft.
Picture of me at the Air and Space Museum, and I'm gonna see if I can find it on Facebook. It's like
waited
decades old.
Yeah. I waited 15 years to see the SR-71. That thing is fucking incredible. And you can't convince me otherwise. That plane is an engineering marvel. It's amazing. And it's so rough, too.
It might have been,
that's the best thing.
It might have been like a... I'm not sure. Because I know I've also been to the museum that's like a hangar, and the SR-71 is in there.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. There's two. There's one in DC, there's one in Virginia. And the one in Virginia is the one I'm talking about.
I went to like I've been to both, so.
Yeah, yeah. I went to the one in DC thinking it was the one in Virginia, and I'm like, oh, this isn't the place I wanted to go. Where's the SR-71?
Yeah, the one
and I looked
at
it up,
the
and I'm
Lake
like, where the
Capitol.
fuck is it? So then I had to drive. So lucky we did drive up from Tennessee, so we had a car. So I was able to drive to it, which is handy. Very, very happy. They have a shuttle there as well, which is neat. Also, I don't know why, but when they filmed the
yeah, I found it. This picture is so good.
I'm excited. Let's fucking go. What the fuck?
This is us getting kicked out because they're closing. It's... So we got a picture with the guy.
That's fucking awesome. That's great. That is a good picture. Rate it.
Love it. Uh-oh, can't hear. What happened? Why'd my audio go away?
Huh?
I can't hear the Sam Cedar video. I did something when I pulled that up.
Is it your
Just,
other computer?
No. Just relink it. Just reshare.
Oh.
And it will and just flick the audio again, and maybe it will work.
They went in there, and incidentally,
That's funny. You know what? All right, Restream, you win. That was good. I was able to switch the screen share with one button. I didn't have to go through 95 different buttons.
many of them got arrested. They were going in and performing civil disobedience. But if it had been found subsequent to that, or prior to that there was a conspiracy to overthrow the government in their documents, we're going to go in. We're going to intimidate. We're going to end this process of when the governor gets sworn in. And
better.
We're going to secure this, and the Oath Keepers are on the perimeter of Madison.
Yeah, they're in their offices looking through their documents.
I mean, give me a break. But these guys, and the problem is, like, it's honestly like Beasley's just like looking at them, and they're just all scrambling around to save Tim in this instance.
Can I give you my theory on this really quickly? Because, like, remember when we saw that Tim Pool was broadcasting from the Daily Wire studios for the election this year? I think they're trying to audition a little bit for another Edward Gregorian type, or perhaps a network like the Daily Wire that will take them into the fold. And you're seeing this because January 6th was yesterday. On CNN, Scott Jennings, the MAGA guy that they have on there, was essentially trying to say that because Biden and the Democrats passed the Electoral Count and Reform and Presidential Transition Improvement Act of 2022, which just like tweaked the rules on certifying the election because of what happened, that Kamala Harris and the Democrats didn't legitimately certify this election of Donald Trump, and because there were questions about the recount in the Pennsylvania Senate race. There is an active project by right-wing influencers right now to change the narrative around January 6th. And it's so 100%. Impossible to do it because the facts are so obvious. So they get really nervous when it's obvious what's called out for them, because right now the next 4 years is about sucking up to Daddy Trump. And if you want a spot in conservative media, and maybe you want a lucrative contract with the Daily Wire or someplace like that, just speculating, you got to be able to effectively do that Herculean task task of obscuring what happened on that day.
And it's so pathetic the way that they act like try to prove that it wasn't like this guy saying it was so shambolic. Like, yeah, it was shambolic. That doesn't mean the intent and actually a lot of the execution wasn't there. And like
you don't get points when you rob a bank poorly.
Yeah.
If you trip out on your way out the door.
Exactly.
No.
Okay, good. So I mean,
but if they had a plan to take control of the government, which was this one.
If this was an
Is
actual
that
plan, this
a
was
plan?
the most
over the government?
ridiculous plan ever. They went after people for having Lego sets of the Capitol.
Yeah.
What are you talking
I mean, the level of political prosecution here. Would you even
He
admit
did say it
that there
there.
was some level of politics when
He
it came
said
to the
it under his
prosecution of the
breath
J6s?
of the
Would you say politics
Capitol.
played a role
So
in this?
he even
Engaging with this
knows.
as thoughtfully as possible, not trying to grandstand. Of course, often, for very justifiable reasons, prosecutors will try to make an example of someone who, for example, tried to overthrow the government to prevent the peaceful transfer of power.
Yeah, so what?
I will say that I do think that there's been politics in this, and that's why these prosecutions
Wait, he said it under his breath?
happen so slow.
Yeah, if you listen, he said of the
Admit
Capitol.
that there was some level of politics when it came to the most
over the government? Control of the government, which was this one.
If this was an
Is
actual
that
plan, this
a
was
plan?
the most
over the government?
ridiculous plan ever. They went after people for having Lego sets of the Capitol.
What are you talking
I mean, the level.
He did kind of try and hide it, didn't he? That's very funny. I didn't catch that the first time.
Of political prosecution here. Would you even admit that there was some level of politics when it came to the prosecution of the J6s? Would you say politics played a role
Because
in
I'm
this?
engaging with this as thoughtfully as possible, not trying to grandstand. Of course, often, for very justifiable reasons, prosecutors will try to make an example of someone who, for example, tried to overthrow the government to prevent the peaceful transfer of power.
Yeah, so what?
I will say that I do think that there's been politics in this, and that's why these prosecutions happen so slowly. Because the impetus of,
idiots,
of
not
someone
the
like
politics
Garland
the way you
and,
think
and
it is.
Biden is to go slowly, dot every I, cross every T, be judicious.
The politics have worked in their favor. Idiots.
That to the extent that there's any politics, that's possible. But the idea that like prosecutors, I mean, of all the things that you wanted to set an example for, overthrowing the government seems like a fairly important precedent to set.
Yeah, I would argue that there are politics involved in prosecutorial decisions. To add to your point, it is politics that the Republican members of the House and some of the senators have not been prosecuted for their role in attempting to overturn the results of the 2021 election. And I would say, yes, that is part of the politics of it because they are powerful and because there are powerful Republicans that are protecting them in the judiciary as well. Like, it's not, if Tim wants to talk about pretrial detention and bail reform and how our criminal justice system screws over the little guy, hey, we can have a conversation about that point. But if you want to read, I know.
That would involve him reading.
I know. But if you want to find common ground here, yeah, we should be prosecuting the people who are more in power. I think the Enrique Tarrio prosecution is good because he was an organizer of this. We should go further. We should go to the Republican politicians who tried to overturn the results of the election because they're the people that have the power. Is Tim on board with that? Is Tim on board with going after the powerful for this clear attempt to overturn the results of the election, even if it was poorly executed? My question, I can probably anticipate the answer.
Tim is complicit like those Republicans are. Everybody who got locked up for Jan 6 and was maybe like led there under false pretenses or whatever, like they were egged on by people like Tim Pool and Republicans.
He had half those people on his show and leads up to it.
They are complicit.
He knew it also. There's reports that he knew that something was going down there too.
And people like Ashley Babbitt that got killed, they got killed because guys like that, and they continue to want to spread bullshit on behalf of the Republican Party. Like, and they're leading their followers towards this sort of stuff.
I gotta say, like, this whole thing would be easily just sort of like being calm, and I think people know I don't have that ability to remain that level of sort of like calm. But it does feel like one of those things, like when in the Matrix where everybudy's firing the bullets, and all of a sudden the bullets just like slow down, and he just goes like
Tim
this.
exploded like that.
They're all scrambling around him.
I mean, they're Beasley is so calm.
Legos.
And
Also,
submissive.
Legos just happened to be the way that they created the map for where the guns were going to go in.
That's a very interesting idea.
So Tim Pool can't explode exactly like that on Sam Cedar because he's afraid of Sam in a way that he's not with Luke. Luke will sit there calmly, which is like, to his credit, like somebody yelling and exploding like that, especially when you're already in like a frustrating, hostile debate with them. Like, what, he just doesn't have it in him. He's just a Zen dude, Maybe he's just a pussy. No, That's another word for saying he's Zen.
Sure.
Well, pussy would mean that he's afraid of Tim.
Well, he's afraid to speak his mind, which I
Well,
guess.
no, I don't think he's afraid to speak his mind. I think that Luke is just calm, and when people are yelling and stuff, he's just listening and like
actually
just
listening,
analyzing it at a regular base.
Yeah. I would kind of agree with that. Yeah, I would agree. It does look like he's actively listening to what they're saying, no matter whether they're yelling or not.
Well, also he's in show business, so he also has the. But still, Sam Cedar is right. Like Sam Cedar doesn't care. He does. Sam Cedar is not like you know how I was saying like Keegan is like good for advertisers and stuff. Like he's got the brand. So does Luke. Sam Cedar doesn't care.
No.
You know? So that's the difference. So like Sam Cedar doesn't care that we're doing a show. Right? Like Tim Pool is like, oh, it's just for the cameras. Like Tim Pool totally plays it up for the cameras. It's one of the more obvious things that happens.
Yeah.
Like him slamming the desk about Ukraine being an enemy.
Yeah. Yes.
Where all the different people are stationed. Like, why did they have a Lego of the Capitol?
I also
These
would
guys
not
are grown
raise my
men.
voice
Are they
to
doing
Sam Cedar.
Legos, or is that the
He does
easiest way to
have
have a
the
model of where they're going to
daddy
attack?
energy to me.
Unbelievable. Is
It
there
was
any
so
more to this, or is
shambolic.
it
They
we done?
referenced, yeah.
Huh? We done? That's good. Unbelievable. Like, how many times does Tim Pool have to embarrass himself on his own stream and prove to his audience that he doesn't read anything? I mean, and this, like, look, it's one thing I understand that Tim will just go talk out of his ass about Social Security because he didn't want to know about it. It involves actually, like, slight bit of reading and policy. But he bathes in this January 6th stuff, and he just got completely self-owned. Like, this is like full-on step on the rake and then say, wait a second, and then take the sharp part of the rake and just bang it into your forehead.
Jamming your
Enrique Terrio was on Timcast 3 months before January 6th.
Oh.
Amazing.
Huh.
Interesting. Maybe that's why he's so outraged.
Yeah, this is complicity.
Charlie
All right,
Kirk
folks.
buses January 6th.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily.
Did you hear who Trump appointed as fucking VOA supervisor?
Who?
Carrie fucking Lake.
Epic. I think she's
Sorry.
worked for them already, though.
Mm.
Oh, no, she's been in a newsroom. So.
Yeah, okay. Well, I guess we can completely discount VOA as a source from now on. But we'll see.
I mean...
Syrian refugee Hassan Salaroğlu and his family have carved out a new life in Istanbul with a thriving
Not
pastry shop in
Constantinople?
Istanbul's Sultanbeyli district, which is home to around 60,000 Syrians. With Assad gone, the question of whether to return to Syria now looms large.
It's been 10 years, and my shop
I'm
has been
definitely the
open for
only
last 8
person that would
years.
ever laugh
You can
at
start
that.
a shop there in Syria, too.
Across the road,
Remember
Go
when
shop
you
owner
didn't know what
Hemel
that
Daniel
band
is
was?
considering a
I
return.
didn't know what the
There
band
it
was. I
goes.
knew the
Yeah,
song.
and then you realized you've heard
breaking up
tons
her
of their
family.
songs.
We
are Yep. all
thinking about
They're the
returning,
most show
but the
tunes
children
band
don't
ever.
think about-
It's very funny how none of their songs are alike.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
very
that's
interesting.
they're a show tunes type band.
Mm.
About it. They love being here. They want to stay here. We still feel nostalgic for our land. We are still missing Syria because we were raised in Syria. The Syrian generation growing up in Turkey doesn't think about going back.
Since Assad fled Syria,
It's
Turkish
funny
authorities
because
say
it's
about
poisonous.
35,000 Syrians out of nearly 4 million living in Turkey have gone home. The Refugee Association in Sultanbeyli provides assistance to some of Istanbul's 600,000 Syrian refugees. Social Welfare Director Kadri Gunguru says Syrians are becoming increasingly nervous about returning.
I bet they are.
The desire to return was very strong in the first stage, but has turned into this. Yes, we will return, but there is no infrastructure, no education, and no hospitals. But if the Syrians do not return, the general public may react to the Syrians because now they will say that Syria is safe. Why don't you return?
Turkish authorities have removed Arabic from shop signs in a move aimed at quelling growing public resentment over Syrian refugees,
Interesting.
made worse by an ailing economy.
It is bringing a lot of the problems in Turkey, even the criminal actions and also border security, and Turkish public opinion oppose the Syrian people in today.
Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan
Wow,
is
you
promising
mean
to
the
facilitate
Turkish
the quick return
fascists are being Turkish fascists? Who'd have thunk it?
of Syrian refugees, while pledging that deportations will be voluntary. However, analysts suggest stronger action may be possible, as Erdogan knows that not sending the refugees home quickly could have political consequences. Dorian Jones, VOA News, Istanbul.
France said on Wednesday some European Union sanctions on Syria could be lifted soon. A month after the end of Assad family rule, those sanctions are hindering the country's recovery and obstructing the delivery of humanitarian aid. France's Foreign Minister Jean-Noël Barrot added that lifting more political sanctions would depend on how Syria's new leadership handled the transition and ensured inclusivity. In Damascus, Mohammed Badr said Syria's ailing economy and standard of living needed a boost.
The situation is way better than before, but there are some ups.
I'm so excited to be able to go to Syria in a couple years.
I mean...
And it'd be like somewhat...
Oh. I was about to
Okay.
say, you could go before.
No, I know.
It
but
might might actually be harder to go because they'll have actual customs. You know?
True. I don't know. It would be interesting to go now and to go in a couple years. But I don't know. I feel like it would be a very weird place right now. It'd be very strange.
It's a
think,
party
like,
right now.
12 years of war. Civil war. Nothing. Endless buildings being destroyed. Like, yeah, there's the partying, but, like, it'd be a weird place to be at the moment, I reckon. Just vibes-wise.
Observations. First of all, people are tired. I totally
420 views. Nice.
respect all the new decisions. I respect
420
everything that
views.
is happening. And I respect those who are working seriously. I respect everything. But the problem is that people are tired and people's incomes are low.
International flights have resumed for the first time since rebels toppled Bashar al-Assad
Crazy.
on December 8th.
Crazy.
And reunited families hugged and cried with joy. Bassem el-Hariri said he hadn't been back for more than a decade.
I'm a dissident police officer. I left Syria in 2012 and have not returned since then. I cannot describe my happiness. I needed a miracle to return via Damascus International Airport, and that miracle happened.
Life has also returned for the first time in many years to Mount Qassim, a much-loved viewpoint overlooking Damascus.
Cool.
A view of Syria's future
This is
less
great.
clear. There are severe power shortages, with state-supplied electricity available only 2 or 3 hours per day in most areas. The trade minister in the caretaker government said on
that
Monday
a white guy?
sanctions only 2 or 3 hours per day in most areas.
Yes.
Severe power shortages, with
Syria is a
state-supplied
white country.
electricity available only 2 or 3 hours per day in most areas. The trade minister in the caretaker government said on Monday that sanctions have been preventing Syria from making deals to import fuel, wheat and other key goods. 3 European diplomats speaking on condition of anonymity
It's literally
said
the
the EU
meme
would agree to lift
conservatives
some sanctions
rephrase
by the time
criminal
the
acts as can't hang out with my friends anymore.
bloc's foreign ministers
We were just
meeting
trying
late
to
January.
overthrow the
2 of the
government.
diplomats said one
Like,
aim
what's
was
the
to
big deal?
facilitate financial transactions to allow funds to return to the country, ease air transport, and lessen
We
sanctions
just took
targeting the energy
conspicuous
sector
notes
to
of a
improve power
criminal conspiracy.
supplies.
What's
The
the
United
big
States
deal?
on Monday issued a sanctions exemption for transactions with governing institutions in Syria for 6 months.
Yeah.
Not enough people are paying attention to the fact that a jihadi organization now runs a country.
Epic.
Another country. It happened again. But HTS, or Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, is the group that toppled Assad and brought
Is
kind of
his
a
hat
relative
just a
peace
red
to Syria
square?
recently. But they have a dark past.
Looks like it, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Involving some of the world's worst terror
So he
organizations.
said,
to
what
include
did he
Al-Qaeda
say
and Islamic State.
specifically there in
So
the beginning?
Not enough people are paying attention to the fact that a jihadi organization
Okay,
now
not
runs a
enough people. Okay, as long as it wasn't nobody. Because,
country.
like,
Organizations.
anyone who's plugged into Syria
Has been talking about it.
should be well aware that they are literally jihadi.
Yeah.
You know? Like,
Well, I've been
nobody
talking
has
about
been
how he
trying
dropped
to
his
do-
jihadi name.
Nobody's been trying to do, like, the apologia. You know? Like, they've maybe, like, the like, just being, like, you know, us talking about his history. how he technically was never ISIS, but he was Al Qaeda,
Yes.
and that
Yeah,
includes
he
Al
split
Qaeda
off
in Iraq, which could
when
be considered
Zarqawi
ISIS, you
when
know?
Zarqawi took the split, he quit, right?
But he was under Zarqawi for Al Qaeda in Iraq. So that's the
okay.
thing, is it's not. I would say that is ISIS, but it's not at the same time. It's not ISIS yet.
Yeah, okay.
But it's like, like even Zarqawi isn't ISIS, but he was out, I think, before Baghdadi declared the Islamic State.
Okay.
So, but like, that's the most you get is like people explaining that.
Yeah.
But like, nobody's been saying this whole moderate rebel thing. And that's what I was getting into on Sunday, is how much that narrative pisses me off, because they want to talk about Timber Sycamore, which was before we like put direct ordnance on the ground for countering ISIS, and before we had any collaboration with the Kurds, including in Iraq.
Really?
Right?
Interesting.
Because the first time the United States gets involved is the Yazidi massacre.
Yes.
And it's after
okay.
the PKK had opened up evacuation corridors.
Okay.
And then America started bombing ISIS positions there.
Mm-hmm.
3
Okay, that
days
makes sense.
into the genocide.
3 days.
Mm-hmm. So if the PKK wasn't there, it would have been a lot worse.
Damn.
Did
the Yazidis make their YPG when this happened, or did it
already
exist
existed.
before then? Okay.
But like,
What are they called? What's their name?
It's like the Shangal Defensive Force or something.
Okay.
But they're technically PKK, literally PKK, but they're not a terrorist organization as well, because they're like part of the official Iraqi armed forces, because they're PMF. But anyway, I don't know what I was gonna say. Oh, there's video of the Peshmerga meeting with ISIS on a bridge and shaking hands, and it's the Peshmerga agree that they will not fight ISIS on the way to the Yazidis. Right?
Okay.
And so, like, I was explaining this on the Syria stream, is that one of the things that makes ISIS, like Al-Qaeda in Iraq becoming ISIS, one of the foundational chapters is a Kurdish chapter. So there were literally 2 Kurds discussing a genocide of Yazidi on that bridge. And there's footage of this.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's really downplayed how much of ISIS core was Kurdish.
Yeah.
And it comes from Ansar al-Islam, which is like the group that I say is like the ones that were fighting Saddam, and they see Al-Qaeda as a resistance force.
Yeah.
Like, they were already Al-Qaeda, and then they helped form ISIS. Things change. And that group that used to be kind of like legitimate freedom fighters went down a dark path. Well, Jelani went down the light path of jihad. But nobody says moderate rebels, because the moderate rebels they backed at Timber Sycamore was like a month to counter ISIS. They gave them arms in the beginning when there was moderate forces, and this narrative has continued to label the jihadis as the moderate rebels because that's Russians' narrative, is that the U.S. funds Al Qaeda when it never happened. Actually, it did, because of the CIA and Benghazi. They smuggled the heavy weapons in. That's all part of this. But the point is that moderate rebels existed at the time, and the program was very brief. I just came to this random stream. Are you on the right or left side?
Of what?
I'm on the left. See, I'm over here.
I'm on the right.
Jack's over there. All of us
To
are
include
Jay.
Al-Qaeda and Islamic State.
We are
so
one.
In recent years, they've tried to sever those ties to increase their appeal to the West, and it kind of seems to be working.
More specific, please.
Look at that.
So in today's video, we're
logo.
going to explore
Beautiful.
that HTS evolution from brutal jihadist organization to the new
pretty
leaders
sure
of
that's
Syria
the
and the
SNA
atrocity-filled
logo,
history
one of them.
they're hoping we look past.
I'm not sure, though.
Aaron
I don't
Zellin
know.
recently summed this up perfectly in a piece for Foreign Policy where he said, quote, HTS essentially went from global jihad to a local regime. They aren't liberal Democrats, but they also aren't part of the global jihadi movement anymore. They're still conservative Islamists who run an authoritarian government. And with the United States having
What do you
recently
mean
sent
they're not
delegations to
part of the
Syria
global
and apparently
jihad?
ready to lift a $10 million bounty on Jelani's head, the leader of HTS, we have to ask ourselves here: Are
That's-
we being tricked,
what a-
or is this
what a
really a new
dumb
group
analysis.
with more moderate ideology?
Like, do these people who fucking write these articles and say they're analysts seriously not understand that Muslim Brotherhood has been the opposition group in Syria forever? And, like, they are a fucking global group. Like, these guys are technically more connected to Hamas than Hezbollah is.
Yeah.
Right? Like, they're all coming out of the Muslim Brotherhood. Like,
Mhm.
the Muslim Brotherhood and the political backing they have in Syria are going to be the guys who are backing this. And, like, we've interviewed Syrians, and that's one of the things they said is, like, ISIS and shit wasn't a thing. Like, the most intense thing we had was a Muslim brother.
Yeah.
Right? And,
Yes.
And the one girl, her granddad was ran out of the country for being a member of the party.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The one girl we have to talk to there.
Yeah. Yep.
So, like, it's like saying, like, there's going to be Ba'athist remnants as well.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Like, to say that they're not connected to the global jihad and that they, like, wouldn't have a goal because, like, dude, all these Arab leaders not just do the whole we're going to reform Assad and invite him back to the Arab League thing? Like, if anything, the only person that they should be cool with, obviously they're going to be diplomatic because they're not even trying to start with Israel, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they even have, like, all this stuff where they have, like, an Al-Aqsa district and stuff, and they have a memorial to honor all the Palestinians Assad killed and stuff
Yeah.
that they built. But Jordan would be the only one that they would be, like, friendly with because at least they were bombing the Captagon, you know?
So today's video is going to be broken out into 4 different periods of time. First, we have the HTS rebranding away from Al-Qaeda in 2017. We're also going to look at the 6 years prior to that while they were operating in Syria. We're going to look at their official break with the Islamic State.
Hold on. You say what? That is what? Revi, where the fuck are you? Translation, please.
Genocide.
That sounds French. Although considering you're
Italian.
European, you will
Italian.
and right next to France.
Genocide is Italian. You know how I know?
You want how?
Because I fucking live in the Italian, like, colonial period here. You know, we have a street that's Genesee.
Ah. Okay, that makes sense. But yeah, the left-right thing, we don't do that. Fuck your team, basically.
Yeah.
It's like
I'm
your
in the
team
left
doesn't
camera.
Matter. Like, yeah, like your team doesn't matter. We don't care. We have conservatives who watch us. We have liberals. We have anarchists,
Stupid people,
communists, dumb people,
smart people,
you know, everyone. As long as you live in reality and you're happy to listen and talk, you're welcome here.
And then finally, Jolani's time fighting and killing American soldiers and plenty of Iraqi civilians
Base.
during the invasion of Iraq.
Killing
Starting with his most
Americans.
recent
using
Killing
his dead
American
name.
soldiers.
Preston, stop using his dead name. It's funny
from
because
HTS
I'll
in
still say
2017,
Jelani, but
Hayat
Alan
Tahrir
will
al-Sham
always
publicly
use
severed
his,
ties with Al-Qaeda, but
he'll always say his
His actual name.
birth
The
name.
name he's using now.
Yeah, I forgot what
Interesting.
it is off the top of my head. It's like
skeptics argue that this
Ahmed
was
Ashara
purely
or something.
Yeah.
Ashana.
cosmetic. That essentially was a way for HTS to try to gain legitimacy both inside and outside of Syria without actually having to change any of their extremist ideology or tactics. So we're going to dive into why HTS made this move and whether or not it actually succeeded in kind of reshaping their image on the world
I can
stage.
tell you why they did it.
So not
Let's
only
see
did
if you get it
Jelani,
right.
the leader of HTS, publicly break with Al-Qaeda, which at times was questioned whether it was legitimate or not, but over time Al-Qaeda actually condemned the move, essentially confirming it to an outside audience. Jelani then, following that separation, went on a crackdown of smaller groups with official ties.
That's
to
not out
Al-Qaeda
of the
and Islamic State.
ordinary. Al-Qaeda
Okay.
does that all the time. They did the same thing with Zarqawi. Zarqawi had to stop calling his group Al-Qaeda in Iraq because Al-Qaeda said, "You're blowing up Shia monuments and temples and shit. Get fucked. You're not part of this group. Get out." Anyway, here's more money because you still technically are part of this group.
Organizations like Haras al-Din, Ahrar al-Sham, and quite a few others. In fact, going back to Aaron Zellin in Foreign Policy, he said, quote, talking about HTS, they've taken out every single Islamic State cell in the area that they've been controlling. They also dismantled Al-Qaeda's attempt to create another branch in Syria. In fact, during this time, Al-Qaeda communications suggested that their leadership viewed this move by HTS as illegal and having shattered the oath of allegiance that they had pledged to Al-Qaeda just a few years prior. I mean, that was a big shift. It was essentially HTS saying they're not going to pursue this idea of global jihad that Al-Qaeda pushes, but instead are going to focus more regionally, maybe even locally,
now
only
that's
inside
better.
of Syria. That
To
said,
say
the
that they're
leader
not
of HTS,
pursuing
Jelani,
the
does
same
still...
goals as Al-Qaeda is a much better way of saying it, but they still are very much a part of the global. Like they don't care if Al-Qaeda succeeds elsewhere.
Yeah.
You know, obviously they would like Hamas to overthrow Israel as well. They're not going to help because they're not trying to start more shit. You know, they've been at war for so long. But it's just like all the guys in Bosnia went to go fight in Chechnya and stuff. Like if there wasn't a dedication to the global movement, they wouldn't have all the foreign fighters that they do. You know, the Uyghurs wouldn't be there helping them make this Islamic State, which it will be because they are jihadists, but they say that it's going to come from the people instead of like from the dictatorship. We'll see. But it will be a Muslim state, like Afghanistan.
Still, on occasion, reference events outside of Syria, like a 2018 speech where he said, quote, with this spirit, we will not only reach Damascus, but, Allah permitting, Jerusalem will be awaiting our arrival, end quote. Can't imagine the Israelis are too awful excited to hear that.
He did
the
the
new
thing.
leader of
He
Syria,
did
just going
the
back
thing.
6 years, saying Jerusalem is our next target.
The road
But
to
either way,
Jerusalem
before
is
this
through
rebranding in
Damascus.
2017, HTS
That's what I had our title as.
The Syrian
for the
army
series
of Al-Qaeda.
stream. I say the
But
road
their
to
brutal
Jerusalem is
ISIS-type
through
tactics,
Al-Quds.
including suicide bombings,
Or
beheadings,
the road
and
to
civilian
Damascus
massacres
through Al-Quds
alienated
or something. I'll put stuff like that.
Yeah.
potential supporters and created pretty significant divisions inside of Syria. So this period from 2011 to 2017 set the stage for Jelani's decision to distance himself both from Islamic State and Al-Qaeda. Now, I feel like here in the West, most of the conversation in the
never
last 20
tight
years
with
around
Islamic
any sort of
State.
terrorist organization has focused on Al-Qaeda and Islamic State. We kind of missed the fact that there are dozens, if not hundreds, of smaller organizations that share that ideology and in some cases are even more extreme. Now, look, there's no such thing as a good jihadi organization, but there are certainly levels of bad. Jabhat al-Nusra in Syria from 11 to 17 was pretty rough. I mean, we're talking about during the 2013 Latakia offensive, Human Rights Watch said that Jabhat al-Nusra systematically killed at least 190 civilians in several Alawite villages. Then on December 11, 2013, groups including Jabhat al-Nusra infiltrated the industrial area of the town of Adra, northeast of Damascus, attacking buildings housing workers and their families. The rebels targeted Alawites, Druze, Christians, and Shiites, killing them on a sectarian basis. Some people were shot, and others were beheaded, which shouldn't really be a shock, unfortunately. I mean, we're talking about the time following some of the most brutal fighting in Iraq, and it was led by groups like Islamic State and Al-Qaeda in Iraq that were all about suicide bombings, targeting civilians, mass atrocities to really turn one group against another. It shouldn't surprise anybody that the people that were taking part in that in Iraq that then moved...
It was pretty sick GoPro footage, though. Look,
There's a lot of footage.
It's great. That's sick. They're going
There's
hard.
a lot
They
of
don't give
Syria
a fuck.
footage.
To Syria probably brought those tactics with them. Now, ISIS, in this case, Islamic State, they
Dude,
like
they're
what they
doing operator stance and everything. Fucking hand on the barrel. What's it called? I think it's like
CQB?
C something. No. The way that you hold the gun at the front.
Oh,
It's,
I don't know.
It's like a C grip or something like that. I can't remember exactly what the terminology is. If Revy was here, he'd be able to tell me, but I can't remember. Cal, do you know? Cal? That's what I think it is, but I'm not sure. That's I don't know if that's just like gleaned or natural or trained. I'm not an expert. Somebody can tell me, but that is interesting.
probably brought those tactics with them. Now, ISIS, in this case, Islamic State, they liked what they saw, but they were getting a little bit worried that Jabhat al-Nusra was getting to be a little too powerful. So on April 8th, 2013, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, the then leader of Islamic State in Iraq, released an audio statement reaffirming that Jabhat al-Nusra was actually part of the Islamic State in Iraq and announcing that the two would henceforth be known as the Islamic State of Iraq and al-Sham, or ISIS. That is the move from Islamic State in Iraq to ISIS. Kind of confusing because the names sound similar and they're in a lot of ways the same organization, but there is a distinct change that happened here. Matthew Levitt, writing in the Washington Institute, said, quote, "Within days, however, Jolani rejected the move and pledged continued allegiance to al-Qaeda leader Ayman al-Zawahiri." So to catch you up here real quick, it's confusing, I know, bear with me. Right now, Jolani leads HTS. That's the group essentially in charge of all of Syria. They changed their name in 2017. That's about it. It went from Jabhat al-Nusra to Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. Jabhat al-Nusra back in 2013.
No. They did not change. It's more than changing their name. It's way more than that. Okay? Literally, Wikipedia is better than Preston here. Okay? Give me their wiki page. Okay. So, was formed as a merger between several armed factions. Okay? So, it was held under the initiative, Islamic Military, and then, so, they set a new stage in life of the revolution, popular jihad. Okay, and then right here, mostly led by these guy Ansar al-Assam, although the high command also has representation from other groups. This movement, you know, which split, and then this one split. Okay, it was followed by a string of assassinations of its supporters. In response, HTS launched a successful crackdown on al-Qaeda loyalists, which cemented its power in Idlib. Syrianization program focused on the establishment of stable civilian administration. So they literally, their formation is literally about them uniting and taking the guys who are loyal to al-Qaeda in their own faction and pushing them out. Right, because like they like the people who were moving to distance themselves from Al Qaeda, suddenly were getting assassination, right? So HTS forms and immediately goes up against these guys because like Al Qaeda's guys end up killing guys who are like part of the big picture of Syria, right? No shit, they immediately went after Al Qaeda. Like Al Qaeda pulled the trigger first.
Yeah.
Right? So, immediately, they split, and the Al-Qaeda faction becomes Haraz al-Din. See, the general military commander of the defunct al-Nusra Front had fought for Al-Qaeda during the Third Afghan Civil War and the Iraqi insurgency. They established leaders of Al-Qaeda's affiliated Khorasan group. This is like their intelligence network in Syria. And Al-Qaeda loyalists of al-Nusra Front who opposed al-Nusra's dissolution and merger with other Islamic groups to form HTS. They didn't change their name. So literally one one half of this group went, not even half, loyalist under this guy who's one military commander went with this guy, and everyone else went with Jolani, and a bunch of other pro-Syrian groups who were sick of Al-Qaeda's shit
Yeah.
also formed together to make HTS. And they started killing Al-Qaeda. Anyone who was not in the vision of Syria. And that's why they have conflict with even the Turkish militias. There's actually fighting that takes place between those Turkish militias and HTS, and it's broken up because literal Russian troops and Turkish troops end up clashing in this purge of violence. Literally NATO on Russia violence.
Hold on.
Right when I finished talking. I don't have anything else to say, so that was it. Look, Katubism. Does HTS have Katubism? That's the difference. Nope. They don't have the anti-Western dumb shit. See, even Ansar al-Islam, the splinter faction that doesn't join ISIS. Kutubism,
Had
incel
Baghdadi, the leader of
ideology
Islamic
for
State, say, hey,
Muslims.
you guys are part of us. And HTS under Jolani said, no, we are not a part of Islamic State. We are a part of Al-Qaeda. Now, this move was actually a pretty tectonic shift in the global jihad movement because Jolani's career began during the U.S. invasion of Iraq, where he rose through the ranks of Al-Qaeda in Iraq. But as the Syrian civil war kicked off, Jolani and Baghdadi saw an opportunity to create a new front for jihad in Syria, the country that Jolani grew up in. So Baghdadi dispatched Jolani, who had 7 years of fighting experience under his belt, to spearhead the Islamic State's move into Syria. Now, that experience there was pretty brutal, right? I mean, we should, understandably so, focus on Jolani, HTS, and Jabhat al-Nusra's actions in Syria. But if we go back to his roots, where he first entered jihad, if you will, this was under Al-Qaeda in Iraq between 2004 and 2006, and then Islamic State in Iraq from 2006 to 2011. Same organization, for the most part, different name.
Mm-hmm.
That organization in 2004 was responsible for the abduction and the beheading of American Nick Berg. In 2007, AQI carried out at least 12 chlorine gas attacks. I feel like that falls under the radar now. Across the country of Iraq, killing more than 100 people,
I
most
talk
of whom were
about
civilians.
this, and then they
in
started
2010,
restricting chlorine, and it caused mad people to die from cholera.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty cool.
and they carried out the Baghdad church massacre, where Islamic State fighters entered a
They
Catholic
also
church on Sunday
fucking
Mass or during Sunday Mass.
bombed all the fucking mosques for the Shias
Yes,
and
yes.
spurred the civil war. And that's when Al Qaeda basically exiled them, but they still like they were Al Qaeda, just not in name only at that point.
Yeah.
Like Al Qaeda wouldn't acknowledge them as the official branch, but they were still Al Qaeda in Iraq, and they're still receiving direct funding from Al Qaeda.
Moved around 100 worshippers into the center of the church, turned off the lights, and opened fire point-blank range. In all, nearly 60 innocent civilians were killed during that event, and another 80 people were wounded. So, to piece all of this together, Al-Qaeda in Iraq and Islamic State in Iraq conducted countless atrocities against civilians and killed hundreds, maybe even thousands of American troops. That group then went into Syria and changed their name to Jabhat al-Nusra, who then changed their name again to Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. Same people, same background.
I love this.
Now, their supporters and
it's
probably
just
some
name
optimistic
changes.
Syrians.
It's just name changes.
Yeah.
Bro, it's more than just name changes. First of all, a lot of the name changes take place because the U.S. has, like, cut off the heads of snakes, right? Chapters collapse under leadership being killed by the U.S. That's part of a lot of it.
Yeah. I mean, it's easy to summarize it as just changing a name, right?
It's not.
That's
It's
easy though.
It's so much
easy.
deeper.
It's easy though.
Yeah, I
you can
know.
put out a 9-minute video when we have to do a 6-hour stream and spend an hour on it. You know, yeah, like this is what I mean. It's easy for him.
Understandably so, cast HTS as a changed group who's essentially left their dark past behind. But their connections to Islamic State, Al-Qaeda, and Jabhat al-Nusra cast a pretty long and understandably dark shadow, making it hard for any of us to really trust what they're saying today. So the story of HTS raises a tough question. Can a group with such a violent history really transform? And for the people of Syria and the world, really, I hope so. But time will tell. I mean, right now, HTS in Syria is talking the talk and walking the walk. We're still very early into this new era where HTS is essentially running the show.
That's
if
the
there's
thing
ever been
is
a time
like
to
HTS
tread with
has
caution,
been
this is probably
around.
it.
They didn't just start doing this LARP 2 weeks ago. Like, they really, like, the fact that they didn't tear themselves apart going after all the, like, people who might have been, like, you know, like, they did Leninism, bro. Like, betrayers of the revolution. They went after these people. The fact that they stayed together and weren't ripped apart by that action is amazing. Like, that's already fucking, like, just shows how much loyalty and determination that the Syrian people have in that fucking organization, and how much they just fucking hate this Al-Qaeda shit. Why? Because they do fucking massacres and cut people's heads off and stuff. You know, the SNA is also fucking shitty. There's plenty of groups inside HTS that also suck, but like, this is how it used to be. Like, there was, like, Bosnians also did war crimes, but they weren't, like, doing massacres where they turn out the lights in church and stuff.
But that's all I've got for now. Thanks for watching, and I'll see y'all next time.
Terrible video. Shit.
Well, 2024 was the year of elections. Wars and conflict, both new and old, raged around the world.
It was literally
from
fucking
Lebanon to
Russian
Ukraine
propaganda,
and Haiti to
Preston.
Myanmar. And all of these can be hard to keep up with. So, as we've done in previous years, in this video, we're going to go through and explain the
How
world's
come we didn't
ongoing wars.
cover the US's role in any of that dark history?
Who's the worst politician right now? Hear our thoughts and argue with us on our podcast, The World Leader
Oh my
Leaderboard.
God.
Find it on the TLDR Podcast YouTube channel or in your
That
feed,
sounds like
particularly
something
in Sinaloa State.
that
Escalating
I would
since
watch
the
if
Sinaloa
there was, like,
cartel's
a
leader,
list.
El Mayo was arrested in the US in July. Mexico's
And
election last year
tears.
was sadly the country's most violent to date, with a record number of candidates assassinated in the run-up to the vote. 2025 will also be crucial for the direction of this conflict in Mexico, as some early signs show that new President Sheinbaum is taking a more aggressive approach. Plus, with the return of Donald Trump across the border, things could take a whole new direction, with some in the Trump Republican camp even floating direct US military action against the Mexican cartels. Meanwhile, Haiti continues to be plagued by worsening gang violence and a deep, long-running political and humanitarian crisis. Hundreds of Kenyan police officers were deployed to Haiti last year as part of a UN-approved security mission, which was extended for another year in October, but has struggled to make an impact amid personnel shortages and funding challenges. There have even been horrific reports of gang massacres, with the UN estimating that at least 5,300 people have been killed in Haiti since January, and more than 700,000 remain displaced. Down in South America, Colombia's president, Gustavo Petro, has adjusted his total peace effort that seeks to negotiate peace with the country's main remaining armed groups, like the ELN and FARC dissidents. There have been some setbacks, not least the collapse of a ceasefire and talks between the government and ELN back in the summer. According to ACLED, the government has resorted to renewed military pressure on groups that disengage from negotiations, and is also leaning increasingly into regional-level peace talks. Moving across the Atlantic now to West Africa's Sahel region, where multiple interconnected insurgencies by Al-Qaeda and Islamic State affiliates persist, particularly in, but not limited to, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. 3 military-led states that quit the regional ECOWAS bloc this year, fueling further tensions in the region. The Central Sahel, comprising of these 3 countries, is now said to be the epicenter of the most violent extremism and extremism-related deaths worldwide. Nearby Nigeria is also continuing to face a resilient Boko Haram insurgency in its northeast. The trend of Western militaries being given the boot from the region continued in 2024, with Chad, Senegal, and the Ivory Coast ordering France to withdraw, and Niger kicking out the United States. Meanwhile, in Eastern Africa, Islamist insurgencies also persist, particularly in Somalia, but also in northern Mozambique. Meanwhile, Sudan's civil war continues to inflict misery on the country's population, fueling a massive humanitarian disaster and driving over 12 million people from their homes, according to UN reports. The fierce conflict pits the Sudanese Armed Forces, or SAF, against the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, or RSF, with fierce fighting first erupting back in 2023 and showing no signs of abating. The RSF in particular, but also the SAF, have been accused of carrying out widespread violations of human rights and crimes against humanity. At the same time, Ethiopia is still in the midst of a conflict centered in its northwest Amhara region, where the Ethiopian military is battling the Fano militia.
Fano.
Down in Africa's Great Lakes region, the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo remains ranked 100 armed groups active in the region. The long-running conflict has created one of the most complex humanitarian crises in the world.
The M23 rebels made advances in the Congo.
Oh, did they really? Jesus Christ.
Yeah. I put it in the Africa list that I created.
Yes.
The M23, which battles the Congolese army in the mineral-rich North Kivu province, with neighboring Rwanda accused of providing material support and boots on the ground. While in Europe, Ukraine will soon enter its 4th year of full-scale war with Russia, having faced a difficult 2024 that saw Russian advances 7 times greater than in 2023, according to the Institute for the Study of War. 2024 also brought about some dramatic changes.
They're using the conflict index, I bet.
Probably.
Like, I have it bookmarked. Probably a new edition of this index, because Task and Purpose made a similar video to this about all the conflicts going on right now.
Gaslight farming? Relatively quiet, honestly. Not as much as normal. Usually it goes pretty well, but it's been pretty consistent today, and it's been a pretty good show because we did the Trump interview speech question thing at the start, and we've just been going through what Tim Pool thing in Syria, Trump wanting to take over the world, fun stuff like that.
To the war, not least Ukraine's surprise incursion into Russia's Kursk region and Russia's deployment of North Korean troops in Kursk with the aim of reclaiming control of the border region.
This source too. Hang on, it didn't copy. Give me the thing that I want. Show me your secrets.
Where it be?
You can call me whatever the fuck.
Wrong one.
Show me your bag of secrets.
U.S. President Joe Biden.
Boom. Council of Foreign Relations.
CFR.
Yeah. So then it's so they have the conflict tracker, right? And this is just the how they do the assessment of risks.
Yeah.
And then if you just go to the global, like they literally have the interactive map on their main site.
Yeah.
$1 billion in security assistance for Ukraine before leaving office later this month, with Western aid remaining critical to Ukraine's ability to stabilize the front lines in 2025. However, the big question is what the incoming Trump administration's approach to the war will be, which could prove pivotal. Elsewhere, the Middle East saw one of the most intense years of conflicts for decades in 2024, according to ACLED. Israel, whose military was the world's 3rd most operationally active last year, continued its war in Gaza, where more than 45,000 Palestinians are estimated to have been killed, as well as invading southern Lebanon in October, alongside a massive bombing campaign, where a tentative ceasefire is now in place. Israel's prosecution of its war in Gaza has also come under increasing scrutiny, with several international rights groups like Amnesty and the Human Rights Watch accusing Israel of committing genocidal acts, and the International Criminal Court issuing arrest warrants for Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his ex-defense minister.
Genocide!
Israel also demonstrated its extensive capabilities. For example, its audacious pager attack in Lebanon, and has been able to wipe out much of the top leadership of Hamas and Hezbollah, with assassinations in Gaza, Lebanon, and even Iran. As we enter 2025, Israel warned of another Iran-backed group, Yemen's Houthis, that they would suffer a similar fate if they did not cease their missile and drone attacks on Israel. Meanwhile, Syria ended 2024 in a very different state to how it started. After more than 13 years of civil war and what felt like a stalemate, rebels launched a major offensive from Idlib in November that soon saw them march on the capital Damascus and overthrow President Bashar al-Assad, who fled to Moscow, as his Russian and Iranian allies were too preoccupied or unwilling to help him fight back. While Syria is now free
Did
from
we get
Assad rule for the
confirmation
first
that he
time in
did
over
get
50
poisoned?
years, the country is not necessarily
I
conflict-free.
don't
Control of Syria is still
know
split
anything
between
about
several
that.
groups. For example, the largely Kurdish-controlled east, parts of northern Syria along the Turkish border controlled by Turkey, and the Turkey-backed SNA, and the buffer zone in southern Syria seized by Israel since the fall of Assad. How these groups interact with each other and the new Syrian authorities will define Syria's path from here. And Syria may well end up being the site of a ramped-up Turkish offensive against Kurdish separatists that it's been battling
Yeah,
for decades.
that's the
and
thing
then there's
about
Myanmar,
Iraq.
which
I mean,
is still in a
that
state
video
of
that I just showed the other day is like really good at depicting it, but like nobody inside Iraq wanted those mosques to be bombed and the civil war to outbreak.
Yeah.
You know, like anger was exploited and it got quickly out of control. I mean, this is what Al-Qaeda did to milk the United States into the conflicts to begin with, too. Even though this was bigger than Al-Qaeda.
Yeah.
But that's why the Civil War was so easily to be ended, too, because, like, you have the awakening, right? The U.S. goes in and they're like, these guys are dicks, huh? You know? And then the British help Sadr come to power in the South. And then the U.S. is all fucked up there. Sadr doesn't have to lean on the Iranians after that. Fucking
Fair.
British.
It's always the British.
I mean,
civil war, sparked by the
but
February
then
1991
again, it's better that Sadr got that power now,
Yeah,
because
for
he's
sure.
the only fucking Shia leader that's opposing the fucking Iranian coalition. But he's a fucking psychopath and won't fucking host seats in parliament and dissolves his party because he's a fucking he's legitimately insane.
He's eccentric.
He's fucking crazy.
Since then, though, the military regime has lost control of vast swathes of the country to various rebel groups, and there's a lot of them, that mounted a major offensive in October 2023. In many ways, the conditions seem ripe for the collapse or defeat
That's
of
the
the
difference
military.
between
but
him and
some analysts see
Jelani.
the rebels' momentum
Yeah.
as slowing down, with a stalemate
Jelani
looking
isn't
like the more
crazy.
likely outcome. Neighboring China
Both
is also
are
becoming
smart.
increasingly concerned by the conflict, and may seek
But Jelani wouldn't. Jelani also does the hot and cold shit, you know? That's what's his main criticism by people is that Houthi loyalty. You know?
Yeah.
to involve itself more deeply. China publicly backs the Myanmar military and has sought to pressure resistance groups along the border to stop fighting the military and join peace talks. All over the world, then, people are vying for power and control, be that through civil war, international invasion, or drug wars. The question is then, who will come out on top? Who is the world's most influential person? That's what we're trying to find out with our official most influential person list, which we need your help with. So if you want to help us decide on who the most influential person in the entire world is, then you can click the link in the description to cast your own ballot for your personal top 10, helping to shape the overall ranking. And your vote is super important, but voting closes on January 15th. So do your democratic duty and cast your ballot for the world's most influential person.
Democratic
also, if you're wondering why we're
duty.
doing this,
They literally are using the same type of gaslighting that states do, except this your vote matters here more.
The U.S. has long been one of the world's largest donors of foreign aid, but in recent years, its effectiveness has been called into question by a chorus of critics who say the impact of assistance programs falls well short of their intended goals. They blame what some have called the aid industrial complex. Fred DeSam Lazaro begins the first of 3 reports now. It's part of his series, Agents for Change.
It is the softer side of American foreign policy and power, seen in the world's most
Soft
distressed
power.
places. Its message from the American people on every bag of grain, every can of cooking oil, on posters in remote health centers. And at barely 1% of
bag
the
of
federal
grain,
budget, it's a good bargain for the
every
American
bag of
taxpayer, says the head of the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, the primary conduit for foreign aid.
Americans have so much to be proud of.
At this Senate hearing, Administrator Samantha Power cited one program that has provided antiretroviral drugs to HIV patients for 2 decades.
PEPFAR, George W. Bush's tremendous creation. 17 million people alive today, lives saved because of the generosity of the taxpayer.
But overseas
The
assistance
generosity of the
programs have long come
taxpayers.
under fire from some
That's the way to
conservatives,
put
like
it.
Kentucky Republican Senator
Yeah.
Rand Paul, who see them as wasteful and misplaced.
What a
We
generous
should be conserving our
taxpayer.
resources, particularly conserving them for our country. There's not a great deal of evidence that the money that we, launder throughout the world really over time has been a benefit to us. There's a great deal of evidence that much of it's been stolen. We mentioned corruption.
The criticism no longer comes just from some Republicans, but increasingly from those who strongly favor foreign aid. They say it helps buy
Oh,
goodwill,
no.
helps
Our
America's
st-
standing vis-a-vis Russia,
our-
and China,
our tax
keeps infectious
dollars were
diseases at bay,
stolen.
and helps turn
I
dependent
can't
countries
believe our
into trading
stolen
partners. At least it's supposed to do
stolen
that.
stuff got
But these critics say
stolen.
only a small portion of aid dollars are actually spent
could have
in the
done
countries
this?
targeted for help.
It's actually less than 10% of our foreign assistance dollars flowing through USAID is actually reaching those communities.
Walter Kurz with a group called Unlock Aid, formed in 2021 to draw attention to a system in which a relative handful of private companies called implementing partners are awarded most contracts by USAID.
This
One of the
is
best
literally
things that government
our
can
Lebanon
do is
episode
to
where I
move
go
away
through
from
and point
measuring
out
success in terms of output.
how the corruption in Lebanon goes to these fucking companies and
Really?
NGOs and shit.
Yeah. Same thing.
Always.
But how much money do we spend on a particular problem, and moving toward an orientation of results.
A lot of people will be shocked to hear that that's not the case.
Well, it's true. About 98% of U.S. aid grants pay for activities and not results.
And the results are not flattering, according to the agency's own Inspector General's office, which studied USAID awards for 3 years, 2017 to 2019.
43% of them failed to achieve about half of the intended results. But in spite of that, they still got paid in full almost every time, and sometimes more.
He says one
Just
reason
like
for these poor
Al-Qaeda.
results is that implementer companies rarely work with communities targeted for help
Paying
or with
ISIS.
local aid groups.
One study found that when working with a local partner as opposed to an international aid contractor, you could find savings of upwards of 32% alone, and that's a conservative estimate.
And one reason that does not happen is compliance with strict guidelines written by Congress. Here's Idaho Republican Senator Jim
No
Bush.
way.
Corruption with U.S. dollars will not.
Whoa, you mean the U.S. government helps undercut it?
That our money is being used appropriately.
They went to the groups that they can absolutely deliver on a contract every time so that no one in this mix is accused of fraud, waste, or abuse.
But it's compliance, it's not delivering results that improve people's lives.
And that's the quiet part that no one wants to say out loud.
Justin Richmond is an Army veteran who later worked with USAID in Afghanistan. In 2015, he founded a nonprofit that collects and analyzes data on conditions in conflict-torn areas, working with local community leaders to learn what they see as the most pressing needs and to learn the root causes of the conflict or suffering. He says he's found few takers among aid companies.
The for-profits aren't properly subcontracting down to the experts. They're keeping everything in-house because, again, no one's checking on them, no one's trying to have impact.
Richmond told me he once shared findings gathered in the
I bet you
conflict-ridden
Scott knows
Sahel
this
region
guy.
of West Africa with the largest aid implementing company, Chemonix. Data that he said would be useful to improve the outcome of
I bet he
development
knows them
projects.
well.
She looked at it and at the end said, "This is phenomenal work. You should really be proud of it, especially where you collected it. Incredible. But you got to tell me, why
What's
would we
his
ever
name?
do this?" I was speechless, and she said to me, "If USAID isn't paying
Put a
us to
lower
do that,
third up.
we're not going to do
PBS.
that." The client didn't even ask for it.
We invited
Contract every.
Justin Richmond. I'm gonna ask.
We invited Chemonix to comment. They declined, as did the main trade group of aid implementing companies.
Moving forward, we are going to provide at least a quarter of all of our funds
I
directly
need the
to local partners
company
over the
to-
course of the next 4 years.
At the time Administrative
letters.
Power made that pledge in 2021,
I wasn't done. I wasn't done copying that lower third. I need his the letters, the company letters that he had under there. IMPL.
phase in locally led control. That percentage has since hovered near 10%, still well short of the target. Power declined our request for an interview, as did Mark Green, her predecessor from the first Trump administration.
It's not easy. It takes time. 4 years isn't enough time.
Brian Atwood was USAID administrator during the Clinton administration. He traces some of the agency's current problems back to his tenure at the end of the Cold War.
People said they wanted a peace dividend. The peace dividend didn't come out of the Defense Department. It came out of USAID. So I lost 10% of our employees.
At the same time, the agency added all of Europe's former Eastern Bloc nations to its workload, which continued to grow, he says.
When I was aid administrator, the overall budget was around $12 billion. It's now more like $38 billion. and we haven't seen an equal increase in the amount of staffing, what they call operations expenses. And so the consequence was they had to push everything out the door to larger organizations.
That outsourcing has become the norm today, Atwood says, and it's easier to manage fewer and therefore larger grants with companies familiar with the process. All this has had the effect of shutting out a lot of innovation that could improve people's lives, says Unlock Aid's Walter Kerr.
You can look at some of the amazing organizations, entrepreneurs that are already active in Africa, Asia, Latin America, and deliberately identify them and begin to scale up their impact. They're out there.
Because, you know, if the guy, his job is to analyze money and the trails where money goes. It's literally what Scott does. And he was also involved in Afghanistan.
Right to the patient's home.
One example he cites is M-Pharma, a chain of pharmacy-based clinics across Africa. Founder Gregory Roxon says the big USAID contractors are not focused on delivering results, but rather on writing grants and glossy reports.
The goal was never to eradicate the problem. It was to create the appearance of eradicating that problem.
That keeps the spigot of foreign assistance open, he says, but the dollars flowing mostly between the U.S. government and
capitalism is such LARP.
Every fucking time. This happens
as long
every
as the
fucking time.
financial report looks nice, everyone thinks they're doing good.
Mhm.
It's
ridiculous.
We are such graphic design sluts.
Most based in Washington, D.C. In following reports, we look at some Africa-based startups that have won praise for delivering aid. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Fred DeSan Lazaro in Washington.
I can't wait for this. We're going to see more startups in
at the University
Africa
of St.
that
Thomas in
actually
Minnesota.
provide aid from PBS. Love it. They're the best.
North Korea on Monday claimed it successfully launched a new hypersonic ballistic missile. According to the state media on Tuesday, the missile flew 932 miles at 12 times the speed of sound, reaching as high as 62 miles before hitting its target. The missile launch comes less than 2 weeks before U.S. President-elect Donald Trump returns to office. This is North Korea's first missile launch since U.S. Election Day last November. KCNA released photos of North Korean leader Kim Jong-un monitoring the launch with his daughter. Their report also said that the missile's engine section used carbon fiber, which is lighter and harder than other materials used in aerospace, but harder to make. They said the missile is able to, quote, effectively penetrate any dam's defense barrier and inflict a serious military blow on the opponent. Kim called the missile
pork.
See,
I was
strong weapon
thinking
against enemy threats.
there's some, like crab meat smell.
Seafood is probably a good guess too. What the fuck is that for?
And the changing regional environment. South Korea and the US condemned the launch. The South's acting president called the launch a serious threat to regional and global security. Seoul's military called the North's claims exaggerated, saying it did not fly as far as the North claimed. It also coincided with US Secretary of State Antony Blinken's visit to South Korea, who warned of Pyongyang's deepening ties with Moscow, including illicit cooperation on space and satellite technology. North Korea has been developing a new solid fuel IRBM, part of a wider race to develop the next generation of long-range rockets that are difficult to track and intercept.
Ukraine is right now launching a counterattack against Russian forces in the border region of Kursk, while one top Ukrainian official says Russia is getting, quote, what it deserves. Ukraine first moved in on the Russian territory in a surprise incursion in August, managing to hold much of the area despite Russian efforts aided by North Korea to drive forces back over the border. Joining us now to discuss, Cedric Leighton, retired U.S. Air Force colonel and CNN military analyst. Great to have you here. Good to see you. Let's just start first generally with your take on the situation as it stands today between Russia and Ukraine.
Yeah, Jessica, well, good to be with you. There are a lot of different aspects to this, but the main thing is that the Ukrainians are still consistently moving forward in certain areas, but in other areas, they're kind of giving ground in the east, especially to the Russians. So a lot of the gains that the Russians are making in the east are incremental.
But when it comes to what's happening in
Kursk, the Russians have not dislodged the Ukrainians from there. And in fact, as you noted, the Ukrainians are engaging in a counteroffensive, which is basically aimed at cleaning out some of the Russian areas.
Dude, that's all he does. He smokes cigarettes and drinks Hennessy.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, he fucking loves, like, the rap aesthetic.
That's fucking hysterical.
Very
North Korean
anti-woke
areas,
of him, am I
around
right?
the area of Sucha, which is the town that they occupy in that district in Russia, right across the border from them.
And Ukrainian President Zelensky says the Russian army lost up to a battalion of North Korean soldiers who've now joined Moscow's fight and some Russian paratroopers. If that's in fact accurate, how impactful is that sort of defeat?
Well, it could be up to 1,000 soldiers that would be lost in a situation like that. Normal battalion size in the Russian military is somewhere between 600 and 800 soldiers, depending on the type of battalion. So let's cut it in half and say about 500 were lost. That's still somewhat significant in a specific operation. Now, it's not going to change the course of the war by itself. It's also not going to change exactly what the Russian goals are, but it could have a momentum of its own. And actions like this, if the Russians were in fact, and the North Koreans were in fact in a situation where they lost that many people, that could have a significant
Ukraine
impact on
got
their
free
ability to
morale
carry forth
boosts.
operations in the Kursk area.
Russia just sent in free morale boosts for the Ukrainian soldiers.
Good for them.
And of course, President-elect Trump returning to the White House in just about 2 weeks. He said many times he plans to end the war on day one. I think it's becoming pretty clear that that's going to be almost impossible. But President Zelensky says that Trump's
Who's
quote
he
strength
gonna
and
blame?
unpredictability could help bring an end to the war. Where do
That's
you
an
think this is
interesting
gonna go?
question.
Well, I think what will happen, Jessica, is that there are going to be efforts made by the new Trump administration to actually end the conflict, at least the hot phase of the conflict. Now, whether or not Russia plays ball is another question. If Russia does not agree to some kind of a ceasefire or at least a cessation of hostilities, then I could see the potential for the Trump administration to actually ramp up aid to the Ukrainians. In fact, Lieutenant General Kellogg, the special representative for Ukraine, has made such a statement. So if that does in fact happen, it could actually put more pressure on the Russians to end the war, or at least end their participation at the level that they're currently at. So if that happens, that could potentially end things where they are. I don't think Ukraine will be able to regain the territory that it has lost, about 20% or so of its country to the Russians since the February 2022 invasion. But if that is in fact the course of events where there is of a ceasefire, we may see a situation kind of like what we're seeing on the Korean Peninsula, where there is a de facto peace, but it is in fact still a state of war. That could be one possible outcome of this. There's a type of ceasefire, or at least an armistice, but no real resolution to the issue, and no movement of troops beyond what we see today.
All right, Colonel Cedric Leighton, as always, thanks so much. Good to see you.
Ukrainian troops occupying parts of Russia's Kursk region have launched surprise counterattacks in response to increased pressure from Russian forces. Russia's defense minister
Russian gas no longer flowing
Russian
to
forces
EU members
comstered
through
and
Ukraine.
dumpstered in Ukraine.
Now, a transit deal
Actually,
between
they're in-
Kiev and Moscow
Well,
has
it's Ukraine
expired.
now.
Despite the
Am
war
I
between the two
right?
countries, Russian gas had been moving through Ukraine.
It sure
supplying
fucking is.
What a Brussels-based think tank says is about 5% of the EU's total natural gas imports. Well, European officials say the EU has been working with countries for over a year, preparing for the end of this deal. For more, we're joined by Claire Sebastian, who's live with us today. Claire, Ukraine cutting off that supply, ultimately. This is the end of a deal which, as I understand it, was cut in 2019. That is before the war. Europe claims it was ready. Is that reflected on the ground for Europeans? And what happens next?
You know, Becky, it is mostly
Who gives a
reflected. The
shit?
EU has said
Fuck
that
the
most
Europeans.
of the 14 billion cubic meters that were coming through Ukraine can be replaced, they say, by LNG or pipeline gas through other alternative routes. Now, there were a handful of
Yeah, we're
countries
gonna buy
that
it
were
from
particularly reliant on this
Azerbaijan
transit route
instead.
through Ukraine.
Great, yeah, hooray.
They
Ethical
are
gas.
the worst
He
affected
just said
of them.
some
Austria says that it has been able to manage the situation but could see
fashy
higher
shit
prices.
the other-
Slovakia
like today.
particularly upset. This is a country
Who?
whose prime
About-
minister recently travelled to
nothing
Moscow
about
just
how,
10
like,
days or so
Armenia
ago
is a
to discuss
fascist
this
state
issue
and
with
we need to
Putin.
kill them.
Excellent. It's fucking hot.
You know, typical dumb shit that guy says. He is crazy.
Indeed.
He was just one of the third EU leader to visit Moscow since the start of this war, and he had this to say about what's happened. Take a listen.
Nobody, I repeat, nobody is pushing Slovakia away from the living space that is the European community.
But we must see that selfish national
this
interests
fuckhead?
of the big ones and meaningless geopolitical
Robert
goals are beginning to
Fucko.
dominate this community, and on the other hand, ignoring the needs of smaller ones. In world politics, it absolutely applies that it does not matter
Slovakia.
whether elephants love or fight.
Not a real
The grass
country.
always suffers. I do not want Slovakia to be such
What
grass,
European
as we
country
see
is
these
that
days
coun-
when the
is
transit of
that
gas
state
through
in?
Ukraine is stopped, which will have drastic impacts on all of us in the European Union,
Fuck
but not
that
on the
up.
Russian Federation.
Well, Moldova, Becky, is another country that is suffering
Not a
the
real
effects of
country.
this. Transnistria, the breakaway republic that borders Ukraine, has said it has had to cut
Now,
off
that's
heating
a
and hot
real
water
country.
to residents there, to people's own
Transnistria.
homes, schools, daycares, things like that, able to ring-fence critical infrastructure like hospitals. President Zelensky and other leaders have called on their allies to support Moldova through this. In terms of Russia, I think, look, Robert Fico has a point. This was about $5 billion in revenues a year, and Russia expects to make
No,
over 200
it's
billion
hot.
from its
I put
energy
the fan
exports
on.
in the next year. So $5 billion here or there is not going to make a huge difference, although Russia is, of course, watching its revenues very closely under sanctions.
That's a
now,
very
as
loud
for the
fan.
impact on the EU going forward,
okay.
there is a concern around prices. They have ticked up slightly today, about 3%
can always, like,
higher.
do the-
They're at a point now that we haven't
If it's
seen
bad enough,
since
you
the
can
autumn
try the
of
background audio filter, but you
Mm.
only got like an hour left, you know?
Yeah. I mean, if it's really bad, let me know.
It just sounds like you're fuzzy. It does sound like rain more than a fan. It's no
Okay.
big deal.
2023, but how much higher the prices go, I think, will depend partly on the weather, on the gas storages in Europe.
all
We're
right,
in a
I'll
pretty
leave it
healthy spot
Works
before
for me.
this, about 95% full by the 1st of November, but people will be watching what happens going into the next winter. And of course, the cost of replacing Russian supply through things like LNG is also expensive.
Yeah, and it's just really interesting to hear
Yeah.
the Slovakian position there, reflecting what is, you know, let's be quite clear, a fractured Europe to many degrees at this point. The big countries are not going to want to see those fissures.
CNN is fucking useless, aren't they?
Wholesale gas prices
Let's
in
see
Europe
VOA
rose on
do it.
Thursday to their highest level since October 2023. It follows Ukraine's decision to end the transit of Russian gas across its territory to Europe on January 1st. Moscow is set to lose over $5 billion a year, while Ukraine will lose around $800 million in transit fees. But the impact on Europe will be limited, says energy analyst Thomas O'Donnell.
It was all prepared for. It's basically all priced in. Now, of course, there's winners and losers to a certain point. Certain countries are more dependent on this than others. Slovakia, Hungary, for example, Austria. They will have plenty of gas. It's just that they'll have to pay more, like everybody else has all along.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said last month he would no longer give Russia the opportunity to earn additional billions, while its forces continue to wage a war of aggression on Ukraine's soil. Slovakian Prime Minister Robert Fico is close to Russian President Vladimir Putin. The two met in Moscow last month. Fico
Now,
opposes
the
Western
fact that
support
this
for
expired,
Kyiv.
it can
Speaking
go on the
Wednesday,
table as a ceasefire deal.
Yes.
That they'll allow
True.
Russian gas.
True. That's even more leverage for them.
After Ukraine cut the Russian gas supply, he accused the EU of sacrificing the interests of smaller members for what he called meaningless geopolitical goals.
It will have drastic impact on all of us in the European Union, but not on the Russian Federation.
In reality, the European Union has drastically cut its dependence on Russian gas, thanks in part to a big increase in liquefied natural gas imports from the United States. Imports of Russian gas through Ukraine made up around 5%
American
of Europe's
W.
total supplies in 2024. Some of the gas was sent on to Western Europe through Slovakia, and
I
that
love this
explains
B-roll.
Fico's concerns,
Just film
says
some
O'Donnell.
pipes
Slovakia
and
was
a
making,
pressure
I
gauge
think it's
that
something like
reads
$500
zero.
million on transit fees, passing the gas across their country through their pipeline system onto others.
Before its full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February 2022, Russia's state-run Gazprom was Europe's largest gas supplier. Putin miscalculated Europe's response, says O'Donnell.
Putin portrays himself as a great Russian nationalist. Well, this great Russian nationalist just lost one of the biggest businesses Russia ever had.
Moscow's other supply routes to Europe are limited. The Yamal Europe pipeline via Belarus was shut down in 2022. Months later, the Nord Stream pipeline under the Baltic to Germany was sabotaged.
Oh,
Russia
womp
is still
womp.
able to supply gas to Hungary, Turkey and Serbia.
Oh, did you
through
invade
the
a
Turk
country
Stream
and your pipeline
Henry-
got blown up? Oh,
TV12
poor
BYU.
baby. Did you use a little pipeline? You got a little pipeline? Oh, you
Fuck your
thing. Oh, you pulled your thing. Huh? It's honestly so funny that people still cry about the Nord Stream pipe. Like, oh, it got sabotaged. America blew it up. Ukraine blew it up. Who gives a fuck? Russia invaded, and this is the consequence of it. Shut the fuck up, honestly.
Everything starts to explode on the radar tomorrow morning. There it goes, ice. A lot of sleet with this. This is going to be a huge sleet storm in Dallas. I don't know if any of you remember the Thanksgiving Day football game in Dallas between Miami and Dallas. That was the famous Leon Lett game, I believe, when they blew thing. Here comes the snow from...
Lots of ice? Cool.
The close to $15 billion acquisition of U.S. Steel by Japan's Nippon Steel would place one of America's largest steel producers under...
It's literally been snowing for 3 days here. The South is about
a whole lot of snow is being dumped on our nation's
capital. No, I know. I don't know why the Nippon Steel was under it. This should have been the next one.
And across the Midwest, more than 55 million Americans are on alert because of this deadly winter storm. This hour, states of emergency have been declared across 6 states. This morning, at least 3 deaths are being blamed on the brutal...
Right? Like, we normally get a lot of snow from lake effect snow here because we have lakes. So, like, it's not, like, an unusual amount, but, like, a lot... Basically, years there's been a lot less snow, you know, and then like 1 year it will be a lot, so it's not like a catastrophic amount, but the fact that it's been snowing for 3 days is kind of like wild.
Pretty
normally
crazy.
It's like a dump all at once.
Yeah,
because that's normally how lake effect works. It's not like an extensive snowstorm, it's like a sudden drop in pressure with a lot of water coming down.
Oh, so it's an actual system hitting it now.
Yeah, so like, we'll get more snow than someplace like Minneapolis, but we'll be warmer throughout the entire year than them. Like,
sucked in.
The coldness doesn't determine the snow. It's the lakes that do it. But this thing, like, it literally, if you look up, like, if they show a weather radar, it's like a red strip going across the U.S. where it's just fucking intense snowstorm, just like... So I'm at the edge of it, and it's still been snowing for 3 days.
Yeah.
Travel conditions on the road.
Well, I'm seeing people that I know as far south as almost South Carolina getting snow.
Yeah.
It's
literally,
fucking
like,
crazy.
California's on fire, while most of the rest of the country is in the middle of, like, a giant blizzard. Like, the size of the snowstorm is huge.
It's pretty crazy. Fucking hell.
Roads, like, thousands of flights have been delayed.
Hurricanes give us less rain when they hit Florida.
Canceled many of those.
At least it's only snow and not rain.
D.C., where heavy snow is falling at this hour, and it could reach historic totals soon. Much of the city shut down, but a very active scene is happening outside Capitol Hill as lawmakers are expected to soon certify the 2024 election despite this snow emergency. Meteorologist Derek Van Dam standing by for us. But first, let's get to where the snow is. Gabe Cohen in Washington, D.C. We can see the conditions are still just as rough as they were earlier.
It is, isn't
Tell us
it?
what's going on.
The style is so funny.
Yes, there are plenty of snow still falling this morning, and you can see it's really been accumulating throughout the morning. There are several inches already on the ground, and we're expecting that only to increase throughout the day. That's why, as you said, there are those states of emergency in place across those 6 states, including here in Washington. Really, this area.
That's the thing. With weather, stand-ups actually do something.
Makes sense.
They're not just like, hey, this is where it happened 6 hours ago. Nobody's here now.
It's happening right now. Right now.
Right now.
Feels frozen right now. In
Can
more
you
ways
believe
than one.
Chili's,
Schools
what they did to John Goblikon?
I'm still not caught up. I have no idea.
Well, this is some news that...
I just watched the Broken Lizard episode.
This is some news we'll have to break to the public. It's tragic, really.
Tragic, he says.
Make sure I follow John Goblikon on our other account here. The caption is, breaking, it's over.
years, I have devoted everything to this cause. Blood, sweat, and even beers. But after some recent news has come to light, I am afraid I must call it quits. And no, I know what you're thinking. No. This wound cannot be healed. So I have to, right now, end my relationship with Chili's. Yeah, the chain restaurant Chili's. I friggin' gave them free promotion for years. I wrote a whole dang chapter in my book about them. And now they go and announce they have chosen a brand ambassador from the metal community. It's not John Goblicon. You are dead to me. Because I, John Goblicon, am seeking a new partnership. I have an idea. Why don't all you goblins help me? Comment below which new restaurant deserves John Goblicon's undying affection. For 12 years, I have devoted...
I told you.
That's
Tragedy.
very funny. Very tragic. R.I.P. You know who we should partner with? Is it Sonic? The ones that come out with the rollerblades? Lots of nostalgia
I don't
there.
think Sonic is as good a fit as Chili's.
No.
You know, like it's got to be like TGI Fridays
Applebee's.
or something. No, Applebee's is too neighborhood.
Okay.
Across this
You know,
region are
like-
shut down.
Like
Federal
Chili's
government.
is where you go for like
Olive Garden.
Olive Garden.
Free breadsticks.
Yeah, so like Chili's is where you go for a work function. You know what I'm saying?
Ah, okay.
If you go to a work function where like we're going to Applebee's later, people are gonna be like,
okay.
that's where you take your fucking like that's like mom grill. You know, you take your fucking
Yeah.
shitty kids there and you fucking
Mhm.
have the
Barbecue
cheap
sauce,
booze.
mayo, and tomato sauce are their condiments.
Virtually, Chili's and Applebee's are the same restaurant,
Yeah. One's just family themed.
but well, Chili's is a family restaurant too, but Chili's is like less
I didn't go to
trash.
Chili's. I went to Olive Garden.
Chili's
that
is
was
Chili's
that was
is
great.
still a trash chain restaurant, but it's less
Mm.
trash than Applebee's.
Yeah. Well, Buffalo Wild Wings is by far the best.
Fast food. Buffalo Wild
excellent.
Wings is fast food.
It comes with a restaurant. It counts. It's a pub.
Mhm.
I would call it. It's closer to pub food than it is a restaurant, but still a chain.
No, Chili's is a bar and grill too.
Okay.
Outback Steakhouse. That's a good one for them.
Cursed. Kill. Sue. Dead. Fuck that place. You shit bowl of onions. Fuck
The
yourself.
worst steak I've ever had. Was
I'm not
from there.
surprised. I'm
They
not
gave
surprised.
me like a well done steak when I never would ask for that.
Incredible.
I just remember it being burnt and tasting burnt.
Yeah. I
And my
think
parents,
for those...
instead of sending it back, they were like scraping the black parts off. Like, send the
Wow.
steak back, you pussies. I was too young to understand.
Yeah. I think the only restaurant like that I ever went to was Olive Garden. And Olive Garden is great. Reminds me of La Paqueta.
Yeah, Olive Garden's fine. It's
Mm.
like the fancy restaurant in a lot of places here.
The breadsticks are great. The soup is fine.
Like, seriously, that's
The fact that you can just
real
ask them to
tragedy in America is some places the nicest place is Olive Garden in town.
Damn.
Like, people are like, damn, we got an Olive Garden? It's fancy now.
I just like that you can continually ask them for more cheese. That's also funny. And they'll just keep grinding cheese for you.
My grandmother hates it because they only have Italian dressing, so she brings her own.
Oh my god. That's awful.
Offices are closed. Roads, what should be the start of a busy morning, a busy commute, really not happening. Most of the cars that we're seeing here around the Capitol are law enforcement.
How is this 8 minutes? What the fuck, CNN?
Weather.
vehicles, and that's because as you disrupt a lot across this region.
Ourselves some serious problems on the roads and in the skies as well. And I promise you, the Lincoln Memorial is in the background. To the west of Washington, a bit of a drying
my
trend.
God.
So will
It's
we make
always
that
so
historic
fucking
snow
cheeky.
right in front of this
The
motorist? Dangerous
weather.
driving conditions. Yeah, that's sliding.
See you later.
Missouri, we had cars sliding off the highways, and then check out this 18-wheeler. Yeah, that's sliding on ice, almost jackknifing right in front of this motorist. Dangerous driving conditions with the storm moving through. So the temperatures are supportive of snowfall. Lots of dynamics are happening with this, but what I'm noticing here is just to the west of Washington,
temperatures are supportive of snowfall.
So will we make that historic snowfall total? Still to be determined, but not looking likely. We have to go back to January 2016 when we saw a storm total over a foot, and we called that the Snowzilla snowstorm on the East Coast. Many remember that. But additional snowfall to come, a good 2 to 4 inches in and around the nation's capital.
Fucking hate these
mountainous terrain, but we can't forget about the ice component to this storm, bringing difficult driving conditions across Interstate 70, 95.
This is
and
what
then,
you
of course,
retire
this is laying
to,
down
isn't
tree
it?
limbs and electrical wires, so we already have 250,000 customers without power across this area. Sarah, behind this,
people
the coldest
love
of the
this
season.
shit, bro.
This morning, a state of emergency has been declared in Kentucky as a powerful winter storm has been bringing dangerous and potentially deadly conditions there and across the huge swaths of the country. I'm going to show you what it looked like outside of Lexington,
They say, I'm going to check the
some of the worst of the snow is hitting. A car flipped.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm going to show you what it
Bro, you can't park there.
looked like outside of Lexington, Kentucky, as some of the worst of the snow is hitting. A car flipped over, and a number of accidents like this one have also been reported. Joining us right now is the governor of Kentucky, Governor Andy Beshear. Governor, thank you so much for coming in. How bad of a hit is Kentucky getting from this storm? How are things going right now?
Well, this is a very significant winter storm. Yesterday, we got 6 to 8 inches of snow across most of Kentucky. And then most problematic was the
snowing here
and Thursday. So
it's fucking cold.
When do you think you'll be in the clear? What do people need to know if they
SDF snow team?
More than 60 million Americans are in the grip of a huge winter storm that could bring the heaviest snow and lowest temperatures in a decade.
Storm.
Several inches of snow have been dumped on eastern parts of the U.S. It's all part of a polar vortex sweeping down from the Arctic. Missouri, Kansas and Kentucky are among those declaring a state of emergency. Graham Satchell reports.
The snow is heavy, thick and relentless. This is St. Joseph, Missouri, where blizzard conditions have brought much of the state to a standstill. Tens of millions of Americans are bracing themselves for what's predicted to be the heaviest snowfall and coldest temperatures in more than a decade. Travel has been badly affected. This is Louisville Airport in Kentucky. Across the state, thousands of flights have been cancelled or delayed. Conditions on the road have been described as treacherous, with snow and ice causing major problems.
This roadway is very slick, very, very slick.
Guy just gets hit by a car.
Watch my feet. You ready for this? That's what we're dealing with out here, and it's not getting any better. It's getting worse.
The weather people
It would have
this
been
a polar
even
vortex.
funnier if he had eaten shit and just like fallen over, just slipped. That would have made my day.
Freezing conditions brought down from the Arctic. In Kansas, the temperature is forecast to get down to minus 29 degrees Celsius.
God damn, that's cold. That's like Chicago cold. Isn't Chicago notoriously cold?
Yeah.
Like their winters are crazy cold.
They also have lakes and shit.
At least 5 people have died in the winter storm that has seized.
The cold air blows across the lakes.
Ah. So they get crazy wind and the cold.
Yeah,
comes.
so there's no air resistance to the wind, so the
Epic.
wind chill is what's super cold.
Cool.
Parts of the U.S. in its icy grip, leading to mass school closures, travel chaos,
Icy
and car
grip.
cuts. 7 U.S. states, Maryland, Virginia,
Look
West
at that
Virginia,
shit.
Kansas, Missouri, Kentucky, and Arkansas have all declared emergencies.
Damn.
More than 2,300 flights have been cancelled, with nearly 9,000 delays also reported owing to the extreme weather. It's caused by a polar vortex of icy cold air that usually
Meanwhile,
circles the North Pole, but is reaching
Fucking
further
California's
south.
on fire in January.
Yeah, crazy. Someone had to have lit it, right?
It shouldn't be dry enough to happen.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It has to have been lit.
We'll find out.
Thousands of people were left without power early on Tuesday across states in the storm's path. Here's CBS News correspondent Rob Marciano in Washington with the latest.
The sun is coming up, but the brutally cold has set in. We are in our nation's capital, and we don't often get snow like this here in Washington, D.C., and it is beautiful watching on the television screen. There's the monument itself. You can see traffic flowing okay on the main roads, but a lot of secondary roads, because they're not used to this kind of snow, have not been fully plowed, and they've been frozen over, so it's dicey there. Schools have been closed
Dicey.
again today. Many federal buildings and museums are shut down again as they try to scrape away the snow, but the cold is going all the way down to the deep south. And even though this storm is past, there's another system that's developing out of Texas, and that will track across many of the same areas tomorrow, Thursday, and into Friday, and likely have a similar impacts in dumping more snow, more ice as we head towards the weekend. So we've had pretty mild winters the past couple of years, but obviously Mother Nature has a different idea for 2025, and we're into it now, and much of the country is dealing with some brutal cold that's not going to go away anytime too soon.
Like, this is really just to contrast how crazy it is that this fire is happening in California.
Yeah, wrong alphabet.
Wrong language. It says English there. It's the first tag. Pretty easy to understand.
Welcome back.
And still out of control, the wildfires which have devastated this city. Fanned by hurricane-strength winds, new blazes erupting here all the time. Firefighters battling but being defeated on all fronts. This is now the worst fire in LA's history. The epicenter is Pacific Palisades, one of its wealthiest neighborhoods. Home upon home
Looks
here,
like Gaza.
razed to the ground. People who evacuated will return to find only chimney breasts still standing.
It's hard to believe that this is the very
Like
centre
Auschwitz.
of Pacific Palisades. This is one of LA's most exclusive neighbourhoods. It's home to the likes of Reese Witherspoon, Ben Affleck, Tom Hanks.
I
suddenly don't care.
Oh, look, more snow. Great, that's actually something we care about.
Wow.
That's fucking insane.
That's crazy. Is that blood?
People die?
What's going on there?
What the fuck? Must be blood.
Is this a glacier? Nope. It's a house.
Lol. Damn. That's fucking cool. Guess you're not skiing. Oh shit.
Been there.
Dude, just dry. Dude, no, okay. Look. If you are unable to realize that you are no longer sliding, you shouldn't have a license. Like, where the fuck are your brakes? Why did you not stop just then? I don't understand. Now you are reversing into somebody else. This is dumb.
Yeah, why are they in reverse?
What the fuck? That's fucking crazy.
Like, you shifted into reverse? Maybe it's like GTA, you hold the brake long enough and it starts to flip to reverse.
Damn.
Grandma's in the back being thrown around.
Why would you build your house there? If he died tomorrow, everybody would be better off. Yes, we don't like Baden, and we love tramps.
Oh, fuck Joe Biden.
Doc Braden. You need a ladder to get up snow, that's epic.
Yeah, it's like Death Stranding.
Ladders everywhere. Man, that's terrifying. And that's cool.
There's completely zero visibility.
Stop driving.
Yeah, exactly.
Why are you filming it?
Your hand should be on the wheels.
My favorite part about that right there is that the windshield wipers were they put their windshield wipers up knowing it was gonna snow.
Yeah.
And it was like the car's absolutely buried. They've barely unburied it, but enough that you can see that
you
its
can see the
windshield
wipers?
wipers were stood up.
I did not not see that being implemented. It was like 50 feet in front of me.
That's nuts. I would not be driving.
Yeah, no shit. And people get mad when I'm like in a shitty car and I'm like driving 5 miles per hour.
Yes.
And they're mad like tailgating me. And it's like, bro, do you see the weather? Like,
yeah,
congrats
exactly.
on having like an all-terrain winterized vehicle, but other people also drive. So you're like, it's not helping you. You might as well also have a shitty car that doesn't handle in the winter, because then you'll be less frustrated at all the other shitty cars.
Yeah, exactly. You hear the sound?
That can't be good.
That's not good.
Do it again.
Chains, my guys, chains.
I don't even know what I'm looking at there.
I think that's a house. Mr. Plow, that's my name. That name again is Mr. Plow. Now is when you start a plow business.
I'm ready to plow.
Yes, that's fucking awesome. Slide, baby. More ocean.
Shouldn't have built a house there. Who's gonna sell the house? Aquaman.
Donald Trump is now weighing in on the horrific fires in Los Angeles
Yay.
County, and he's laying the blame on California's Democratic governor.
He
said
to
on
blame.
Truth Social, quote, Governor Gavin Newsom refused to sign the water restoration for him that would have allowed...
He called him Newscum.
Disaster relief efforts. How fast are the Chinese disaster relief efforts? Are we counting from the time that they actually clean it up and account for it, or when they just block it from public view with a literal screen? Censoring in real life is their solution to disasters. And their disaster relief is diverting floodwaters to poorer villages to kill them instead. You want to argue this point?
millions of gallons of water from excess rain and snow melt from the north to flow daily into many parts of California, including the areas that are currently burning in virtually apocalyptic way, and saying, quote, he is the blame for this. I want to bring in an exceptional group of reporters here. Tamara Keith of NPR, Leanne Caldwell of The Washington Post, and Nia Malika Henderson of Bloomberg, and of course, CNN.
One of the people who did evacuate yesterday is Dr. James Woods, who was in
Beverly Hills. I don't care.
So I'm sure that even if you live under a rock, you've probably seen the fire that's been ravaging LA County in California recently. The Palisades fire started around 10:30 a.m. on Tuesday in the 1100 block of North Piedra Mirada Drive, and by evening it had exploded to over 2,900 acres and was expected to keep spreading because there's extremely high winds coming from the Santa Ana winds, and it's been just pushing the blaze constantly, just pushing it right over everything. And this is something that I've heard Joe Rogan talk about on his podcast. It's one of the reasons why he said he moved away from California, because he said it's just a matter of time. You get one good fire out there and it is going to blow through everything. There's currently no initial estimates that are talking about how many buildings have been burned or destroyed. However, there's news footage all over the place showing tons of homes and other buildings on fire. There's videos of people trying to evacuate. During a Tuesday afternoon press conference, there were officials saying that more than 10,000 homes in the Pacific Palisades and Malibu were affected by the evacuation order. Evacuation warnings were also extended into the areas of Santa Monica and Calabasas as well. Local law enforcement was assisting with traffic control and evacuations, with the Los Angeles Police Department providing more than 100 officers to assist their counterparts in this period of time. Currently, right now, the LA County Sheriff's Department has announced that there's certain locations where you can evacuate animals. The Rose Bowl Large Animal Evacuation, 1001 Rose Bowl Drive, Pasadena, California. The Small Animals Pasadena Humane Society at 361 South Raymond Avenue in Pasadena, California. So at least there's that, because I know there's probably a lot of animals that are going to be getting loose because maybe their owners weren't home at the time. Or about 2 hours ago, officials said with the city of Malibu released news saying that Malibu residents should be prepared for evacuation. They said, quote, the Palisades fire remains uncontained and is being driven by extreme Santa Ana winds, creating a rapidly evolving and dangerous situation. Damn. While your area may not be currently under evacuation orders, we urge all residents to be prepared to evacuate should conditions worsen. If you require additional time to evacuate, or if you have pets or livestock, consider making preparations to leave now. They said what you should do now: prepare to evacuate, gather your family, pets, essential belongings, and evacuation supplies. Los Angeles County school closures include the following. It says Alhambra Unified School District, Arcadia Unified School District, Azusa Unified School District, Baldwin Park Unified.
What the fuck does that have to do with anything? What are you talking about?
School District, Duarte Unified School District, El Monte City School District, Glendale Unified School District, La Canada Unified School District, Las Virginias, Monrovia, Mountain View, Pasadena, Rosemead, San Marino, Santa Monica, Malibu, South Pasadena, Temple City, Valolindo, and that's as of 4 hours ago. The of LA County said that the Palisades fire was 0% contained. They said that nearly 3,000 acres Palisade is 0% contained and the entire thing is on fire. The problem is the winds that are through there, they keep calling them the Santa Ana winds. The winds that are whipping through there are gusting up to 100. I've heard people saying estimates up to 100 miles an hour, between 60 and 100 miles an hour. Which means it's just fanning the flames and it's going to push it over and just sweep right over the entire countryside because it's just pushing it. And obviously oxygen feeds fire and it grow and it builds it, and there's tons of essentially kindling because there's all the houses and all this dry brush all over the place because they've been at 17%.
He turns them out, bro. You can't rely on all his videos. He's just gonna find an article to reference and churn these things out.
Yeah, this is not how fires work.
He's just doing a fucking product.
Winds don't spread. They don't spread the fire because they fan the flames. They spread embers, which start other fires, which connect to the major fire, which in turn builds the fire. Hence, why it's uncontained.
It's also a boring video. He was reading school closures.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck about
Recreation area at 10736 Laurel Canyon Boulevard in Pacioma, California. The Northridge Park at 10120 Reseda Boulevard, Northridge, California.
As soon as the news is talking about a disaster and then they start talking about how the poor celebrities had to leave their house, I'm out. Fuck you. I don't give a singular fuck. If a celebrity's house was there, I don't care. I really genuinely don't care, and I wonder the sanity of people who care about celebrities and their well-being more than people who don't have names in public. You need to really, truly re-examine your life if you care more about the life of celebrities than normal people.
The Sepulveda Recreation Center at 8825 Kester Avenue in Panorama City, California. And that's according to the Angeles National Forest Twitter page, or X page. As of early Wednesday morning, about 220,000...
Garbage video.
Hell on Earth, a disaster of epic proportions. Wildfires roaring across Southern California.
That wind is fucking crazy.
Through property, upending lives.
Yeah, it's
Substar Cameron Matheson shared this heartbreaking video from what was once his house in Altadena. He says he's safe, but his home is reduced to rubble. The fire still burning under the wreckage as he walked through the ruins.
It's not
Smoke
made of
rising.
stone.
That looks like a pretty fucking large house. I'm sure you have a lot of money.
It's reduced
from the
to
ashes. Overnight, he shared this harrowing video of the hurricane force.
The
what?
Reapers.
Paladin, yes. The Reapers are back.
Winds fanning the flames throughout the foothill community, thanking the heroes who battled the fires.
All right, for real, Skipper, stop. Let's go.
Spencer Pratt behind the camera in the danger zone.
Who?
Fire going on behind the house here.
Hey, look, clout. Fire. Also, me. You're a dickhead.
I'm gonna touch the
reality
hurricane.
Star started recording as his home was threatened by the blaze, tearing through the celebrity-packed Pacific Palisades area of Los Angeles. That's where big names like Tom.
Oh my god!
Look, what's the best part about this?
Oh my god! But it is extra.
Part about this? They use slave labor for the fire. They use prison slave labor fire departments in this place. So these are slaves coming out to put out these rich people's.
The rich people.
Fires.
Wow.
But don't worry, they're spending tons of money on the police that did nothing.
Incredible.
And fucked up the evacuation, which caused accidents.
That guy doing that video just gave me this vibe.
Exactly.
That's all I saw. That's all I could see. You're a dickhead.
Tom Hanks, Steven Spielberg, and Reese Witherspoon live.
Okay.
I suddenly care a little bit less.
Payton and Tramp.
Spencer?
Did you know that Tom Hanks owns a property in Australia that he lives in 3 days out of the year? Isn't that cool that people can own property
Did that
in my
one
country?
Also burn down?
I fucking hope so. But isn't that cool that people can just like buy $1 million properties and drive up the houses in my country? That's pretty fucking cool. Not give a single thing back to it.
Sharing these frightening images right before he evacuated.
Spooky.
It was only a few years ago Spencer and his wife Heidi Montag invited MTV inside to show off the views.
Here's the hills.
This is the hills.
We've now learned their home did not make it.
Oh.
Here's what's incredible about these whipping winds. Look at this block, completely devastated. Homes totally ruined.
Why did Rachel Maddow
totally hollowed
doing
out
there?
car right there in the middle. Then we just moved this way, right down this street.
Hey, it's Rachel Maddow.
Untouched. It's simply no rhyme or reason.
You're looking good. Your house is not on fire. But it's,
wow, it's almost
I'm
like
here in case
wind.
the members land on it.
James Woods shared these videos as flame.
Yeah.
There's no rhyme or reason. Yeah, there is though.
Yeah, it's called wind.
Back of his home.
And at 11:49 last night, all the
Dad?
smoke alarms in our house alerted our phones that our
enough about the
house
fires.
that we had
Moving
just
on.
the next day it's.
Saw the fires burning just a block away from where he lives in Los Angeles. TMZ reports he left struck.
To cram in here?
What?
We got another story to cram in here.
I don't think so.
Fires is
Zuckerberg?
Yeah, this is a good
Thinking
one.
you're going to be throwing a Canada plate on that 68 Cadillac that you're going to be driving around soon? Canada, 52nd state.
Look up.
We know.
Como
know
talking to Jamie Elizabeth about Luigi.
I don't know who that is.
She's just type in the name Jamie Elizabeth. Jamie Peck probably is what it'll be. So Como and Jamie, and then type in Como, Jamie, Luigi. She like radicalizes him to be pro-killing CEOs or something.
Everybody burns their medical bills in front of the health insurance company offices en masse. That's going to create change.
Boy, do I have a lot to say about this discussion. So,
I don't care about you.
Why do you support him assassinating another human being in cold blood?
So.
Oh, like it's a whole News Nation thing.
Mm-hmm.
The man accused of a...
Nailed it.
She's got
this
great
guy,
tits.
But more importantly, for what he did. Why?
That's how she makes
Let's
most
get
of her
the answer
money
from
now.
one of them. Jamie Peck joins us now. Thank you for taking the opportunity.
Thank you for having me.
Help me understand. Why is it a beautiful thing? Why do you support him assassinating another human being in cold blood?
It's not cold blood, though.
So I was definitely joking a little bit, obviously drawing a comparison between what Donald Trump said about himself and the sort of explosion, this appetite, this excitement for the conversation that Luigi Mangione started. But I do think to call this an act of terrorism is an insult to the intelligence of the American people. Terrorism is something designed to strike fear into the hearts of non-combatant civilians, right? The general population.
She's right.
Nobody but a tiny class of CEOs has been made to live in fear by Luigi's actions, but nearly everybody knows what it's like to live in fear of having a necessary medical claim denied. The fear of having your life ruined or potentially ended by a stack of medical bills. And I think in a system with so much violence that's directed from the top down, it should come as no surprise when violence begins to boomerang back from the bottom up onto the 1%. Also, I would like to remind you on the subject of terrorism.
I just want people to have health care, honey.
Terrorism, nearly 3,000 Americans lost their lives on 9/11, right? This is the largest terrorist attack this country has ever seen. An estimated
Boko Haram did not do 9/11. That was Al Qaeda.
90,000 people are murdered each year by our broken healthcare system. That is the equivalent of 52 9/11s worth of deaths every year.
I don't have
every
the
single
mood
week,
for
another
right
9/11
now.
happens. So I gotta ask, who is the more prolific terrorist in this equation?
Well, first of all, as you may know, Jamie, terrorism is a specific legal standard, right? There's no question that Luigi did what he did in furtherance of a political agenda.
No, not
He said
necessarily.
it, okay? So I don't see this as a question of fact or law. It's about the policy behind it. What I don't understand.
Fuck the policy.
And, you know, you are somebody who, in your positions, is constantly trying to embrace the humanity of situations, right? I've been looking at why you support what you do with what's happening in the Middle East conflict. To me, this seems to be anathema to this. You know, nothing within a system gets changed by violence.
Very communist.
Yeah, probably has awful opinions.
She's fine.
How can you expect? Yeah, we're having a conversation, but we're not having the right one.
Yeah, we are.
Because the healthcare industry now has high ground because they've been victimized by the
person they say is the most communist person on their show.
Yeah. No, they haven't been victimized. The media is making them victimized. There's actually Luigi is the victim here.
You can subscribe to her pictures. Yeah.
Luigi is the victim here.
She's got
the healthcare is the victim
great
here.
Artistic talent with titty pics.
This chooch. This isn't how we get insurance to be better, by putting a bullet in somebody's head.
Yeah, it is. It literally is. Put enough bullets in enough people.
I don't think he had a bullet in his head.
No, I don't think so. But putting enough of them in CEOs will make them change their mind. Yeah, that's kind of the purpose of inflicting fear on these people, because they do this with impunity. This is the repercussions.
Why would you get behind that?
Now, I've never advocated violence as a tactic for change coming from
You're celebrating the guy.
People that I organize with. This was a lone wolf act of violence on the part of Luigi Mangione, and it seems to have started a huge conversation among everybody about the violence, the death, and the murder caused by this broken healthcare system. Again, 9/11 every single week, indefinitely, until someone puts a stop to this madness. So we are here really to advocate for the thousands and thousands of people who have spoken up against an unjust and violent healthcare system, which is not a fact of nature.
Jamie, that's 100% fine. And by the way, it's not new, okay? People have been crusading against insurance companies, but there's no question we haven't gotten changes to the system that are necessary. No question. You're talking to one of them right now. I look this old because I am old, and I've been covering that system for over 25 years, and almost never positively. But you're raising money for this guy's legal defense.
Good.
If that isn't supporting what he did, I don't know what would be. And again, as somebody who says what my interest
you can tell he thinks
is
it's
in
cool.
seeing people treated humanely.
I know.
You're raising money for exactly the opposite. I don't get the hypocrisy.
It's not hypocrisy.
Well, I think everybody is entitled to a fair trial, including Luigi Mangione. And as we know,
he doesn't need your money.
Access to a fair trial is actually quite tiered based on how
she
many
makes a good point. She makes a good
person
point.
has
He
access
does.
to.
He does
What?
though.
He's got access. You see who his lawyer is? She ain't working pro bono, I promise you that.
Yeah, well, we have not heard yet as to whether or not Luigi is going
These
to
are all the
accept
products
these
he's
funds.
selling?
If he
Probably.
doesn't
Is
need
what's
them
happening?
for whatever reason, they're going to be distributed to other people
It looks like it, yeah.
who are facing political charges. But I think
No,
in this
why don't
country,
you
money
distribute
is
the
a form
money?
of speech.
Oh, no,
and
no,
we
listen,
are
I'm not saying you
advocating
can't
for-
do it. I'm not saying you can't do it, Jamie. I'm saying, why would you do it? You have the right to do it. I'm saying, why is it right? Why don't you take the money and give it to people who've gotten screwed by insurance companies?
I think I need to refocus once again onto the murder and the violence inherent in this system that so many people all across the political spectrum, across lines of political difference, conservatives, liberals, Democrats, and Republicans are all excited and energized to talk about this and to have
Raise money for the action groups
so
that
many
go after
Shut up and
insurance
listen, you
companies.
fucking
I'm
old
with you.
cunt.
This is not about the insurance companies. That's my problem, Jamie. I had you on not for sport. I want you to understand that I don't think that the energy that you're putting towards backing this guy is getting us to a better place with the problems of the system. That's my point to you. Use the money you raised for the people who need it, not this guy.
Well, I believe we really need to treat the causes of problems rather than merely the symptoms. And I think if you want to know what kinds of tactics I do advocate for, I think we need a mass movement. You know, change comes from the bottom up,
but not a bunch of
the top
Luigis.
Down. And I'm talking about mass resistance to medical debt. If everybody burns their medical bills in front of the health insurance company offices en masse, that's going to create change. And we're just trying to figure out how to use this moment of of popular excitement that has been touched off by, yes, a violent act that I would not advocate for as a tactic if it were up to me, but it happened. And we're trying to figure out how to ride that wave and move this conversation forward into mass action that can really make a difference.
Well, listen, I'm here for it. I always have been, but we're covering it. I would love for that to be the discussion. But as long as this guy is glamorized, it is a distraction. It is not a vehicle for focus. But I do appreciate you coming on to make the case, and I'm happy the audience got to hear where you're coming from because they're scratching their heads about this. Not about what's wrong with insurance, but how this was the.
Yeah.
That was
really
him just being. That was him producing a product.
Yeah.
I thought she actually broke through and radicalized him. He never cared about any of this from the start, and it was obvious he was making a product there.
Yeah.
But everyone loved that shit and wanted to show the clip on all their shows, so.
Yeah, whatever. I don't get it. It is what it is. Do you want to do raid while we have a bunch of people?
Sure. So, yeah, Meta's getting rid of fact-checking. The end.
Yeah,
Oops,
basically.
I made a clip instead.
Taking essentially Twitter's idea of community notes and using that instead. Which, sure, if that means I don't lose my Facebook account or my Instagram account.
Marxism is theft, and it only has one viewer. What do we think about flooding an ANCAP?
An ANCAP? Is
Yeah.
it the capitalism is
It says
based
Marxism
forever?
is theft, and he's only got one viewer, so we could totally take that shit over.
I don't know. This guy. Is he actually talking?
I don't know.
Let me check.
It says 24/7 debate.
No,
so.
it's not an active channel.
Okay.
That's not.
In that case, let's go.
Go to a just chatting. A low view just chatting.
I'm sending it to the Squid Man.
Okay, that's fair. Bump him to 30. That's a good idea. That's funny.
Hell yeah.
I come back and then I'm in the raid. It would have been funny if I came back and instantly loaded into the other one. Oh, loud. Alright, goodbye everybody.